Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the January meeting of the Historic Preservation Board. We have a very full agenda today with some very interesting items, and we probably should get started. So, Debbie, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Happy New Year, members of the board, and people in the audience, and members of the public on Zoom. Today we do have, we are expecting a full board. Currently we do have the 5 members in chambers. We are expecting Mr. Pascal in chambers today, and we have Mr. Lopez, who is joining us via Zoom today, so that we do have currently a quorum, and we are expecting a full board today. The first item on the agenda is the approval of minutes, but I will turn it over to Nick Kalergis from the City Attorney's Office, who will read the lobbyist registration requirements and swear in any members of the public that are present in chambers today that wish to testify. Good morning, Nick.
Good morning, Debbie, and good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm participating remotely today. I had a close COVID contact. Today's meeting of the Historic Preservation Board has been scheduled in a hybrid format, with members of the board physically present in the commission chambers or participating virtually, and applicant staff and members of the public appearing either in person or virtually via Zoom. In order to participate in today's meeting, members of the public may dial 1-888-475-4499 and enter the webinar ID, which is 817-4834-7488#, or log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 817-4834-7488. Any individual wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon if they're using the Zoom app, or dial *9 if they're participating by phone. Individuals who wish to provide testimony or submit evidence in person may appear in the commission chambers on the 3rd floor of Miami Beach City Hall. Before I swear in the public, I'd like to read the city's notice regarding lobbyist registration. If you're appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You don't have to register as a lobbyist if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance, to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they're communicating. If you're an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you're appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. At this time, I'd like to ask anyone who will be testifying today to stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nick. Mr. Chair, the first order of business this morning is the approval of the December 13th minutes. We will need a motion. Okay, moved and seconded by Mr. Klein. All those in favor? Mr. Lopez, are you in favor?
Yes.
Okay, passes 6 with 1 absent. Before we get in, so we do have, and I believe it is posted online, a slightly different order of the agenda this morning. The first will be a discussion item regarding the current situation with the Deauville Hotel located at 6701 Collins Avenue. And then I was requested by the chairperson to place 93 Palm immediately after that item. So for anyone who's watching, or if you have a future item on the agenda, please note that is the order of the first 2 applications that we'll be taking, and then we will continue with the agenda. Mr. Chair, before we move on to the discussion item, I think it would be beneficial to hear the extension of time request. This is a relatively simple, straightforward request. I do see the attorney for the property owner is on Zoom. Would that be okay?
Sure.
Okay. So the extension of time request is HPB 210494. This is 6747 to 6757 Collins Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a one-year extension of time for the previously issued certificate of appropriateness. That was for the construction of a new hotel building on a vacant lot. I am happy to report that the project is moving forward. They have submitted for a building permit. The planning department has reviewed that building permit and has found it consistent with the plans that were previously approved by the board. They're close to getting their approvals, but they're slightly short. Their permit, their Historic Preservation Board order plus the 30-day extension that they received actually expired, I believe it was January 9th. So they would like another 12 months. I don't think they're going to need the whole 12 months, but they would like the additional time in order to obtain the permit. And staff is supportive of the request and has no objection. I do see Alfredo Gonzalez, who's representing the property owner. Alfredo, you are on Zoom. Would you like to address the board?
Good morning. Happy New Year. For the record, Alfredo Gonzalez, on behalf of BTL Investments, LLC. And yes, we're asking for the one-year extension. We're actually very close on this project, which seems to, we have DEP, Durham, Wausau, as Debbie said, zoning approval. We're down to flood, fire. Actually, today we have a meeting with fire where our architect is meeting with the department to hopefully wrap things up. So we're very excited to actually, after several projects that were approved at this site and never went forward, to successfully get a building permit in the next month or so. So we're really happy to answer any questions. I know we have a full calendar. And we do have support of the Sterling, the residential building to our immediate north. And the neighborhood is really excited that something's coming back, especially since we abut the Deauville to the south. An active hotel will be in the near future coming to the site. With that, if there are any questions, happy to answer.
Good morning, Alfredo. I have a question. There's so many of these projects over the past number of years that we give approval to, and they never get started. Can you offer some assurance that this is just not going to be a continued empty lot, and it will actually come to fruition once you get your permits, et cetera, et cetera?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to give you assurances. I can tell you, I wasn't involved with the original project approved in 2013. That was by Don Peoples Development. They got our entitlements, and they ended up just carrying the property and selling it off to actually a former client who back in 2016 was ready to do a 200-foot residential tower until the presidential election, and the economy changed. But this client, Urbanica, they have properties in South Beach. We got this entitlement. It's actually the first approval this board did back in June 2020 in the middle of COVID. It was actually the last hearing you had before COVID started and the first entitlement under the Zoom rule. And they've moved to permits. We're literally, usually Durham and DEP in Tallahassee are the longest. We have those approvals. We are ready to break ground as soon as we get the final principles, trades that are left. So there's been a substantial investment in getting the building permit. So I think that should give you assurances that any other project in the past had never got to the point of construction drawings. We're way past that point.
Well, that's very good to hear. We hope from your mouth to God's ears. I'm very happy about that. Anybody else have a question? No. Okay.
We will open this up to the public, Mr. Chair. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak on this item in person or on Zoom? Mr. Chair, I see none on Zoom.
Seeing none, we close public comment. board discussion, please? No discussion? None? Okay. Nancy's not pleased. Okay, we're moving on then.
Okay, we need a motion. Okay, moved by Ms. Liebman. Do we have a second? Second by Ms. Weinstein-Berman. All those in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Lopez, are you in favor?
I'm in favor. Yes.
Okay. Passes 6-0.
Thank you very much, and good luck with the rest of your day.
Thank you.
We can't stop them from selling to the
Okay, Mr. Chair, we have reached out to Board Member Pascal to see if he's joining us. I believe he will be joining us, but I will update the board on that if we hear anything different. We can move on now to the discussion item, which was placed on your agenda. I believe we updated the agenda yesterday morning. And I apologize for the late notice. This is a fluid situation that we obtained a lot of additional information about on Friday. Various departments within the city have been working on this issue, and what I have posted on, I believe, I'm not sure if the second handout that I passed out to the board today was actually able to be posted online, since we did not receive that until late last night. But what I have distributed this morning and emailed you is a letter to the commission regarding the Deauville Hotel at 6701 Collins Avenue. That letter, which was published, I believe, Friday evening, outlines the entire history of the property and the current issue that we are facing now. I think most of you are familiar with the hotel. It is classified as a contributing building within the North Beach Resort Local Historic District. This district was designated in 2004 by the City Commission. We have provided the board with regular updates of the property as requested by board members over the years since 2017, when there was a fire in the building and the building was required to be vacated. Since that time, due to the historic significance of the building, the city has been making effort to work with the property owners in an attempt to have the building repaired and reoccupied. Again, the LTC, or letter to commission, which is posted, outlines the history in more detail. We did appear before the Unsafe Structures Board. I was personally in attendance at that meeting, and the Unsafe Structures Board entered an order at the time for the building to be repaired. Additionally, the city filed legal action against the property owner pursuant to the demolition by neglect section of the code. That was done in 2019. Most recently, there was a hearing on the item in October of this year. The judge in that case did enter an order requiring the property owner to submit all the necessary documents that are required for a demolition permit. That included a requirement to submit a structural report. That structural report was submitted to the city on, I believe it was on December 15th. And that is why we're here today. The structural report was very comprehensive, did include certain aspects that were of concern to our city's building official. The city's building official does have the authority, in the event a building poses a risk to the life and safety of the public, the city's building official does have the authority to order a building to be demolished. That has not happened yet. The city's building department is prepared to, and was authorized by the property owner to go to the site, including the interior of the property and of the building in order to verify that the engineering report submitted to the city is accurate. It is in unsafe condition. It is something that the city feels very strongly about in order to confirm what we have received from a licensed structural engineer. But it is also not without risk. We do have the proper safety protocols in place, and that the inspectors, which does include, I believe, the building official herself and structural engineers that are employed by the city, they will be going out there this Friday. And we wanted to bring this item to you because in the event that on Friday or early next week, this evidence that's included in the structural report is confirmed, the building official may very likely order the building to come down. The board's role in that is currently, during this discussion item, a advisory capacity. You are welcome to make recommendations to the city, to the building official, with regard to this very important historic building. You do not have the authority, if it is determined that this is a serious threat to life and safety, to supersede the building official's decision. But we are very eager to hear any recommendations you may have in the event that this does need to occur. Following that, if that should occur, and a permit is issued for demolition of the building, that permit will be conditioned upon the property owner submitting an application to this board for an after-the-fact certificate of appropriateness for demolition. That is required under the ordinance for any future development that may occur on this site. At that time, the board's policy, which is outlined in section 118.503 for the after-the-fact certificate of appropriateness for demolition, would be to allow for a new building to be placed on the site that does not exceed the current building's height, scale, and floor area. That is the presumption that this board will be reviewing. The board also has the ability in section 118.503 B2 to require that the building be reconstructed or replicated. That is a possibility. We are not prepared to discuss that in any detail today because there is no application before you today. When the board makes that decision, it would be during a publicly noticed public hearing where we would have all of the evidence in front of us. Staff would review that. We would issue the board a recommendation, and then the board would take all of the evidence, listen to testimony, and then make those types of decisions. So what I would like the board to focus on today is any recommendations that you may have in the event this building comes down. I would like, and I'm happy to report, even though this is not at all a happy subject, that the city administration has authorized the planning department to begin the process of working with a professional to document the building. We believe that the 3D laser scanning is the best option in this particular case because of its precision, its ability to document the building from the right-of-way. We do not have to access the property in order to do this type of documentation, and it's also very quick. Unlike, a measure drawing that an architect may do, this type of documentation can be done very quickly and very accurately from a distance. So we are pursuing that currently, and we are open to, and I know Stephen Rothstein from the city attorney's office is here. I believe Anna Salguero, our building official, is available if we have any questions. but it's you know, not something that the city is is happy about. This is something that, again, multiple departments, the city attorney's office, the city manager's office, the building department, city's public works department, even I think capital improvement projects office. We've been in meetings, and we're all very concerned and take this very seriously.
Point of information question. This is a very large complex. It's not just a building. So my question is, what is the definition of their using of the building? Because the ballroom, for instance, is pretty much completely separate from the rest of the building.
Well, it's not completely separate. It's one that there's a tower on the north side, which is the tall portion of the project. Then toward the south, we have a two-story structure that does contain the lobby, the ballroom. I believe there's at least 2 ballrooms. There's a theater. That particular portion of the project also contains a partially a subterranean level.
Does that also include the retail?
There are retail spaces right along Collins Avenue, both on the north side and the south side. But yes,
I'm referring specifically to the south side retail.
Yes,
That's part
which
of
is underneath the Napoleon Ballroom, fronting on Collins. That is correct, and that is portion. The building, it's one building. The engineering report that was submitted notes some significant structural damage that the building official is concerned about. A lot of that damage, not all of it, is within the lower portion of the building. There is damage to both portions, the north tower portion as well as the 2-story portion. We also did extend the invitation to the property owner through their council. And I'm not sure if they are going to be attending or not.
Another question. Is the city prepared to independently survey the building so it can be looked at from a completely unbiased point of view?
The city is going out with our engineers. We are meeting the engineer that performed the structural report on site on Friday to verify the evidence that was submitted as part of that report. The city has also reached out to Miami-Dade County to review the study that was submitted. That will all be done. We before a final decision is made, the building official advised me that they think it's very important that Miami-Dade County, which is an independent body, verify what was submitted as well.
You've mentioned a couple times that you're going out with your engineer. The city's going out with their engineer. Is that an in-house or is
Yes.
that an independent? So it's not an independent.
The city, the building official is a licensed engineer, and her staff. We also have licensed engineer on her staff. So that is the engineer from the city that we are sending out. And again, no, we do not have the ability to do a comprehensive structural analysis, including materials testing, as the report submitted by an engineer did. We do have the ability, and I want to thank the property owners for authorizing the city, because it is private property, but I want to thank the property owners for allowing the city to go out and verify some of these lower level areas in the more extreme structural damage that was reported.
I totally understand the unsafe structure, and of course that takes precedence, especially in the recent context. But does the engineer have a list of character-defining features, for example, that potentially could be salvaged in the worst-case scenario that they do recommend demolition in the near term, or can historic preservation staff go with the engineer to verify signage, porte cochere, all the MIMO elements that are essential to this structure?
So that's a great question, and that is something I would like input from the board. I personally am not scheduled to go out to the site. To go inside the building, it does require a hazmat suit as well as a respirator, very specialized safety equipment. However, I've had the privilege of being in the building over the past, over years. We also have photographs of the interior. There are significant architectural elements within the interior, at least the last that I saw of it. And I think it is definitely worthwhile for the board to discuss that. The city would be more than happy to take your recommendations to the property owner with regard to salvage any significant elements. The building is full of significant elements. It's really primarily along Collins Avenue within the public interior spaces. The porte cochere is really an extraordinary architectural feature for the post-war modern period. There does appear to be original signage on the exterior of the building. From what I recall, within the lobby and the ballrooms, there are some original light fixtures, original railing details. The public interiors also have beautiful original material, including marbles. This is something that the board could certainly issue a recommendation that we do our best to work with the property owners to see if the building is being prepared for demolition, if some of those elements could be removed and either stored by the property owner, donated to the city for future. Yes, Nancy.
The building, as I remember it, it's two sections. There's the lower section and the tower. Has anybody looked at, I can't tell you which is the worst part of the damage, but is it possible that the tower could be removed and not the first floor, wherever the...
I think, that's a great question, and that was, to the chairman's point. I think that the answer to that is we don't know.
No, of course.
But I think I haven't, I think that is a valid recommendation. The tower is somewhat more precarious in terms of its siting. It is very close to Collins Avenue. It is also basically at the bulkhead line, which is adjacent to the beach walk. So I think the board could recommend that either the property owner with their engineering team explore potentially taking a section of the building down and leaving a section if their engineer determines that to be safe.
Now, who's going to do that? There's a lot of people here connected, but I'm trying to determine how it's all going to come together so that...
Right. So what we're here today to do is to make recommendations. You can make recommendations to the property owner. We can make recommendations to the city's building official, or, really anyone that you see fit. But these are recommendations only. The city will make every effort to transmit and discuss your recommendations with the appropriate people. It is private property. The city is not authorized, unless permission is given by the owner, to enter the property and remove anything. The city is also not authorized to perform any work, whether it's structural repair work or any other work on the property.
How does the judge get into this picture.
I can let Mr.
I don't know
Rothstein
whether-
explain the hearing. I think that would probably be helpful because it is somewhat complicated and ongoing.
Well, I'm curious because I had heard that the judge is comparing what happened to the Deauville to what happened in Surfside. And I don't think that's fair, and I don't think it should be connected with any of it.
Sure. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, members of the board, Ms. Tackett and Mr. Sebring, and those attending by Zoom. The city, as Debbie had indicated, and we're not really here to talk about the litigation, but I do want to address your concerns, Ms. Lieberman. The city, throughout the course of the litigation, has been trying to get the Deauville to comply with the Unsafe Structures Board order, which called for repairs. We've appeared numerous times to ask for injunctive relief and for the appointment of the receiver. In fact, our motion, the most recent one, was filed before the Surfside tragedy. Judge Hansman is on the Champlain Towers case. He is now on our case. Sorry about that. I'll move over. So our judge has changed 3 times. We are now on our 3rd judge. In connection with the most recent hearing that we had in October, the judge had expressed serious concerns about the comparison between the Deauville and Champlain Towers. The distinction, which was very important, was at that time we did not have a structural engineer's report. We had been asking since 2017 for this report. Unfortunately, it was never turned over. When the judge asked the representatives and counsel for the Deauville what their intentions were for the property, because he was getting extremely frustrated that there was no compliance with any prior orders, especially of Judge Bloomstein, to preserve and protect the building and get adequate security there and improve at least the exterior for the neighbors while the litigation was ongoing. He decided, and this was the judge's order that he issued, that the city was, after verifying with the Deauville what they finally wanted, they said total demolition of the entire property. The problem is there was no report saying it was unsafe. The Deauville took the position that the repair order from the Unsafe Structures Board, which required repair within X amount of days, was not done. So by virtue of their noncompliance with the board order, the Deauville's argument to Judge Hansman was, we win, we get to take it down. And the city said, no, that's not how it works. You don't get a board order, you don't comply with it, and you get to take the building down. So as a result of that hearing on October 6th, Judge Hansman entered his order requiring the city within 48 hours to provide everything that's needed for a permit for total demolition. Ms. Tackett and Ms. Salguero painfully went through the list of everything because we wanted to comply with the judge's ruling, and then the judge afforded the Deauville 20 days thereafter to get their permit in. The due date was October 26th. It was continued on October 26th at the Deauville's request to December 15th. On December 14th, late at night, and on the morning of the 15th, I believe I was hand-delivered the report, which has been circulated through the various departments. And for the very first time, we saw the condition based upon these photographs. But we didn't want it, and the testing analysis, there was chloride testing, concrete testing, and other tests that the engineer of record, not a local one, but one from upstate New York, upstate Florida, which the building official has verified, has no DPR complaints, there's nothing to indicate that this structural engineer did not do her job. The areas that were shown to the building official in that structural report were areas that were not accessible since the fire in 2017. They are in the subterranean lower lobby and the boiler room level underneath what we can see when we enter the lobby. These areas have been filled with water. These areas have been without electricity since July 25th, 2017. Based upon these photographs and those analyses, which were flushed out through the report, and again, the first time that the city ever was able to obtain anything significant inside other than looking at the outside, which we know that there have been problems with the outside with the east facade that had a partial delamination and concrete fell on the beach walk, which the city had to close for 30 days, and the building's now wrapped on that side of the building. Those are the areas that are of concern for the building official, and that's why she's taking her staff in 3 different groups to go in there with their engineer to look at these lower levels with the proper. They're going to need hazmat suits, as Debbie indicated, respirators. They're going to need eye protection. They're going to need flashlights because it's totally dark down there in the boiler room level and the sub-lobby level. So that's what we're going out to verify. If you look at some of those photographs in the structural report, and these are the concerns of the building official, you're starting to see the cement columns buckle. You're starting to see rebar coming out. And those are the concerns to her that she's going to be there. We're trying to limit the inspection to approximately an hour so that we have the targeted areas where to go. The upper floors of this tower do have some problem. There's significant water damage and et cetera, but her main focus and her main concern are those structural elements and those columns that support both the lower level 2 stories as well as the 16 or 17 story tower. So that's how we got here through the litigation, and what we would really like from the board, and which the code authorizes, is to make these recommendations that Debbie alluded to, as to requesting that certain elements of the building don't end up in a heap of rubble, that the interior staircase be preserved, that the crystal chandelier that everyone's so fond of, and it is, I mean, you could see it from the street, it's so big, and the Deauville signs and anything else that the board believes to be of architectural significance, to either, to have it removed beforehand, to make that recommendation that the building official in the city do that to preserve the architectural significance of the hotel, to hopefully have it reincorporated in a future project. And again, we're not here to talk about the future project because we have no application, and right now we're just asking for direction. So whether it be that the property owner retains it, whether the property owner auctions it, whether the property owner donates it to the city, something that we just don't see these elements lying in a pile of rubble. So that's where we're at now. Absolutely. Yes.
I wonder if I may.
Sure.
And I have a list of questions that I'd like to ask, but just this from what you just.
Sorry,
a couple of things that you just.
Long-winded there, but it wasn't an easy answer.
That's okay.
Not long-winded enough, I fear.
I'm glad you were. But it's interesting that I wonder how many hours the ownership spent in the building analyzing it, but.
I can answer that based on the report. It was over a 6-day period, starting. I don't have the exact dates here, but it wasn't that they just went in for an hour and they did this.
But it's certainly right.
It was over a 6-day period.
But the city's satisfied with 3 1-hour inspections.
Well, the building official.
Validate what
It's
they did.
ultimately the building official's call. She has reviewed the reports. So we are going to go in to verify. Again, it's a health hazard. We have to do certain things.
I think we are here to in a sense, I mean, we don't have any control of the buildings coming or staying or going, but I think we are here also to speak of its possible future site development.
Not today. Unfortunately, we can't talk about what is going to be. When the certificate of appropriation post-demolition comes before you, that will be the opportunity to review the city code, review staff's recommendation, and make a determination on the application. Anything at that, that would occur. They have to come to this board for a certificate of appropriateness. The only issue is the timing of whether you do it before the demolition permit is issued or after. In this particular case, as the code provides, you can make recommendations if there is a demolition order issued by the building official. You can't overturn it. You're not her appellate court. But she is taking the additional safety of showing it and sharing it with the county engineers who are her appellate authority, the Board of Rules and Appeals, their engineering staff is currently looking at it and will make recommendations as to whether they accept those reports. So there's additional things that we're doing to make sure that somebody just didn't put together this report and say the building's coming down, we need to have it down. We are doing our best within the limited resources and what state law and what the county code provides and what's in the purview of the building official to enforce the Florida Building Code, county codes, and state codes.
I'm just appalled. Okay.
May I ask a few
Sure,
questions?
sure.
Oh, okay. So, and I don't know if this is to you or to staff or to whomever, but something I've been thinking about. Since 2017, with the building, has the city imposed any fines, and are those collectible, if there's any fines?
The answer to both questions is yes. Under the demolition by neglect ordinance, the city can enforce the ordinance through the city special magistrates system here at the City of Miami Beach, which was done. In February of this year, I represented the city in front of the special master, and the city was successful in obtaining the maximum amount of fines under the city code, which is currently $5,000 a day.
No.
The fines have been running since February 23rd, 2021.
Since when?
February, March 6th is when, March 3rd or 6th is when the judge actually, the magistrate entered the order, but the hearing was February 23rd, and it's currently $1.8 million
So
in fines.
February 23rd of 2021,
Correct.
What do you pay?
when everything started in 2017. And then
I'm just
in
verifying that date for you.
it's probably close enough, 2021. And you said it's $1.8 million.
Yes.
Probably chump change for the site.
And yes, it is collectible because the city has a lien against the property, so that if the property is sold, if the property comes before the city for the actual building permit, that will address those. So we do have a recorded lien. I can inform the board that the last time a title examination was done, there is no mortgage. Ocean Bank had been paid off during the course of the litigation.
What about the city's legal fees?
The legal fees, for the most part, were done in-house. Recently, we've hired outside counsel for the historic preservation issues, and we've spent approximately $21,000.
Let me just ask a quick question.
You don't see that money, any of that money till the whole thing is over?
Correct, because it's not in compliance now, Ms. Lieberman. It's not in compliance now, so they can't close the case. So it will continue to run fines until such time as there is compliance. Compliance in this case would be repair or the finalization of the demolition permit.
I just want the city
Obviously,
to be
if a
serious.
motion or request before the magistrate were to stop the fines, the city would oppose that request.
Does this money go to any sort of historic preservation fund, since it is an historic preservation issue, or does it just go into the bottomless pit of the city?
I believe it would go to the city. I'm not familiar with the mechanics of what happens when the clerk of the special master receives payment, whether it goes to fund code compliance and building efforts. I'm not really sure where. I really just be speculating. I wouldn't want to do that.
I just think it's kind of strange that the city would, not that $21,000, it's not something I go out to dinner and spend, something I think about, but it's not that much money for legal fees over the amount of time that this has been going on.
The outside counsel was brought in right after the transfer to Judge Hansman's division.
That's
so
recently.
It's only been, I believe, since earlier this year. So the fees haven't been.
So it just
excessive.
gives me an impression that the city just kind of didn't put too much tooth into their roaring. They were more bark than bite. But in reference to what we can do when this comes back, because we can't really do anything here, for future development restrictions. I heard matching the existing building, and I'm wondering about, because there was some proposal floating around the internet that I asked here about 3 months ago that I saw that had 1 or 2 additional towers on the site. And do we have the ability, when this comes back to us after it's gone, to say this site is permanently restricted to what was there?
So when an application is submitted, the presumption is that the board will approve a new building that does not exceed the existing floor area of the main building. This can be rebutted, and the board can approve additional square footage provided 2 conditions are met. And this is all outlined in 118.503 of the City Code. The 2 provisions that must be met shall the board determine that they may exceed the existing square footage is A, the proposed new structure is consistent with the context and character of the immediate area, and B, the property owner made a reasonable effort to regularly inspect and maintain the structure free of structural deficiencies and in compliance with the minimum maintenance standards of the City Code.
They didn't do that one.
And I don't think now is the time to determine whether, this is satisfied or not. But the city's action, in the city's stance is that there have been serious maintenance deficiencies happening, and that is part of the reason why we did take legal action against the property owner. I think it's really important to note that, that this is not 100% unique condition in terms of historic buildings falling into disrepair. The vast majority of the time, we are successful at working with the property owners to bring a project to this board that satisfies the historic preservation requirements. There was a project approved by this board for this property as early as 2015, which did include the restoration of significant portions of the existing building, as well as a new tower. That was approved, and that was very close to their maximum allowable FAR. So we were hopeful between, when the fire happened, we were hopeful that we would see a project and it would move forward. Unfortunately, as much as we put effort into meeting with the property owners and various architects over the years, currently that does not seem like it's possible, and which is one of the reasons why in 2019 we took legal action. But it is important to note that there was a project approved for this site by the Historic Preservation Board, and we were hopeful that at some point we could work with the owners and their architects to bring back a new project to this board. That did not happen. No application has been filed for Historic Preservation Board review since the 2015 approval, and we find ourselves in an extremely difficult situation today.
I still have one other question.
Yeah. No, he has the floor, Nancy, please.
I guess the chair.
I thought you finished. Sorry.
I'm glad that you brought up documentation. Obviously, I stressed that here. But this method of documentation that you're going to do, does it provide for dimensions, that objects can be dimensioned?
Yeah, what happens is the laser takes points to the building. It's extremely accurate. Okay. It can be measured. The laser scan itself will provide what's called the point clouds, probably thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of these points. That information is for most people, unusable. So what we need to do after that scan is done is have a modeling done, where you have, typically it's a licensed architect or engineer model that the company that we are speaking with, that we are likely going to be commissioning to do this as soon as possible, will be able to do both, the laser scan and the modeling.
That's what I wanted to know.
Okay.
Thank
so
you.
I'd like to just follow up. I don't know if you can answer it. It's a bigger picture of what is going to happen in the future. We'll go through all.
Nancy, is your mic on?
Oh,
There you go. It is now.
no? Do I have to start again, or is that loud enough? I'm thinking of the future. That after you, pathetic that you have to go through all this with the city and that the city has to take all this trouble. But in the end, if these people don't stand up and do what they are supposed to do, how far do we go?
That is premature to discuss at this point, as I indicated earlier, because you do not have a pending application before you, and certainly it will come before you, and at that point in time you can follow the code that Nick will instruct you on, and Debbie's already read to you. You'll have your staff opinion, you'll have the conceptual designs and a permit application as an after-the-fact demolition. But right now it's really, again, to focus on any recommendations to the building official, such as one of the items that you discussed was perhaps only taking down the tower. If that can be accomplished, I don't know how the joints are and how they're connected, and certainly we don't want to have an oops moment like we did with the gap on Lincoln Road, where all of a sudden it comes down anyway. So that's what we're here today. Would you like to see the architectural features salvaged, again, not in the bottom of a heap of rubble? That's what the discussion is for today's purposes. You certainly will have at a duly published meeting with an application before you to discuss the conditions that Debbie read in and whether or not you're going to approve the project, make recommendations to the project. That will definitely come before the board. It's just not here yet.
Now, I wasn't thinking about us. I think we're very well adaptable to do whatever we have to do. I'm thinking of the end game when it comes to the end and there is no, because evidently the people who own it aren't looking to do much. No. How does it end? I guess I'll watch. Maybe next time.
We'll have the steps. We'll have additional information once the building official goes through the building. We'll update through a letter of commission the findings. We certainly will report on what Bora has decided, and then ultimately it will be the building official's determination. So certainly by your next meeting, you will have that additional information for a discussion item.
So, Mr. Rothstein, I have a question regarding the litigation, and the litigation, as I understand it, is based on the demolition by neglect ordinance, correct? And so, I mean, one of the questions I have based on what you were saying, if the litigation is predicated on the fact that this is a valuable historic resource for the city, not to mention the impact on the neighborhood and the economics of that neighborhood and the other businesses, if the building is demolished, I'm having a hard time understanding why the fines would stop. It didn't seem like demolition by neglect, that the city would be made whole by demolishing the structure. It would seem to incentivize the demolition of a structure to make the fines stop.
At some point in time, a violation does come into compliance. It's up to the respective departments to close out a violation and issue an affidavit of compliance. If one of the violations is issued for failure to comply with the 40-year recertification, and that building then is demolished, there's no need for the 40-year recertification, so the violation gets closed. If the violation is for open permits that have expired but haven't even been renewed or canceled, then when the building no longer stands, those violations would be cured. If the violation is for property maintenance like painting, stuccoing, when the building comes down, as you can see, there is no more building to have the violation on. So they are closed, then they are eligible then the respective departments will go out and issue their affidavit of compliance and send that to the clerk of the special magistrate. In addition to building violations, code violations, there is a fire violation for the annual inspection that was never done pre-fire. Again, without a building, the fire department can't go in there and recertify the life safety systems. So that's why the violations get cured. It's not cured for compliance in the fact that they actually finalized their fire permits, that they renewed all their expired building permits, that they actually complied with the city code. It's just by virtue of the demolition that the violations no longer exist.
So you're saying the fines are not really connected to demolition by neglect, they're connected to noncompliance with code?
Some of them are related to the fire department. Some of them are related to property maintenance under Chapter 58. But the main fine that's running $5,000 a day is through the demolition by neglect ordinance through Chapter 118. And that's enforced by the city's code compliance department. Our city code, as it has it right now, has those fines running at $5,000 a day. That's what the city is authorized to seek. The city sought it, and they are currently running.
So, again, my question, just so I understand in terms of precedent, if this is based on demolition by neglect and not only the fines but the litigation, what happens to the litigation if the building is demolished? How does the city pursue being made whole when you lose an invaluable historical structure?
I really can't go into that because we are still currently in litigation. The case is before Judge Hansman, and I can't go into legal strategies or not, but there might be additional claims that will be raised, but that, again, we have to wait and see what happens on Friday and the following days thereafter.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, just we do have a board member Lopez that I think would like to say something at some point. Just wanted to remind everybody.
Rick.
Can I just finish, Jack? I'll just go through my list here. And
I thought you were done.
Since I waited. So, I mean, obviously, this is a devastating situation, and it doesn't seem like there's a win for us or for the city. But a couple of points I would like to make. First of all, with regard to the 3D scan, I think that's a great idea. I know this building well, the condition it was in before it was shut down, which was original in a lot of ways. I'm wondering why we wouldn't also pursue doing a 3D scan of the public interior spaces while we're there. I know also even the theater. I know there's two theaters. There's a basement theater and a theater on the lobby level, which has all of the original ceiling moldings, is pretty incredible. In addition, I want to ask with regard to the porte cochere, also with the breeze block wall fronting Collins, could we not, make the effort to see if those significant architectural features, especially a part of the facade, could not be retained if the tower gets demolished? The other thing is with regard to the existing features. I know you touched on a lot of these, Debbie, the chandeliers in the Napoleon, chandeliers in the Richelieu, the stair rails on the south side going down to the basement, stair rails on the north side, the marble features. I'm also, with regard to the interior spaces, the accordion curtain wall facing the pool seems like scanning that would be valuable. I think that's all I have. I mean, this is devastating. I'm just hoping that, with regard to the fines, that we're trying to not set a precedent that demolishing a structure makes everything go away. For North Beach, I'm a North Beacher, this is devastating. This is for all we say about amazing buildings in terms of an economic driver, in terms of historical references and significance, this is absolutely devastating. And so I'm just urging everyone involved to try to salvage what we can. Yeah, I guess that's my plea. I think for most North Beachers, this is devastating. It really is the crown
I think
jewel
it's for Miami
of
Beach, and beyond. But in reference to trying to save building elements, and I'm 110% behind you on that. That's where I want to go. Can we put some requirements on how that's done, how they're stored, who stores them, who maintains them? I mean, we have an ownership who has, certainly not maintained an entire building. And are we going to put in their hands to maintain these pieces?
Good point. Remember the log cabin. Let's not let things go the way things have always gone here.
The structure, the mural. That's what I'm thinking about. I keep wondering about that mural. What kind of condition it's in now to reuse it? So, can we, in reference to fines, can we impose on the ownership to maintain those elements within a warehouse under certain conditions?
You can certainly make that recommendation. At this point, you do not have the ability to impose
I understand
conditions, but you can certainly make that recommendation.
I'm done.
All right, Rick, you've been waiting patiently.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes,
sir.
Okay. I wanted to make 3 points. One is about the fines. I wonder if these fines, the $5,000 a day, applies to any building, any property type. This happens to be, a big building. It occupies a lot of area. I would think that there would be, some correspondence to, whether that fine is for, demolition by neglect for a small building, a medium building, a large building. And I wonder if someone can offer some clarity on that.
Perhaps I can, Mr. Lopez. The city code codifies the fines. It's not based upon the square footage of the property or the size of the property. It's up to $5,000 a day, and it is within the discretion of the chief special master who heard this case. So whether it's a 8-unit building or a 600-room hotel, the fines would be up to the special magistrate, up to the $5,000 per day.
Thank you for that, sir. I would argue that there's a case to be made that, there should be a range because different buildings, I think, have different impact on the city's public realm. So I don't know what the right number is, but I would encourage the city to consider broadening that for different kinds of building or different sizes of buildings.
And certainly you can make that recommendation to the city commission. That could be something that this board does do.
Although, Mr. Lopez, I believe that $5,000 per day for a repeat violation is actually the maximum that we can impose under state law for a code violation.
Okay. Well, when this is all said and done, we might look back on this case, and perhaps it's the state that has to ask itself, is that appropriate? We see rising costs everywhere else in our economy. I think that this is something that, perhaps needs to be revisited from time to time. But that's just one point. I was happy to see that there's a running list of items that need to be either salvaged or documented. And I hope that we can, see to it that list is properly executed. I'm not as familiar with the building as others, so I really can't comment as to what those features are, particularly on the interior. But my last point regarding to the LiDAR documentation, I really agree with Barry and Kirk on this, particularly the need to document certain features on the interior. All it takes is to provide some temporary adequate lighting to the spaces, the interior spaces that need to be scanned. in order to capture them. And Debbie, like you mentioned, the result will be a 3D point cloud. And I wanted to mention that the Department of the Interior is currently looking at integrating LiDAR scanning to their standards for HABs documentation. It's not currently part of the formal guidelines, but I do know that the HABs office in Washington is already employing it. They have been for years, and they're currently writing new guidelines. I know for a fact that part of what they're after, part of what the Department of the Interior expects from the LiDAR scan is to arrive at two-dimensional measured drawings, so that it doesn't just exist as a point cloud, but that from that point cloud you extract plans and elevations that have dimensions that then can be communicated to other architects or engineers or builders. This is something we've been doing at the School of Architecture at the University of Miami. It is doable, and I would encourage that we expect that from this documentation, so that the features that we want to see preserved or rebuilt are adequately documented and easily communicated in two-dimensional measured drawings.
Thank you, Rick. Max wanted to...
Thanks. Yeah, I'm not going to pile on. I agree with a lot of with the discussion so far. I think just to put a finer point as we're thinking about the recommendations, and we've been talking about effectiveness of fines or other punitive measures, just to be explicit in support the recommendations that we've been talking about documenting and what documentation, and then exploring what portions that can be preserved, but would also want to offer a recommendation that includes procedural lessons learned for this case, to take what is an objectively terrible outcome that we're facing here and learn what we can from it, from planning, building, and legal perspectives on this, which would address the effectiveness of fines. But then also, I don't want to pick on the city, but in Debbie, your description, it just sounds like a lot in this situation was contingent on hope on what the property owner was going to do, and we're dealing with a situation of the polite term in my mind is ineffective stewardship. But what options do we have at our disposal to make sure this we avoid a situation like this in the future?
Thank you, Max. Last but not least, you want to say something?
Oh no, I mean it's an awful situation. I think we're all heartbroken up here. It's a gem of the entire Miami Beach. So I guess I totally agree with what Max just said. From a legal perspective, is there a way to prevent this? This is a real serious loophole that future, if successful with this demolition, which seems highly likely, other property owners will do. I live near this building. It's on my running, walking, more walking path, I would say. And they did not maintain the building properly. They left windows open intentionally. And this was once a very thriving property. I always saw people in the pool. It was totally up to the owner. So how do we prevent it? I mean, $5,000 a day in the realm of what I would assume is the $350 million to $400 million, total reconstruction when it comes to that point is laughable, honestly. So I would love to also see that kind of audit of how to prevent this in the future. What can be salvaged? I would also love to see. I would highly recommend that maybe not staff, but someone qualified, a historic preservationist, go in and see what can be salvaged, and all those details of how it is properly maintained and hopefully put back to life is utilized to its fullest legal capacity. We're a quasi-judicial board. We're very limited in our power, but this is a huge issue, and I'm seeing a real pattern of losing the integrity and what makes Miami Beach so special. So I hope that, and I do know that many at the city take this very seriously as well, and again are limited in their legal capacity. pursuant to the city code, but this is a real issue, and I really hope the city takes this seriously going forward.
Thank you. Nancy?
Is there anybody with true educated historic preservation knowledge involved in any of what you're planning to do?
Yes, Ms. Tackett?
Nancy, I've been involved. I've been involved since 2017, working really diligently with the city attorney's office. More recently, I've been working very closely with the building department on the current issue. We got the structural report in December, right before the holidays, and we have been in constant communication. The city is taking this extraordinarily seriously. In all of my time here, I don't remember being in multiple meetings with multiple department directors, the city manager, the deputy city manager, the city attorney. It's really something that we are extraordinarily concerned about, both from a life safety perspective and a historic preservation perspective. I think your comments are extremely helpful. I know we do also have some members of the public, Mr. Chair. This is not a public hearing, but we do have some members of the public that wish to speak. My hope is at the conclusion of this discussion, we can formulate some very specific recommendations that I will discuss with the building department and the city attorney, and hopefully with the property owners or their counsel as well.
And I just want to add that Debbie has appeared and testified at not only the Unsafe Structures Board, she's been deposed twice, and she's testified in front of the special magistrate. So her knowledge has been invaluable in assisting us explaining the significance of the building.
Aware of what Debbie does. I mean, Debbie is like the solid person in this city. But I know how hard she works. That is why I asked the question. Isn't there some help there? There are all kinds of people working. I think that she needs, unless you don't want it, Debbie.
Nancy, I will take anything I can get, but no, I'm confident. The team that is working on this issue with the city is extraordinary, and no effort has been spared. What we can do legally is what we are doing up to the maximum we can do. I understand Laura and Max's concern that we are doing we're making extraordinary efforts, and it's disappointing because that could maybe not be enough to save the building. And that is a worthwhile conversation to have in the future to figure out what may be possible in order to strengthen our abilities in the future.
Thank you, Debbie. I want to make some comments before we let the public speak. I've been sitting here for 6 years, and this started, I think, a year before even I got here. And I feel that this board has been muzzled by the city and by the laws, and everyone in this process has, we've not been allowed to talk about this because, it's under litigation, it's under this, it's under that. The time for that must be done. I mean, now we're talking about saving trinkets from the building, which is absolutely pathetic in my point of view. This is a shanda on the city that has gotten to this point, and I don't see any plan to strengthen the laws. I'm not willing to say that this has to go so we can strengthen the laws. This is an absolute horror, and my seat represents the people, and I've gotten an unbelievable number of emails and calls on this. I got them to midnight last night, and it's unacceptable. And the blame lies with the legislatures, with the city, with any form of government that has not enforced the idea of what this law should be. Demolition by neglect means that someone should be taken to task if they allow something like this to happen. And we've been muzzled and told it's not our concern, it's under litigation, and endless for 6 years that it's not our concern. Now, all of a sudden, when it's about to be demolished, it's our concern, and we are supposed to salvage pieces of history. That's not what this board was created to do. Barbara Kaplan must be spinning in her grave, God love her. And this is beyond an outrage. I'm speechless. And I do think a lot of it lies in the city bureaucracy, in that for 6 years there's been rumbling and grumbling and things moving, but nothing gets done. Nothing gets done. That's why we're here at this point. And I just think saving chandeliers and railings and a porte cochere is absurd. Is absurd. Now, as I go into the sunset, that's all I have to say. Debbie.
Mr. Chair, would you like to take some public comment?
Absolutely.
Okay, we do have people on Zoom. We have people in the audience. Do you want to alternate, or do we want to hear people from the audience?
Sure. Whatever.
All right. Mr. Seraldo. And then we'll go to Zoom, and we'll go back and forth.
Okay, hi to the Historic Preservation Board members. My name is Daniel Seraldo with the Miami Design Preservation League. This is not only a cultural crisis, as it has been for all these years, but now it's also a potential environmental crisis. If the city is planning to move forward to demolish this building before the HPB has an opportunity to have that formal quasi-judicial review, that is in the code, so we would like to object to this process, the way it's going. We would like to recommend and encourage a building official, please don't go in on the opening night of Art Deco weekend and condemn this building to the bulldozer on Friday. You know, the timing of this could not be worse. And what I don't understand is we've seen so many buildings. I remember the Versailles, and frankly, it's still pretty much in exactly the condition that's being mentioned here, a basement, there's water, there are things that need to be done to improve it, but it doesn't mean we just toss these buildings into the dustbin. And then also that idea of saving the structural components, I've learned my lesson. It's a nice idea, but we saw with the log cabin, it doesn't usually work in the way that it should. So in my opinion, this building, we still have to see if it can be salvaged. You know, I mean, this is a humongous building that we don't even, the city is maybe offering to go there for an hour with a hazmat suit on. I don't know if that's exactly going to give them the totality of the condition. It's nice that they got an engineer in northern Florida to do a report. I'd like to hear some outside perspectives. Maybe we could bring in a third-party engineer, because my biggest worry with all of this is if it is demolished, then it might be another 20 years before anything comes back there. And we know that this is a big, important part of that community. It drives the economy there. So I would please ask the board to urge a building official today to consider not moving forward on the demolition without that formal hearing. By the way, Debbie, it sounded like in the beginning you had said that would be the case, that a demo permit wouldn't be issued until this board approved a certificate application, but I just wanted clarity on that. Or is the city going to be ready with the bulldozers? And also, who is paying for that if the city is going to go and demolish a Deauville? And I was just curious if I could have your response on that.
Sure. Just to clarify for everyone, so the building official may issue a demolition order. Subsequent to that, a demolition permit will be approved with a condition in that permit that the current property owner or a future property owner shall submit an application to the Historic Preservation Board for an after-the-fact certificate of appropriateness for demolition.
So does that mean
and that must occur, and the board must act on that application before anything can be constructed on the site.
Oh, constructed, but so demolition, so the city has funding already?
The city will not be, currently, the condition is that the property owners have obtained a demolition contractor. They have submitted a permit. The city is, at this point, is not going to be funding the demolition.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you all for your consideration, and hopefully something, can come out of this board to lead them in the right direction. Thanks.
Thank you, Daniel.
Okay, Mr. Chair, if we want to go to Zoom,
Yes.
we have Lori Buckham.
Lori, good morning.
And I'll be setting the clock at 2 minutes to speak.
Hello, Mr. Chairman and Board. Thank you so much for your time. I wish that I could say I was surprised to be here today, but I am not. For a little context, I toured the entire Deauville property about 1 year prior to its closure as the then chairman for Art Deco Weekend, and at that time I was a member of MDPL board, and I toured it on their behalf. At that time, it was a stunning representation of what Miami is and can be and always has been. At that time, the subterranean level was obsolete, but not unsafe. I remember as a 30-year realtor of historic properties at that time thinking, this will be a project, but that was the only level really that was obsolete. At that time, they had one level of guest rooms that were renovated. The others needed to be renovated. That has to happen always to keep a hotel property. I would like to say that every bit of damage on this property was an intentional act by the owners. That is certainly, they have not kept it safe. They have not kept the integrity, and that is abhorrent. It is not just a preservation issue. It is something that has hurt the entire North Beach community, both small businesses and property owners, and it cannot be rewarded. For the HPB, I say, please do let this be the hill that you go on, okay? And for the administration, please let there be consequences. The fact that fines only began in February when Commissioner Minor forced the issue, when this has been going on since 2017, is something that really needs to be looked at, because the city has a reputation now for developers that this is an easier way to go by demolition by neglect. I thank you all for your service, and I just say to the whole community, this is something we must not allow, not for the Deauville or any other property. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Tanya Bott wanted to speak. She's remote, and she has a time limit. If we could, Tanya?
Okay, Tanya is on Zoom. If we could, Tanya, if you can unmute yourself.
I think I just did. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I would just ask for maybe 1 or 2 extra minutes. I'm not going to
Could you speak up, please?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm at work, and I am not supposed to be doing this for my job. I'm not going to rehash what I've put in writing in several emails going back to Friday night's surprise letter to commission, which I believe you've all received copies of, nor am I going to rehash the conversation that has come before us. I thank the board members of the HPB and Debbie Tackett, Stephen Minor, and Ricky Ariola, who lobbied for and got past the presumption clause a couple of years ago for their efforts, because we would have even less to talk about than we do now. Most of you know that I'm rarely at a loss for words. I have a big vocabulary that I love, and I cannot find the words to express my rage, frustration, outrage, and disgust at what I see happening. I share all the sentiments of those who have spoken before me, both on the board and the callers and Daniel's comments in the chamber. I would like to address a couple of issues. Lori just touched on it briefly, but the fact of the matter is, I think one of the board members said, how do we prevent future demolitions like this? By strengthening our laws, but at the rate we're going as a city, we don't have to worry about that because there won't be anything left to save. There is so much that is on the chopping block right now already that is being demolished by people who don't give a flying fig about the history of our city, about the history that our city has in regards to not only our city, but the larger community, the country, and in some cases, like with the Deauville, the world. We will be absolutely held up as the world's worst steward of architecture, despite many good efforts by individuals, because in the last number of years, we have let numerous buildings and arguably parts of neighborhoods get demolished and eviscerated by either lack of will or loopholes or being hamstrung by legislation, and it has got to stop. The owners of this building talk about the fire that did damage. Who here knows why that fire was started? I'll give you an answer. Because it was unpermitted electrical work. These owners are in the business of construction and hospitality. They know exactly what they're doing. And this is an outrage to think that we are losing this building with this history from political significance to musical and cultural significance that impacts people around the world, not to mention the architectural significance, because the owners chose to do things without permits, chose to not rectify situations, chose to claim poverty, that they couldn't get things fixed. All of that is nonsense. This has been going on for years. They had approved plans from 2013 to 2015, as Debbie mentioned. Why didn't they go forward with that? They had an offer to buy the property for hundreds of millions of dollars, as I was advised by the former city manager. Why didn't they choose to sell if they didn't want to be burdened with this property? Instead, they are getting a slap on the wrist with $1 million or so worth of fines, which may or may not be collected. They are going to demolish the building without a care. There won't be any kind of time, based on the way it's being laid out right now, to do a proper survey. I mean, it's staggering that the next inspection is going to be, as Daniel mentioned, on the Friday, the opening night of Art Deco weekend. I mean, what worse message can you send to anybody who cares about architecture in any way than that? Slow this down. There has to be a way to look at this not as an entirety of a building that needs to be demolished. It is a campus. There are elements of the campus that are in better shape than others. Let's look at it. And if parts of it need to be demolished, then that is a conversation to be had. If parts of it can be restored, that is a conversation to be had. The fact that the city is willing to engage in the concept of it's going down lock, stock, and barrel is an abomination. Absolutely an abomination. And the owners, I'm sure, are sitting there laughing at us because they did absolutely nothing and waited for nature to take its course, and now they're getting everything they want. And that is signaling even more dramatically open season on the rest of the city. And I beg the city staff, the manager, the elected officials, the attorneys, anybody who gives a damn, to take action now before we destroy this building once and for all, and before we lose any more. Thank you very much for the extra time. I appreciate it.
Mr. McKinney.
I'm David McKinney. I live at 1020 Meridian Avenue, and I'm a retired architectural historian. I think this first item on the agenda, and going through this agenda, really speaks that historic preservation in Miami Beach is at a point of crisis. Miami Beach is not known just for its individual buildings, but for its context across architectural history. Can I quote from your MA thesis that says from Denise Scott Brown, the importance to Miami Beach to American architectural history is that you have a context from the 1930s to the 1970s. And today we're talking about their taking out significant portions of that architectural history and putting them in the scrap heap. Not just the Deauville, but the South Shore Community Center. We are losing our single-family houses, which in the 1930s, the American Architect, the journal, stated that it was creating an American idiom of modernism. This is what we're losing here in Miami Beach. The Deauville is there is getting all the emotional support because it's the Beatles. But we also need to look about what makes Miami Beach's architectural and cultural landscape unique. The Deauville is a shining star, but single-family houses, a Mars Lapidus building that if it were in another neighborhood, everybody would be celebrating. We're allowing these buildings to go into the scrap heap. So I know that in this particular agenda item, it sounds like that you have little that you can do. But I really ask you to look morally about what can be done to save the essential architectural fabric of this city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Anyone else?
Mr. Chair, we do have about, I think I counted 10 hands up on Zoom. Do you want to institute the 2-minute?
Sure.
Okay,
please.
So we're going to set the clock for 2 minutes.
Everybody should be, be commenting on this, because if this isn't important, I don't know what else is.
Our next speaker is Gary McKenchie on Zoom.
Yes, my name is Gary McKechnie. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, I'll just begin talking and assume everyone can hear me. A group of us started the 21624 initiative. We're Beatles fans, but more importantly, we're historic preservationists, writers, and authors who have been tracking the progress or the distress of the Hotel Deauville over the last several years. My personal perspective is that the family has been playing the city. They have been playing the Historic Preservation Board. They have been playing the community. If there is no penalty for what they're doing, then your historic preservation in Miami and North Miami has no teeth to it, and anyone can start to use this game. Our concept was creating the Deauville District, saving the hotel, making that the cultural, social, and economic generator for that neighborhood, for that area. It would be the centerpiece, a restored Hotel Deauville. We even started a website, SaveTheDeauville.com, where we've tried to keep everyone apprised of what is happening with that project. That's my 2 cents. I hope you go to the website. I hope that website can become a gathering spot for people in your neighborhood, in your area, who can take the ball and run with it and preserve that fantastic architectural jewel that you have.
Thank you very much. Your 2 cents was worth many dollars to us. Thanks. Debbie. Oh.
Hello, Board. My name is Stuart Reed. I reside on Pennsylvania Avenue in the Flamingo Park District. And I came here today. I'm also a member of the MDPL, the Board of Directors. I came here today primarily to speak from the heart. I mean, probably the first concert I went to, if you can consider it that. My mom took me to the Deauville to see Sammy Davis Jr. and the Count Basie Orchestra. I'm sure we all have personal reasons why this hurts us. I echo the sentiments of all the people here about everything that can be done to stop this and preserve what can be preserved and make sure everything is done properly in accordance with the law. I think you're all on the right track. I think we're all here united as a community, and we all recognize that the building owners have just sat back and let nature take its course, and it sounds to me like the city staff now, it's all like crocodile tears. What can we do? There's nothing we can do. So I think that you all are on the right track to make recommendations for what can be preserved and how not to fall in a situation like this again. But I would urge you also to look carefully at the city code, which I was reviewing as I'm sitting here, on the issuance of demolition permits in section 118-562. it says, and this is one of the first things that Chairman Finglass was mentioning is, why don't we have our own independent structural engineer? It's right there in the code in Part 8, the Historic Preservation Board for applications involving full demolition of any contributing building in a site. I'm going to jump ahead. May request the city to retain a licensed independent structural engineer with expertise in historic structures to perform an independent evaluation. And the city commission then can review the request and decide whether or not to grant it and cover the cost. And then the planning department selects who it's going to be. So I urge you, whatever recommendations you make today, that's going to be part of it, that we have an independent engineer. We're not going to rely on this negligent property owner's report. And then I'll finish up. It also says there in the review procedures in 118.563 Part D, a demolition permit shall not be issued until all the following criteria are satisfied. One of them is that there has to be the issuance of a building permit for new construction. What's going to be there when this is gone? And that's repeated twice in this demolition part. That's pretty significant, that there has to be a tree survey, all the demolition debris has to be recycled. Let's take them to task. They have to follow the law, and if at all we can have this salvaged and stopped, the community is going to be grateful to this board. Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart. Stuart is a very good attorney in town, and he knows what he's talking about, so we listen to him with great respect. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gemma Ruiz. Gemma, if you could take yourself off of mute. Okay, Mr. Chair, let's move on and we'll come back to Gemma. Paula King is our next Zoom speaker. Paula, you are muted. Can you unmute yourself? Okay, I believe Paula took her hand down, so we'll move to the next speaker, which is Jean Marie Echemendia. I don't know.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Hi, sorry about that. I was just going through a tunnel. I'm on a train, actually. So I couldn't agree more with what so many people have said. I mean, the Merduelos really need to be held accountable for allowing this historic, magnificent piece of mid-century modern architecture to fall into such depths of decline and disrepair. This is a blatant disregard, not only for the city of Miami Beach, its historic heritage, but also for the whole entire neighborhood. I think we need to show the Meduelos and every owner here on the beach that demolition by neglect will not be tolerated. If this building is demolished, they must rebuild the Deauville exactly as it was on the exterior and never be granted any extra Florida air ratio or variance to build any tower on any part of the property. Your decision.
I think we lost Jean Marie. We will move
Today and in the near future will speak volumes moving forward.
We need to move on.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Brad Bonessi.
Hi, my name is Brad Bonessi, 733 Ocean Terrace. I am incredibly sad, like all the other previous speakers. You know, in 1999 when we moved here, I saw the Carillon in the same disrepair, worse. I am not an architect, I am not an engineer, but when I look at how bad that was, and to the sentiments of the gentleman that spoke of an independent, like Daniel said as well, an independent, thorough investigation of what I would not go by the property owners now because of their character and how unethical I believe they are. It's just a really sad moment in North Beach's history, and I couldn't agree with everybody that this just needs to be followed through, and when the gentleman just read of what the prerequisites are for what you have to go through, that has to be followed. If it's in writing, we have to do exactly what it's saying to do. And I'm just really, it's emotional because it's such a beautiful building. And when we moved here, it was, so busy and so full of life, and very sad. And on another note, I'm part of the Sobe Cat Network. I walk by there every single day. I have 14 cats there. So on another human fur baby level, if this ever should happen to come down, we need to get plenty of time to be able to get those cats out of there, because I don't want anything to happen to them, because I have one at my feet right now that we rescued from that location, and that means a lot to me as well. So I appreciate you all for your time and talent, and I just hope this does not go through as this is planned right now. So I am grateful for all of your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, our next speaker is Wayne Roberts.
Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, I have more of a business perspective. I really am not, I'm not as skilled as a lot of you in preservation. But it is important to Miami Beach that we preserve what is left of the grandeur of our development. And we have very, very smart, financially superior, with attorneys and accountants that are far beyond our capacity to match. Developers that are going to take advantage of any situation to make money. Their goal is money. It's not the city. Unlike the city, what I find, somebody said crocodile tears. And what I find is that the city itself is complicit in this sort of game played by developers to maximize the value of real estate in the city. And it's part of the game. And it really needs to stop. The city needs to think about the residents, so the residents put up with 5 years of this decayed situation since the developer bought this hotel and let it rot. And we're going to wait 10 more years, at least, until they're ready to get higher density, higher heights. They'll ask for more and more and more, and the city will give it to them. And the city needs to act appropriately and professionally, and not on behalf of developers. And that's what I see coming across the city, not just in this one building, but across the city. And it's infuriating because, I believe in our government. And I believe that, the lobbyists in Florida or in City Hall, they're not going to win out against the residents, but it's not happening. It's not happening to citizens across, whether it's local or national. And we need to put in laws let's put in a law that says if a guy buys a historic building, they have to put 10% in escrow to ensure upon review every year that they've maintained the building appropriately. Let's make that part of the law. If a new owner comes in, an escrow is set up. And that you don't play this game with the citizens with crocodile tears. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name's Mitch Novick. I served as chair of the HPB on Miami Beach from 2001 to 2006. I want to say demolition by neglect is nothing new, but more importantly, back in the day, there was corruption. I do not see that today, and I applaud the administration that. I don't see any of that, and I appreciate all the passion I've heard while watching this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick.
Our next speaker is Bruce Backman.
Good morning. I just have a quick question for the attorney. At what point could the city have sought receivership? I do not believe that you should allow the current owner to retain control of this process, considering what he's done so far with his deliberate neglect, even in seeking permits. It should be some sort of trustee or outside authority. And it seems to me the city, in some ways, is also not only proposed to allow the demolition of the Deauville, but also the HPB. We just saw at another property where the administration, just an administrative approval, basically a total gut rehab of a contributing property on Meridian Avenue. They totally did a runaround around the HPB. So I think that you guys need to make your presence known more to the elected officials of the commission. But most importantly, what can be done about a receivership for this property?
Thank you. Sir.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. To address Mr. Backman's comment, the city from the onset and the initial complaint did seek a receivership. Most recently, when we were in front of Judge Hansman on the hearing that I described to you, Judge Hansman was equally upset with the Deauville and their lack of moving forward with it, with any plans, any viable plans to reopen the property. And in his order, he indicated that in the event that the process did not get completed and they did not submit the timely application for a demolition, he would appoint a receiver and use the equity in the property to get the process of either repair or demolition. So the city, since the inception of the lawsuit, has sought on 3 separate occasions in front of each of the judges that presided over the case to get a receiver appointed. So that has been part of the litigation, that has been part of the pleadings, and that has been argued in front of all 3 judges.
Thank you. Debbie.
Our next speaker is Elizabeth Latone.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I live 2 buildings down from the Deauville. I've been looking at it every day for 16 years, almost 17 now. So you can imagine what I've seen. What I don't understand, I'm so upset right now. Why has the city not hired an independent engineer to do a structural assessment report? You're required to do that by law. That has to be done, and you cannot totally demolition this property. It is absolutely draconian. You have to save portions of this building. The porte cochere alone is amazing, amazing. I'm watching the city that I moved into just fall into the earth. What is going on? I really don't understand this at all. Why is it that you're just, all of a sudden after 5 years, you're just going to demo the whole thing within 5 months? The building's been sitting there derelict. And you're just going to reward them with just blowing up the entire building. You guys are required, as part of your board abilities and authority, to do what you can to preserve the historic building. Thank you.
That's what we're trying to do. Thank you. Debbie.
Mr. Chair, our next speaker, I see Daniel Seraldo has his hand raised on Zoom. However, I believe he spoke in person. So we're going to move on to Tim Reed. Mr. Reed, if you could unmute yourself, you are our next speaker.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, you can hear me. Thank you. My name's Tim Reed. I am a historian and an engineer. And I'd like to say that this is far beyond just a tragedy. It's a travesty. There's been so much great input now that I'd just like to focus on a couple of points here. Aside from the fact that this is an international cultural treasure, this is Miami's, and especially North Miami's, greatest treasure. By destroying this, you'll be destroying the greatest legacy you've ever had. Not only the Beatles playing there, which is the biggest thing, but also the history of entertainers who played there, including black entertainers who were barred from playing in other parts of the city and state. The deceit and the gamemanship of the property owners is plain to say. Everyone knows what's going on here. They have indeed been playing the city, and the city attorney's office has not been either aggressively enough going up against it or competently enough going up against it. It is ludicrous to believe, for anyone to believe, that the Porte Cochere, the lobby, or the Napoleon Ballroom presents any threat to any life. That is ridiculous. All the city needs to do, and this is why, by the way, that they have barred you from entering the building. They don't want you to be able to determine that or to document that. That is the whole thing. And this doesn't take any brilliant insight. This is obvious. What the city needs to do now is go in and survey the Napoleon Ballroom. That is the key. That's where the Beatles played. That's where all the great entertainers played. Behind where the cabanas are is also famous for the Beatles' presence. The lobby is beautiful. The Porte Cochere is beautiful. If the city's going to cave in and allow them to tear down the tower, including the famous rooms where the Beatles stayed and everyone else, then let that happen. I'm against it, but let that happen. But make sure that this owner does not profit from their deceit and greed. They're laughing their way to the bank right now. They think you are fools because it is so obvious what is going on here. It is flagrant. I think John Lennon actually wrote the song there at the hotel called You Can't Do That. Well, that should be the motto of the Historic Preservation Board right now. You can't do that. There is no possible way that any sane person can believe that the Napoleon Ballroom cannot be saved or is a threat to life. That is ridiculous, and the city needs to act. Thank you very much to all the people the chorus of people around the world, in fact, that are trying to save this building. And thank you to all the people on the board and all else that are trying to save it. And equally, I condemn all the people that are acquiescing to this, or even probably some that are complicit. When there's this much money involved, $1 billion, that's what they're planning to do. They're trying to make $1 billion off of you by destroying this building. And if they are allowed to destroy the building, they should have to replicate it exactly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Johan.
Yes, good morning. I hope I don't have too much background noise. My washing machine is going right now. I agree with the sentiments regarding this particular building. As soon as I heard the news, my mind flashed on the typeface of its front sign, which is indelible. But I also want to remind us, as other speakers have, that there are other endangered buildings, and in particular, our endangered South Shore Community Center. But I can only second David McKinney's words that it is about the entire context, about the whole. It is the entire city of Miami Beach and its architectural integrity and relative intactness that makes us what we are. But I do want to get back to the one important name that was dropped today, namely that of the commissioner. It takes one commissioner to make a difference. And if we can get more commissioners to support that holistic vision of supporting our historic architecture and appropriate context, then we move forward. This board, by and large, has the best will in the world, but it does not have the power that many of us think it should have. That power rests with the commission. Elections have consequences. We got a commissioner elected because of concerns about demolition. I want to encourage us to focus not just on this tragedy, not just on the possibly open situation regarding the community center, but on how we move forward. I think that's the subtext of what I'm hearing from people, is that this has to not happen again, and the way it has to not happen again, in addition to fighting with Tallahassee and such, is to make sure that we get commissioners on our commission who agree with us that we need to defend and support our intact communities. Thank you very much to everyone.
Our next speaker is Paula King. Paula, if you could unmute yourself. Okay, Paula, I see you're muted, so
okay.
There you go.
There you go. Okay.
You can. Okay, great. I'm on the street in New York, so it's not, but I'd like to take a mention of what exists in the hearts and minds of the residents of North Beach. We have been through a lot up here. We voted for 12 stories in town center. It's been changed to 23 or 24. We voted, for a hotel to be built on the 87 Park, and we've got a condo. We've been hoodwinked 1,000 times in North Beach, and it has to stop with the Deauville. That deserves landmark status. If you come up Collins Avenue and see that porte cochere, you need to take note of it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Scott Diffenderfer.
Hi, thank you. I agree with all the other callers. I sit on the design review board, and I just wanted to chime in on this because I'm sometimes on the other side of things, and there's just a lot of loopholes. I hope this is a real wake-up call for the city going forward, especially for demolition by neglect. As being on a condo board, I know I've had so many stories of condo associations when their fire system is bad or they have some life safety issues. The city actually forces them to hire guards to monitor the building 24/7 until things are fixed. Fines are threatened immediately. I just don't understand, why wasn't the same draconian action taken with this project? Why did it take 2 or 3 years for the fines to kick in, when that was really the prime time when the building could have been saved and prevented deterioration? This has been a total blight on North Beach, and as others have all said, an economic drain on the city. Tax revenues and hotels. What took so long for this to come to the city's attention, and why was there no action taken by our elected officials? That's just what I wanted everybody to pay attention to as we're going forward with this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Scott.
Our next speaker is a phone number with the last number is 2247. Okay, phone number with 2247. You need to unmute.
Good morning. My name is Bob Keeling, and I'm a historic preservationist, and I'm part of the 21624 initiative. And I just want to echo what a number of folks have said, but specifically, I'd like to challenge this board to take as strong a stand as possible that if the hotel tower has to come down, could we not save the historic heart of the Deauville, meaning the Art Deco elements, the iconic entrance, the ballroom, where JFK also spoke during the Heart of Camelot, where the Beatles played live in front of 70 million people. I've been fortunate enough to be a founder of 4 Florida heritage sites, mostly like for the Allman Brothers, for Jack Kerouac. And I was stunned to learn that this is not a Florida heritage site already. There's nothing like it. And I would argue this is one of the most important Beatles landmarks in America, if not the most important, next perhaps to the Ed Sullivan Theater. The Beatles actually wrote 3 songs while they spent 9 days at the Deauville. So it's very historic in that character. It could easily be an economic driver. I'm the founder of a place called Graham Parsons Dairy down in Winter Haven. It was an old storage facility. Well, grassroots group got together in the downtown district, saved it, It's now a historic listening room, and more than 50% of the people who go to concerts there are from out of town. They have Rodney Crowell, a Grammy-winning artist who's going to be performing there next week. So to see this go down in this demolition by neglect scenario is just extremely unfortunate. And I hope this board can at least take a stand on the recommendation and see where it goes from there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker, I see Ms. Echemendia still has her hand up, but we already heard from her. We can go back to her if we have time, but I think we should move to Bob Keeling. Okay, sorry, that was two people. Okay, Gemma Ruiz. Gemma, you need to unmute yourself. So I don't know if she has the ability to unmute because it's on mute. We'll move to the next one, which is with the name Owner. Owner, you need to unmute yourself if you wish to speak. Okay, let's move on to Teresita Lopez.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just a resident of the area. I live next to the Deauville. I lived on the Sterling. And I moved here about 16 years ago from New Jersey. Even before the fire, those scumlords destroyed that building. They weren't taking care of it. It was dilapidating with guests inside. It was awful. I blame what has happened on the city of Miami Beach. Where are you guys? I mean, you saw that building slowly but surely dilapidating, and you waited until maybe there's nothing to salvage now. What an incredible, beautiful structure that because of those greedy landlords, owners, who are just scumbags, you allowed those people to destroy the history of our beautiful Miami Beach. I blame the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez.
Hey, Mr. Chair, I don't see any new speakers on
Any
Zoom.
further public comment? I think we should close. Oh, sorry, one more. Ms. Ledick.
Hi there. My name's Sarah Ledick, and I live on Royal Palm Avenue, and I'm on the board of Miami Design Preservation League. And what I wanted to comment on is that we are right now at a turning point in the city of Miami Beach, because if we keep moving in the direction we're moving, it will not any longer be what we know it to be. And the drawing point of the city of Miami Beach as a tourist destination is because of all of the different eras of historical significance that we have. I have heard at DRB meetings, people want to tear down historic homes because of cockroach infestations, or there are rats in the house, or a beautiful house that was on Prairie Avenue was torn down because of the foundation, which we now know can be repaired and restored. There is a multitude of excuses for why we have to demolish historic buildings, and I have, as an art history student, seen the Colosseum, seen the Parthenon, seen every kind of building in Europe and in the United States repaired and restored with far worse problems than this one has. And there is no reason to rush in and demolish the building without finding out what it would cost to repair the foundation of this building and restore it. This building not only belongs to the owners, but it belongs to us as a community. It belongs to the world as a relic and a gem of history, and not only because of its architecture, but because of its legacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. I think we should move on, and I think there's two directions to go, or two issues to cover here. One is to make a statement to the city administration as to our feeling about further efforts to save the building as is, or major parts of the structure. The other one would be, in my opinion, the easy way out is to suggest to them that we should save railings, porte cocheres, etc., as a last resort. So if anybody has a different opinion, I think there are two areas we have to work in and two groups of suggestions we should make. And I don't know who wants to start that off, but Debbie, if you think that's right, we should do that way, or if not, tell us what to do.
I think certainly we've heard suggestions from the board members as to what potentially you would like to recommend to the building official and the property owner. So I think if someone is prepared to have a motion for recommendations, we could hear that. We could take individual motions. Someone could try and formulate one motion with several recommendations. It's really up to the board. But I mean, I could summarize things that I heard, if that would be helpful. So we heard some ideas about salvage, various materials that we could get more specific about. I've heard a recommendation potentially for partial demolition in lieu of total demolition, perhaps saving the two-story portion with the lobby and the ballroom, etc. And then I heard a potential recommendation to study the current laws in the city of Miami Beach with regard to historic preservation and demolition by neglect, to see if there is any room for strengthening or making a more effective demolition by neglect ordinance.
We also heard about rules of requirements for demolition.
We heard public testimony regarding the demolition requirements. I could clarify that for you. It was inaccurate, the statements that were read by several members of the public. With regard to a lawful order of a government official that has the ability to order demolition, the requirement to submit plans for their new proposed project, and the allowance of this board to request a peer review or independent structural analysis, that is applicable in the event that they submit a application to the Historic Preservation Board for their certificate of appropriateness, not in the event when a lawful order is issued for the demolition. Certainly, the requirements for the after-the-fact certificate of appropriateness would apply here. And so a full application with all of the requirements would be required at that time. But the distinction here is the lawful order of a government agency.
Thank you.
As a point of clarity, at this time, the city does not plan on bringing in an independent engineer or right as a staff is going to be.
That is my understanding, that it's the building official and her staff, as well as Miami-Dade County, who will be looking at this.
3 one-hour trips.
That was related to my question as well, Kirk. If we're talking recommendations, can we make that recommendation that the city explore an independent evaluation beyond what's planned?
Certainly.
Can I try maybe to start with a motion and we just adjust it? So, I mean, I would like to, a couple of things. I mean, I'd like to, first and foremost, to start with any possible resolutions to make this to make it a good example, not a bad example. And that would include urging the city to bring in an independent structural engineer, for the city to take every available measure to seek opportunities to delay demolition, to explore any possible opportunities to shore up the structural integrity of the building. And I don't know if I missed anything so far.
I would just add, with the third-party engineer, someone that has historic preservation expertise, or in lieu of that, an additional historic preservation consultant to go along with the independent engineer, structural engineer.
Perfect. And then I think beyond that, unless we think it should be a separate motion, to explore any possible opportunities to salvage sections of the building if it's determined by an independent engineer with historic preservation experience that the entire building can't be salvaged. Would that stand alone as a motion? And then we do, or do we want to combine everything? I know there were a lot of discussions.
Documentation.
It could stand alone.
I think maybe we do it as one motion and then do the others, right? Because it seems like there's a few. So can I move that?
So that was to try to save portions that can be.
Well, first of all, to see if there's opportunities to delay demolition, to explore opportunities to actually shore up and preserve the building prior to resorting to demolition. And then if it's determined that aspects of the building need to be demolished, to explore opportunities to salvage portions of the building. Nancy.
I don't know if this is part of I like everything you put in, but I would like to somehow add that we follow this a little better than once a month. We're not going to see this again until another month, and it seems to me a lot of things are going to go on. So I don't know how to structure it, but I would like to see if we can do it, Debbie. If we've never done it, but can we have a special meeting just to cover what's happening?
I mean, you can. I don't know if how productive a meeting between now and the February meeting would be.
Nothing's going to happen between.
Well, what's happening, and we will absolutely provide not only the Historic Preservation Board, but the members of the public who are interested in an update with the what's happening with the building official and her staff, their review and their on-site inspection of the property, as well as what Miami-Dade County has determined. We will certainly provide you with an update with regard to those items, and whether or not an order ultimately to demolish will be issued.
But shall we assume some of that is going to be heard between now and our next meeting?
Correct. We anticipate within the next week or so a determination by the building official as to whether or not there will be an order to demolish the building.
Well, that, and then something will follow with that.
Well, what will follow is an order to demolish the building will be issued, and subsequent to that, a building permit will be issued.
I'm trying to find some way that we can keep.
I mean, we can certainly bring this back as a discussion item at the February agenda for the February meeting.
No,
and prior to the February meeting, we will notify the board of the conclusions after the inspection. Now, we will also, in the meantime, be transmitting any recommendations you make today to the building official, to the administration, and we can provide you with an update with regard to those recommendations.
That's fine, just so we keep in touch. I know how it is between the dates. We
Right.
kind of lose track of what's going on.
And so the first motion, Mr. Pascal, that you made was it included the city exploring hiring an independent structural engineer with historic preservation experience in order to do a study to figure out if we could have a partial demolition in lieu of a total demolition.
Or no demolition.
Or to explore opportunities to shore up the building. So ideally there'd be no demolition.
Okay.
And I wanted to ask as part of that, do we need to be more specific in asking the commission to allocate funding for an independent engineer, or how does that need to be stated so it doesn't just sit somewhere?
I think first, and again, we're making this recommendation also to the administration, not just the commission. I think you could ask, if it's determined that the city is going to hire a structural engineer, that additionally you request that funding be allocated for that purpose. I don't know if you need to get that specific, but I'm okay with you making that recommendation to make sure that the funding is there should this be the decision of the city to move forward.
I'd like to second did you make it as a motion?
I did.
I'd like to second that. I think your list is something that we can attach to. It's not just something coming out of the air.
Okay, so that's a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Okay, that is unanimous for recommendation number 1.
So start with number 2. Number 2 would be to urge the city to allocate funding to do a 3D laser scan of the Deauville, both the exterior and the interior public spaces.
To result in measured drawings.
Yes, Mr. Lopez had brought up previously that not only a model be generated, but also two-dimensional measure drawings from the point cloud scan.
Rick, is that LiDAR?
It is LiDAR technology that's used to scan and collect the points three-dimensionally. But it's going to be more useful to us, to the community, to builders and architects, if that gets translated into two-dimensional drawings. We don't want it to just stay in someone's computer file. We want to be able to see prints of it and review it and compare it. It's going to be easier to work with if you emphasize the point that it has to result in 2D drawings, measured drawings.
Thank you.
And Mr. Pascal, I would just a friendly suggestion for that. In order for the city to engage in the scan of the interior, we would need cooperation from the property owner and or a court order to do so. So I would appreciate if you could also recommend that the property owner allow the city access to.
So we respectfully request that the property owner allow the city to, and in the absence of that, then we have no choice but seeking a court order. Is that correct?
Correct.
So the
It's private
first
property.
route would be to seek
Cooperation.
For the interior.
seek authorization for the interior from the property owners, and if that's not possible, then to explore a possible court order. Does that stand alone as a motion?
Yep.
Any add-ons?
Yes.
Are you saying that the owners have to be involved in all of this?
The owners need to provide authorization for the city to enter the building, right?
Correct.
And if they say no, that's the end?
No, then we seek a
And you
court
go to
order
court?
to allow the city. Do I have a second?
Okay, all those in favor? Mr. Lopez? Yes.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
I see you now. Okay, that is motion number 2. That passes unanimously.
I think there's 2 more that I'm aware of. 3, I think, would be to salvage architectural elements if it is determined that a portion or more than a portion of the property is to be demolished. That I'm guessing that that's something that you could lead, that staff could lead, right, Debbie?
Yes, I would like to salvage any architectural elements, including but not limited to original chandeliers, exterior signage, railings, any original marble or other special materials.
I'd like to add the breeze block.
Okay.
And I'd also like to add that staff or an engineer provide recommendations for the clear and proper storage and placement of these materials for their possible reuse, so that they just don't languish in a open warehouse that's not conditioned and rust and deteriorate.
I think the best suited professional would be an architectural conservationist to make those recommendations.
Okay.
Okay, and for that item, I would ask that the board recommend that the property owner either with their contractor or do that, or that the city give authorization to the city to be able to do that.
Yeah, I would think if it's by the contractor, the city would have oversight.
Okay, that was a motion. Do I have a second? That was your motion, Mr. Klein, right? And Ms. Weinstein-Berman seconded that. All those in favor? And I see Mr. Lopez, yes. Okay, that is unanimous for the third recommendation. And do we have any additional recommendations?
We did.
There was a discussion about strengthening the preservation laws, right? I don't know if that's something we want to put into motion as part of this, or
it's up to you.
Well, if that's the one I was talking about more broadly, lessons learned. It's not just looking at the current legal framework, but what are the strategic options going forward to prevent this? So, it would be motion to recommend that the city document the procedural lessons learned from planning, budget, and legal areas. And just, there was a comment, Debbie, I think when you captured before, looking at the city, but based on the discussion, I think Nick had pointed out that there's relevant state law in this case, so I think that should be included in the analysis and a go-forward strategy on that.
Okay, very good.
Who would look into lessons learned? Does the city have a special office for that, an audit?
Well, I mean, it could be different options. So the city, we could, the various departments, the building department, the planning department, the city attorney's office could provide a summary. The board could recommend that the city commission allocate resources for an independent evaluation of our current procedures. For recommendations, it's a recommendation that you're crafting, so it's up to you what you would like to recommend. Would you like an internal review? Would you like an outside review?
My first thought was Inspector General, but I'm open to...
Okay, so and then the commission can refer an item to the Inspector General. So you could make a recommendation to the commission that they refer an item to look at the demolition by neglect procedures to see if there are any room for strengthening
And
or better.
Specifically how this process evolved for the Deauville.
Okay. Absolutely.
I'll second that.
Okay. All those in favor? Yeah, let me see. Mr. Lopez is yes. Okay, hold on. Okay.
I'd make another motion if the board was willing, that if ultimately demo is to occur, that I know this is not a federally funded project, but that an environmental site assessment be performed to know how we may be affecting the neighborhood, the surrounding areas, the ocean, so forth, and that the demo involve the recycling of materials.
Okay. That's a motion. Do we have a second? Seconded by Ms. Weinstein-Berman. All those in favor? Aye. Okay, that is unanimous. Okay, so we have 5 motions and 5 recommendations that will be transmitted to the city administration and the city commission.
I have a question. We had a joint meeting a few months ago, and it all kind of ties together, and I think the wider concerns of many, many citizens that sent emails and took time out of their busy work schedules today to speak on the record. What is the outcome of that? Because demolition by neglect or intentional demolition period, not even for historic buildings, just buildings over 50 years old, what is the follow-up for that?
So for the joint board recommendations, that is scheduled to be heard by the Land Use and Sustainability Committee, which is a commission committee. We had that discussion, I believe it was in November. Unfortunately, there has not been a Land Use and Sustainability Committee since November. So at the next meeting, which we believe the dates have not been set at this point, we believe that will likely be in February. We will be transmitting that and presenting that to the Land Use Committee for their consideration. I think the timing was a little difficult, and I know a lot of people are eagerly awaiting the outcome of that, and hopefully we will have that by February.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's nothing further, Mr. Chair, we can conclude the discussion and move to the regular.
So concluded.
Okay. Thank you for everyone who spoke. Mr. Chair, the next application on the agenda is HPB file 210485. This is 93 Palm Avenue, a presentation by the City of Miami Beach Planning Department to the Historic Preservation Board of a preliminary evaluation and recommendation report relative to the possible designation of 93 Palm Avenue as a local historic site. If the Historic Preservation Board finds that the property meets the criteria of the land development regulations for designation, it may instruct the Planning Department to prepare a designation report pursuant to Section 118.591B of the City Code of Miami Beach. Staff has included a preliminary evaluation report. We were able to find a good amount of documentation with regard to this particular property. It is one of the earliest homes built on Palm Island. Our records indicate that it was constructed and completed in late 1922. There is no architect listed in the building permit records. After researching multiple sources, we believe that there was likely no architect of record, that it was the builder that actually designed the home as well as constructed it. The building is indicative of the early Mediterranean revival style of architecture. In staff's opinion, it is not a fine or excellent example of Mediterranean revival architecture in South Florida. Originally, you can see it was limited to ornamentation. It did have some arches at the ground level, which are highly characteristic of Med Revival style. It had a flat roof with parapet. The coining and the barrel tile that you see in some of the later photographs, we have determined that was added later on. There were other minor modifications made to the home, including the removal of the, probably one of the nicest features originally was the removal of the entry door surround entry feature that has since been removed. Perhaps what we found was really the most notable feature or aspect of the property was the fact that it was the home of Al Capone. For the reasons stated in the report, we do not believe that this alone warrants individually designating this single-family home as a historic structure. This is something that the city has not yet done when the property owner is objecting. We have met with the property owner, with their representatives. I have not personally met with the property owner. I have met with their attorneys. They have advised staff that they do not have a current plan for the property. They have hired Alan Schulman as well as Yusuf Hashim, structural engineer, to take a look and explore the possibilities for development of the site, which could include the retention of one or more of the existing structures. I would point out that the boathouse, which has also been altered and was constructed later, is probably one of the most unique features architecturally of the particular property. And I know that the property owner is currently exploring options, which do include options of potentially retaining portions of the existing structures. I also received a call from the attorney representing the owner, who would like the board to continue this matter. I think since we have the preliminary evaluation, and I know there are a lot of people from the public that wish to speak on this, that you could hear the item, but the owner's representative will be requesting that the board actually defer any action on this item for a future meeting. One thing I also want to point out is, in addition to the certificate of appropriateness criteria, which in our report we do determine that we believe this does satisfy 2 of the 7 criteria, we also reviewed the proposed designation as is required in accordance with the sea level rise criteria. This is probably the most critical area that staff believes we would like some more information regarding, in terms of whether or not there is any feasibility to adapting or raising the existing home. It is significantly below the required base flood elevation. It is also significantly below the neighboring properties. It creates almost like a bowl between the properties. I don't think the owner has ruled out any options, including adaptation, to either elevate or to explore if that is an option. However, at this point, their engineer has not provided any information to the planning department regarding the feasibility of that. So staff is concerned about that as well, with regard to going ahead and designating it before we have the owner's intention, as well as additional information regarding the property in that aspect.
Okay, thank you, Deputy.
If the property owner's representative is online, and I see John Shubin is here, Mr. Chair, I would like for them to address the board before we open it to the public.
Happy to hear them.
Mr. Shubin?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Good morning. John Shubin and Bass on behalf of the owner, 93 Palm Avenue, LLC. To clarify something with the director, we did not ask for a continuance. We're not adverse to a continuance, but we think that the record is sufficient for you to make a decision today in line and aligned with the office's recommendation, which is that they should not proceed with a designation report. We are prepared in good faith to work with this board and work with the staff and work with other stakeholders on LiDAR scanning, QR codes, everything we can do to maintain the history of this site. But it is the owner's wishes, although they do not have specific plans in place, to maintain as much flexibility as possible with respect to this site, including demolition of the structures. But again, as Debbie noted, we've retained Alan Schulman. We're exploring a lot of options. But we do want, and it is the owner's intention, to have as much flexibility, and we do not believe that this property is worthy of designation. There's no architect of record. We don't believe there's any basis for the associational designation. But again, to the extent that that's important to the historical community, we will work with the historical community to recognize the site either through QR coding, much like what was done at the Rod and Reel Club on Hibiscus Island, through LiDAR scanning to preserve the legacy and history of Al Capone and the site. But again, we don't believe that this is sufficient for any type of historical designation.
And Mr. Chair, before I forget, this is a quasi-judicial item. Do the board members have any disclosures to make?
Other than the written public comment that has been forwarded to staff and uploaded as part of the public record.
Nancy?
Yes, I want to see the house, just to look at what we were talking about. That's it.
Well, I also went to see the house, but I didn't trespass.
Okay. Seeing no other disclosures, Mr. Chair, do you have any questions? Would you like to open it up to the public?
Well, we have someone. Do you want me to open to the public then, since there's no? Okay.
That's fine.
I have two quick disclosures. I had a conversation on the phone with Mr. Seraldo, and I also had a brief conversation on the phone with Christine Rupp, Executive Director of Data Heritage Trust.
Okay. All right, thank you. My name is Daniel Seraldo with the Miami Design Preservation League. I was not aware this was a quasi-judicial hearing. I thought that the way the code was outlined, that would happen at the preliminary evaluation, so I defer to the city attorney to clarify that. And maybe before I continue, because then I might have objections in the way of the process. Nick, could you let us know, is this quasi-judicial?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. So then we unfortunately are not prepared for this because the way the code is written, the first mention of quasi-judicial is for the preliminary review.
Daniel, this is the preliminary review.
Or sorry, I should have said the designation report preparation. So basically there's a lot, that we need to, we're alarmed obviously by the staff report, by the recommendation, even by the posturing of having the owner speak in the very beginning and give their concerns without really having anyone here weighing evidence, being able to cross-examine, and also bring our own experts. You all know, unfortunately, the City Historic Preservation Board agenda says you can't have any documents if you don't give them 3 business days before the hearing. So the staff report that totally doesn't follow the criteria and considers that it should not be designated, even though by law it meets the requirement. We're not here ready yet because of that deadline. So on a due process ground, I would have to object to decisions being made at this point, and I would suggest a continuance. And then I'm gonna go through a few more items. So just for the record, because there's a lot of misinformation going around these days, I guess, in the world, but the criteria that you're required to follow, section 118592, the Historic Preservation Board shall have the authority to recommend properties be designated if they are significant in historical, architectural, cultural, aesthetic, or archaeological heritage of the city, the county, state, or nation. Such property shall possess an integrity of location, design, settings, materials, workmanship, feeling, or association, and meet at least one of the following criteria. That staff report mentions 2, but we also believe that they're missing number 5, which we know at the time in the 20s there were not a lot of architects doing the building. They were what were called builders. So thank goodness our excellent preservation code accounts for that. And it says, represents a work of a master or serves as an outstanding or representative work of a master designer, architect, or builder who contributed to our historical, aesthetic, or architectural heritage. Clarence Bush, I don't know how you could deny. He literally built this neighborhood. It would be akin to a Carl Fisher home being demolished, which I'm sure the DRB has approved many of those already. But this is now in your hands, and I would really appreciate just following the law. A lot of us are a little overwhelmed now. We feel like the boards are stacked against us. We feel like, this should have really been a slam dunk thing, but there are political forces in play. So we're just here to push you towards that law. The other thing I have to mention, the sea level rise. Debbie mentioned we have other questions that need to be analyzed as part of hopefully a future hearing. One of them is that the property is already at an elevation where, based on our initial analysis, and we're going to bring in the experts, the sea level wouldn't even touch the ground level until around the year 2100. So for this city, who claims to be a leader in sea level resilience, to write off a historical property because in the year 2100, the sea level might touch the ground level, I think is really a dangerous precedent to set. I think in wrapping up that you all really, I hope that this doesn't become about opinions and whether we liked Al Capone or not. It's so much broader than that. This is about the history of our city. Even if you ultimately won't support the designation, please don't deny the ability for us to have a fair hearing, and frankly, if there were the 4 votes to have the staff move forward on a designation report, there's a lot more about this house that needs to be told before it is relegated. If we can't save the Al Capone house, there's no chance to save any other home in the city, to be quite honest. So thank you very much for following the code and upholding these values that we hold so dear. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Ms. Ledick.
Hi, I'm back again. I just worked for the past year on Espanola Way on the south side of the property. We restored, renovated, and created a magical space that represented an era that is now sadly gone away, but you can go to Espanola Way and get a feeling of what it must have been like to be back in the 20s in Miami Beach. And one of the factors one of the bragging points of Espanola Way is Al Capone had a casino here once. It was a hidden casino in the back. It was a secret. But just because he had a casino there makes Espanola Way historically important. But we're talking about whether we can designate historic the house that he died in, the house that he moved to. I mean, just the history of what Al Capone went through when he first moved to Miami Beach and how he was kind of a local hero, and slowly but surely the government turned against him and they sort of blacklisted him, and he then wound up going to prison. It's a truly historical property. Yes, he was a gangster, but we've had terrible people throughout the history of the world that actually are famous and historic worthy people that we that we respect and approve of saving their legacy. So thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Mr. Reed.
Hello, board. Again, my name is Stuart Reed, and I came here today for this particular item because as a member of the board of directors of MDPL, they asked me to attend an advocacy committee meeting with particularly concern for this, because with so many single-family homes, historic single-family homes disappearing, it seems now's the time for the city to turn that around and take a stand and protect homes of historical architectural significance. And if there were to be any home that could be eligible, appropriate for this protection, I think it would be this home. And that's what I felt from the mood of that meeting. People we're so upset, so afraid that everything is going to be lost with regards to our ability to preserve single-family homes in Miami Beach. They're looking to other communities like Coral Gables, where they are preserving their single-family homes. But here, if you're outside of if it's not a designated building or in a designated preservation neighborhood, it seems to be open to whatever the owner wants to do. And in this particular case, there was a unanimous decision by this board that the staff should do their preliminary evaluation. And now they're before you today saying, we disagree with you. We don't think we should have the preliminary report. We should end it now. I think that the board should let the administration know that you all voted unanimously to proceed with this process because it's important to you too, and shouldn't let your concerns be passed aside. This building isn't significant only because a notorious person lived there, but the developer of the island built it for himself. It's there in the staff report. And this is one of the first islands in Biscayne Bay that was opened up for residential construction. This is a waterfront home, so anytime somebody passes by on a boat, it's like, there's the Al Capone home. It's part of our vernacular. It's part of our identity. And it's architecturally, I'm not an architect. I think it's beautiful. And I think a lot of people think it's beautiful. And it's certainly historically significant. And I think that this board should emphasize that your decisions should be respected.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Stuart. Mr. McKinney?
Echo what you've heard before, but I also just have another concern. I have been an architectural historian for now 45 years, and I really have concerns about the analysis that you received on this. They went from analysis to editorial. The aspect of the analysis and historical relevance is to tie it to significant events and people in the history of Miami Beach. It is not to judge those people. If so, you would take Fisher's picture right off of this commission chamber, because even in the city's own documentation, you can talk about his about his racism, and there are conversations between him and John Collins on how to keep black people off the beach. Are you going to take his name off the city? Al Capone, there's no excuse for what he did, but there is a significance in what he did and how it affects the city. You cannot sanitize history. You cannot decide that you like this aspect of the city's history, and so you're going to maintain this building and not another. The other aspect of it is the evolution of a building through time. Go back to the city's own code. It recognizes the evolution of a building. Very few are going to be in their initial pristine their condition from that time. It is in itself the evolution of a building that tells the history of the city. So, in your as I understand that you are now quasi-judicial, I ask you to evaluate on those aspects, not on editorial, but on what the statutes and what the code says against that. If you do, I think you will see more in my their experience as an architectural historian, more than enough evidence to designate this building. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Anyone else from the public would like to speak? One more
We do
time.
have members on Zoom
Oh.
that wish to speak.
There was just one thing that I had forgot to say that I wanted to mention because the owner is on, that we would be willing to meet with the owners in the interim. And also, he had mentioned flexibility. I'm not sure if the planning staff had the opportunity to share all of the incentives as far as, for example, renovating a historic property over the 50% rule is a tremendous incentive that you would not have to elevate. And knowing that preliminarily that the sea level won't be there till 2100, I think that's many decades of incentive in renovating. So, John, we're happy to meet with you and the anonymous owner anytime.
A great point. Thank you, Daniel. Anyone else? Going?
We do have people on Zoom.
Okay. Zoom people.
I see Mr. Shubin still has his hand raised. Mr. Shubin, are you wishing to comment again, or would you put your hand down, please?
Yes, if possible, with the board's indulgence, just wanted to make a couple of clarifications. First of all, there is absolutely no evidence that the developer of Palm Island ever lived at that house. In fact, I think the evidence is that it was built as a spec home. The builder, I believe, lived in a house across the street that has been either significantly torn down or renovated. I can tell you, and as a lawyer, I probably shouldn't be telling you this, I was born on Palm Island. I was born on Palm Island in 1961, which is 12 years after Al Capone died. I lived there and owned property on there through the mid-1990s. At no point did anyone on Palm Island or Hibiscus ever believe that there was anything architecturally significant about that house. And it is interesting to note that there has been no input from the local community seeking its preservation. I can also tell you that based on my personal observation, since our client has owned the house, during king tides, the bay is lapping into the backyard. So any suggestion that this is not an immediate issue is not accurate. But I do want to reach out to Mr. Ciraldo. We are interested in doing everything we can to preserve the appropriate legacy of Al Capone and his significance within the context of Miami Beach. I'll remind you that people as significant as Woodrow Wilson have been canceled by Princeton University, and that there is a very robust discussion, not just of Carl Fisher, but of Henry Flagler, with respect to the degree to which he should be recognized based on his past actions. We don't believe that there is any inherent, intrinsic, exceptional qualities to the architectural with respect to architectural significance, and I think we've stated our position with respect to associational status. Lastly, with respect to Mr. Ciraldo's concern about due process, when our client bought the house, there had already been very, very significant and robust discussion in front of this board, including the introduction of evidence, I believe, on both sides regarding the significance of this house and whether there should be a designation report and ultimately designation. To be fair, we would ask you to affirm the staff recommendations today, not to require them to prepare a designation report, but to be fair to Mr. Ciraldo and everyone else, we're happy to incorporate all of the previous discussions regarding this property into the record so that no one is denied due process. But there was a very robust discussion in the introduction of evidence before our client ever became involved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, but I would like to correct you, if I might, on one point. I've been told that the Palm Hibiscus Star Island Homeowners Association just featured a bit of Al Capone history in its newsletter in December. So I think that your statement that the owners don't know anything or don't care about Al Capone is maybe a little bit misleading, according to your own homeowners association. Thank you.
I didn't say that. I simply said that they are not seeking the designation.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chair, our next speaker is Brett.
Hi, Brett. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, everybody. My name is Brett Gillis, historian and preservationist. I've been writing and researching about Mediterranean architecture for years, and I must, as much as I respect the city staff, I must respectfully disagree with them in this case. I believe that the property does meet the minimum criteria. Only one of the criteria is necessary for designation. So the connection to Al Capone is just one of the elements. But you also have the early architecture and cultural significance of this home due to the connection and association with Mr. Bush and the early development of Miami Beach. I visited the property about 2 years ago, and I can tell you the architecture is early and significant. And also, one aspect that I think hasn't been brought up yet is to please consider, look at the property as a whole, the amount of structures there, and what this property means to Miami Beach and the island development as a whole. I can tell you that the boathouse or pool house and the pool design are world class. I would put them up there with the Venetian pool and Hearst Castle, also the Biltmore pool. And actually, I have in my scrapbook an early rendering of the plans for the Biltmore pool. And it's very underwhelming compared to the pool and pool house design at the Capone mansion. The Biltmore has, over the years, continued to evolve and renovate to try to stay up with places like the Hearst Castle and private pools such as at the Al Capone house. So the thing I keep hearing over and over again is, if this isn't historic, then what is? I think you really need to look at this and consider the future of Miami Beach and South Florida, the continual destruction, not only of the Deauville and larger properties, but also some of these homes that we see that are so significant to the overall history and really part of the fabric of Miami Beach. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Our next speaker is Wayne Roberts.
Hi, Wayne. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, indeed.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
So if the Capone house is not, a representative of our history, then nothing in Miami Beach is, in my mind. I remember being a kid in the 70s visiting my grandfather, and the first place he took me was on his boat in front of, now that might bother the homeowners on Palm Island, but it represented to me like the most important element of Miami Beach as a kid. If you look at the history of the FBI and the G-Men and how he changed the laws of the federal government for tax evasion and the positive impacts of this despicable man. But he's famous, and he represented a time in history that was notorious and special relative to gangster activity, and how the U.S. government responded effectively, sort of effectively. And I looked at that house, and I was in love with the pool, and I was in love with the long columns and the brightness, the whiteness, where Miami was like, everything was white, back in the day. And it represented Miami Beach to me so much. Now, I'm about, when it comes to single family, about more protecting the rights of private owners. And if they have a house that's 80, 100 years old, without somebody like Capone living in it, I'm more like, give them a break, all right? But this is a very significant home in terms of history, Miami Beach's history, the country's history, the world's history. And, he spent more years in that house, I think, than any other place on the planet. So, please save I thought it was a done deal when this buyer bought the property from the prior owner for like $5 million more. I don't know what the price was, but it was significantly more over a 6-month period. I thought he was like a good guy trying to save it. Now it's back on the chopping block. It's crazy. Like every month we're going to get a new buyer with a higher price because they think they can tear it down and build this is one property I don't think we should be tearing down. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Debbie, next.
Mr. Chair, I see no other speakers.
Okay, seeing no other speakers, public discussion is closed. Moving on to board discussion. Kirk?
I guess I'm inclined to agree with a lot of what was stated by the public, by Mr. Seraldo. I appreciate staff's analysis, and at the same time, we're always told when it comes to designation that a property needs to meet one of the criteria. We're being told that it meets two. I think Mr. Seraldo made a compelling argument that it potentially meets three. And I also, I question, I think it's important too, the discussion about sea level rise and Miami Beach. We don't have all the answers to preserve our historically significant buildings for hundreds of years. But I think at the moment we're trying to buy time and come up with more widespread solutions, just like the Alan Shulman plan for Flamingo Park. We haven't exercised all of those interventions. And if we are actually talking about sea level rise having an impact on this property in 2100, I don't think that that's a viable reason to not preserve it for the time being, or to not acknowledge its significance. Based on the input that's been stated, I think I'm inclined to want to continue this item to give MDPL more time to properly respond to what's being proposed here, and I don't see what the rush is to not give it a little bit more time, and in terms of significance and history, for myself as a longstanding resident of Miami Beach, there's basically three individuals we hear about a lot in Miami Beach, at least myself: Meyer Lansky, Jackie Gleason, and Al Capone. So, again, if the association with Al Capone isn't significant, then I think it's a valid question. What is? So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go next since I agree with a lot of what Kirk said, but I have many other points. First, I'm very unhappy with this staff report. I think that it borders on being unethical because it's editorializing. That's basically all it is. I think it's ignoring the facts or the potential facts of this property, and for whatever reason, I don't know. I'm not a party to, but there's something fishy in Denmark going on here, and I don't know what it is, but it's very disturbing to me. I don't believe in cancel culture either. Al Capone was not the best person in the world, but no one can argue he's an historical fixture. And he's very important to the history of Miami Beach, whether it's good or bad or indifferent. It's still part of the history. You can't ignore things that existed and have happened in the past. And I think this report is a good example of trying to cancel out a person, a building, and a whole episode of history, which I think is appalling. Really, really appalling. I put it in the same league as basically the Deauville, but on a much smaller scale. We're headed down a slippery slope with all these things, and I can't go along with it. I think if you look at the page that deals with the requirements, I think myself, going over this in great detail, that the criteria, it satisfies 5 of them, not 2, as the city says. It's very obvious that it is historically important. It's made a contribution to the history of the city, the association of lives of persons significant in the city's past. I don't know how you can deny these things. It's perfectly obvious as the nose on my big face. To say that these things aren't relevant is a travesty. The 2 main things on the next page, page 9 of 15, says that in order to meet the requirements, it has to have association with the lives of persons significant in the city's past history. even the city says that's satisfied. And the next one, embody the distinctive characteristics of an historical period, architecture or design or method of construction. Well, it does that as well. So those are two of the major issues that say one should save it. I don't know how you can argue with what the city says itself, and then it says it's not important. It makes no sense at all. And I'm really surprised and saddened that the city would publish such a document as this. Also, the sea rise issue. Come on, folks. I mean, the issue is this. Our mayor recently said, when asked about seawalls, that he was asked if seawalls were important. He said yes, and that he should protect the city properties with seawalls, if at all possible. And he was asked then, well, what about properties on either side which may not be protected? And his answer was, I think, basically a shrug, that's up to the property owners. Well, the absurdity of that is so pronounced in that, okay, protect a city property, and then the properties around it, as the water comes in, what do you think is going to happen to the city property? That, too, is going to get flooded if in an extreme example. So I don't see the logic in this at all. And your analysis at the end says, finally, staff does not believe that the association with Al Capone warrants the historical designation of this otherwise unremarkable example of a 1920 single-family home. Well, we all know that the city administration has come out against saving single-family homes, number one. And number two, not every historical house has to be pretty to be important. Sure, I grant you that this may not be a Taj Mahal-like structure, but it is significant of its style, in its day, in its period. It's already been shown to be that by many of the speakers. And to have a sentence like that in the report is kind of ridiculous, I think. I totally disagree with this report. I am for designating it. For the history and for its simplicity and its architecture, and the significance. The staff has already said in here that it is significant. So I don't see what the argument can be against it. That's why I think there's editorializing here, and there's something not right about this report. With all due respect to the city staff, I'm embarrassed and ashamed that this has been written this way. Thank you. Who next? Laura. Okay.
I thank everyone. It's been an interesting process to see how this has evolved, because I do think it's a microcosm of so many wider, broader, holistic issues that the city is facing. And I think it's extremely important to set proper precedents, to follow protocol, not only of procedures we have currently in place, those protections, but to hopefully work together to codify future procedures that are truly the intent of, I think, the city residents and what makes our city so special. For me, preservation is always about layers of history. And I'm also a pretty technical preservationist, so in my opinion, it does meet, at least as stated in the report, 2 criteria. So I'm inclined to support, proceeding with the preliminary designation report. I think, it was mentioned that Alan Schulman, who literally wrote the book on resiliency and historic preservation, has been retained by the owner. So I would hope that in the event that it does become historically designated, that the owner takes it as an extreme opportunity on truly a national stage. I actually believe this building could also warrant national register listing. To make it, a positive outcome, to make it a demonstration project and show how preservation and resiliency, can work together. The owner's rep did state that it is potentially the owner's intent to preserve, so I would be in favor of codifying that through designation. Thank you.
Max.
Go next. I'll echo a few of the points. I do agree this is a difficult case because it's at the intersection of the single-family home issue, what significance means, sea level rise. So without beating on too many of the issues that we've already talked on, just try to add some other perspective here. In going through this process, I'm just trying to stick to kind of the facts of the case here. So looking at the staff report, I think there are elements here that would warrant actually going forward. So to the thing that I will continue to, I guess, harp on is I still believe that historic preservation and resilience aren't at odds with each other necessarily. There are factors that we have to contend with living in City Miami Beach. So the staff report has a statement: staff does not have adequate information to determine if the existing home or portions of the existing home could be adapted or raised. That doesn't sound to me like a rationale for abandoning the process to go forward. I understand that the designation process considers vulnerability to the impacts of sea level rise, and that's accurately identified here. But in the application for C of A, we would be considering the sea level rise and resilience criteria and the impacts there for a project where it was subject to that ordinance. I still also think we're a ways away from like getting to the final designation. We're still in the earlier steps, so we haven't gotten to what that outcome is going to be. So there's, but I am sensitive to the point that like this is limited staff time, and this is one more thing that we're directing staff to do. So I mean, I understand this has to be balanced with other priorities, but I think it's part of the remit here is to continue with this process. The site objectively meets multiple criteria for designation. I do wish that the concept of cancel hadn't been invoked here. I think that has a lot of baggage with it that's sort of signaling for other things that we don't need to consider right now. But I think it is important to be conscious of what it means to be significant and what that association with Capone or other owners may mean, but not as at this point saying it's a reason to stop the designation process. What else? Sorry, I just want to make sure I'm not repeating other points. But also, so when we direct, staff to prepare the report, I think we need to question, and stress test the findings in it. But we do need to be open to what those outcomes are. We're directing staff to prepare the report. So, not having all of the knowledge where we are now, we need to be able to follow the process through. I think there's an element here, though, that's a little bit challenging. It's more of the political aspect. It's mentioning kind of a reluctance to proceed because we don't typically do this sort of thing without owner agreement. But going back to what the designation process is and what it allows, I think we still can move forward, and we can continue to have a productive process on this. It sounds like the owner has assembled a really qualified team that we can have a lot of faith of. But I think from our item before, we know like faith only gets us so far. We just have to continue also to follow the steps that are available to us. So for all those reasons, I would recommend actually moving forward with the designation process. Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy.
At this moment, I am not inclined to support or honor or in any other way give that much credit to Al Capone. But I'm willing to hear the rest of it. It was important to hear from the lawyers today, where I keep looking to see where they are. They're not, they're upstairs someplace. So I'd like to hear more from them. I would like to hear from more than the community. I mean, I'm familiar with most of the people and how they feel here, but I'd like to hear more of the community before this is resolved. I don't think it's that important that we have to rush through it as we did with the Deauville. But if everybody feels that this is such an important thing, I'm willing to listen. But right now, I cannot, in my heart, think about supporting Al Capone and giving him that much credit for whatever he thought he had.
Thank you, Nancy. Anyone else? Did I leave out by mistake? Barry?
Yeah, I'll be really, really brief that I think that Kurt hit every, sorry.
It's on.
It's on. I think Kurt hit on all the points I was thinking about, and I think that the report itself, though, states it shouldn't move forward. I think the report itself lists statements in there that justify it moving forward, so I would be in support of that.
Thank you, Barry.
Okay, Mr. Chair, we also have Mr. Lopez.
Oh, Rick, sorry. Out of sight, out of mind.
I know. Sorry to not be there in person, but yeah, I also support the designation process for these. I think that with this Mediterranean-style architecture, we often overlook important things like beauty and elegance, okay? And this building may have been altered over the years, but its overall massing and proportions are beautiful and a great contribution to the city's street front and waterfront. I mean, you know, the pool house in particular is a gem, you know, standing tall, not up on stilts like some, you know, tacky proposal today, man. This thing is an elegant example of how to build on the waterfront. So I completely support this moving forward with the designation report.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Rick.
I just wanted to make one other comment to Nancy's comments. Wasn't this structure listed on the National Trust's endangered list in 2019? And I believe there was a petition as well that was circulated for this, which to me represents a public will as well that we're not talking about it. I just wanted to comment those things because you mentioned it.
I have never heard of that.
I don't know. I just want to bring it up.
It may have happened in another part of the city, or not the city. It could have in some other far-off places that somebody brought it up. But
okay. Anyway, to move on, it sounds like there's consensus. I think the question is, do we want to move forward with the preliminary process or to continue? It seems to me from hearing most of the board to move forward with the process. And if that's the consensus, then I'm willing to move it.
Okay, Mr. Pascal, so the motion would be, thank you, Mr. Lopez, that was the second, and that would be, the motion would be to direct the planning department to prepare a formal designation report for 93 Palm as an individual historic site.
Correct.
Okay.
Before the vote is taken, I think it's probably a timely moment here to read just one quick sentence. And this was published in the Miami Herald on the 9th. And this kind of sums up in very simply and very eloquently what we're up against. Mr. Todd Michael Glazer in that article stated, and I quote, "You can knock anything down," end quote. That is the attitude of many people who work or want to do things in Miami Beach. And as a Historic Preservation Board, I find that so insulting and so amazing, but in some cases, like the DRB, so absolutely true. We have to do something about this, or else we won't need to sit up here. So just everybody think about that today and in future, because that's what you're up against, and that's what people think of us. Thanks.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let me call the roll on this one. Ms. Liebman?
Just let me ask.
Sure.
When you opened this issue, when you started to tell us all about, and then we heard from the people who are the lawyers who are looking at this, what are we doing that's different than what you had brought up in the beginning?
So I think it's important to point out the procedural rules because there's two sets of processes for designating single-family homes as historic sites. Number one, we have a streamlined process. If an owner requests that their home be designated. The city has done that in, I believe, 32 instances. There was one of those properties that actually had their designation removed. So we have 31 individually designated historic single-family homes that were requested by the owners. That designation is confirmed and adopted by this board at one hearing, and we do not charge an application fee for that. As Daniel pointed out as well, there are incentives that the city has created for retaining an architecturally significant home and for designating your home as a historic site. The process that we are involved in right now is, since the owner is not consenting, is the legislative process in terms of the final adoption. So this is really the first major step, the presentation of the preliminary evaluation. We have a motion and a second on the table to direct the planning department to prepare the historic designation report. If that motion is adopted, then the next step would be for the planning department to notify the mayor and city commission via a letter to the commission of the board's action. The commission will then have 60 days from today to discuss the board's action at a city commission meeting. The city commission at that point does have the ability to modify the board's request, to deny the board's request, or to set certain parameters for the preparation of the designation report, including a time frame and or modifying boundaries of any proposed historic site or proposed district. The commission may or may not do that. It is solely at their discretion if they would like to discuss the matter. If they do not discuss the matter, or if they discuss it and keep the process moving, then we would have 12 months from the date of today to bring back a historic designation report to the board. If we exceed that time frame, then we could come back, I think, to the board and ask for additional time. I do not anticipate with a single property us needing nearly that amount of time. And then the board would make a formal recommendation on the historic designation report. That recommendation would be transmitted to the planning board and to the city commission. The proposed designation would then go to the planning board. The planning board would review the designation and issue a recommendation to the city commission. The city commission would then review the request at 2 readings and would ultimately determine whether or not the property becomes historically designated. So we're in the long process, and it is quite complex and time-consuming, but it's important to note the differences, because if anyone watching has a beautiful historic home and would like to designate their home and avail themselves of incentives, they can do so in a much simpler, shorter, cheaper, easier process than what we're going through today. But since we don't have the owner's consent, it ultimately is a decision of the mayor and city commission whether or not to designate. Interesting. But we do have a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion or questions, I can call the roll.
Just one question.
Sure.
Does anything preclude the owner from making any decisions, progress, permits on the project while this is ongoing? This
would trigger the zoning in progress. It doesn't prohibit the owner from normal maintenance or repairs. It would also not prohibit the owner from filing an application for any improvements, demolition, or anything. It doesn't restrict the property owner. It just changes the jurisdiction.
Oh, I'm sorry. You just said demolition. Well,
they have the right, just as the vast majority of historic properties in this city have the right to file an application.
But once the building is red tagged in that process, that's the end.
No, it wouldn't be red tagged. They could file a certificate of appropriateness application to this board.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, so they have the right to keep moving forward with, and right now, from what I understand, they are in the very early stages of exploring options for the property.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So should we vote?
Does anyone have any more
Any
questions?
other comments, questions?
Okay, then I will call the roll. Ms. Weinstein-Berman?
Yes.
Mr. Litt?
Yes.
Ms. Liebman?
Yes.
Mr. Klein?
Yes.
Mr. Pascal?
Yes.
Mr. Finglass?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so we will transmit the board's action to the mayor and commission, and I will keep you updated.
Thank you very much, Debbie. When are we going to do lunch?
Okay, we do have lunch. We also have an application that we have a sound engineer consultant that needs to leave the city in 1 hour.
Yeah, we should do that then.
So I believe Mr. Marrero, Mr. Larkin, his client is HPV file 210478. This is 601 Washington Avenue. And we are taking this in front of 550 Washington Avenue due to the fact that the city does have a peer reviewer who is, we would like to have testify today, and he does have to catch a flight later this afternoon. So this is an application for a certificate of appropriateness for the introduction of a sound barrier wall located at the north and west sides of the third level roof deck for the particular property. This project was reviewed and approved by the board for the significant renovation of the property, including the restoration of several contributing buildings along Washington Avenue and the approval of a new 7-story addition for a new hotel project. The property has been opened. It is a very vibrant, fully functioning hotel. Staff has been by the site, and we do commend the architect and team who designed and constructed the hotel, as we believe it is very successful and positively impacts this section of Washington Avenue within the historic district. Now, today we are focused solely on that third level roof deck, and there is an existing conditional use permit for an entertainment venue in the open air on that third level roof deck. The applicant has been before the planning board several times for progress reports. The planning department, as well as the planning board, have expressed some concerns about noise spillage from the east side of Washington Avenue to the residential district west of Washington Avenue. So in response to those concerns, the applicant is proposing to construct a barrier wall at the parapet to extend that solid portion vertically for approximately 10 feet in height. Staff believes that these modifications do impact the character of the historic buildings. Primarily, we are concerned about the corner. We do believe that it would be enhanced if it could be set back additionally. However, we have met with the project team as well as gone to the roof to look at the current conditions, and we do believe it will be challenging for the entirety of that wall to be set back. We are pleased that the applicant has submitted some details with regard to landscaping the wall. We support that general concept of creating a landscape wall, which will ideally, blend into that Jacob's trellis that is diagonally running on that facade above the parking garage. So in general, we are open to working with the applicant for a solution that we hope would mitigate any noise impacts on the residential neighbor. In our recommendation, we are recommending that this item be continued because we did not believe at the time of writing this report that we had enough information with regard to the sound mitigation in terms of the sound engineer's report and the city's peer review. So the recommendation is to continue this application. I believe the applicant may be presenting new evidence today. It's also important to note that this particular venue is still under the jurisdiction of the planning board and their conditional use permit, and they are in, I believe they are going back to the planning board if this scheme, this concept of the sound barrier wall shall be approved by this board. They would be returning to the planning board, advising them of this mitigation effort.
Disclosures.
Yes, and I think it would be good if we could maybe have the applicant present and then do the disclosures before the public comment. Nick, is that what we usually do?
That's fine, Debbie. And if I need to swear anyone in, I can do so now. If there's anyone who's not already been sworn in, you can raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay.
Welcome.
So, Mr. Chairman, Board, if you don't mind, I'd like to take off this mask. When I reached into my truck this morning and pulled out a mask, I had no idea it had this maniacal Joker-style grin on it. So, if you all don't mind, I'd like just to do my presentation like this. I think I'm at a sufficient distance from you all. So, could we have the digital presentation, please, pulled up? PJ. So good morning, Michael Larkin, 200 South Biscayne, or good afternoon, Michael Larkin, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. Here I represent Washington Square owner, the applicant and owner of the Good Time Hotel. With me today, either here physically or over Zoom, is Eric Birnbaum, Connor Greeley, Avi Yesowich. Avi is the general manager. Avi is here today. We also have Nick Fielding from Groot Hospitality, which operates Strawberry Moon. Strawberry Moon is the restaurant adjacent to the pool deck. We have Damon Sanchez from Raymond Jungle's office. He's our landscape architect. He's the one responsible for this innovative landscape design that will cover the acoustic wall. We also have Dave Koch from Criterion Acoustics. He's our sound expert. And my partners, Matthew Amster and Mickey Marrero. Next slide, please. So as you all can tell, the Good Time Hotel is located on the east side of Washington Avenue between 6th and 7th Street. Next slide, please. This is a further close-up just to reinforce the concept. It's on the southern end of Washington Avenue, which in particular was plagued by nightclubs until very recently. Next slide, please. So as a reminder, the Good Time Hotel is a 7-story mixed-use building with a 2-story podium containing ground floor retail and many preserved historic facades and a second-floor parking level. Above, at the north end, is an outdoor amenity area. At the center and south portions is a 5-story Z-shaped hotel with 266 rooms, with indoor amenity areas as well. We opened in April of 2021, which is the culmination of 7 years of hard work by the owner, from teaming up with the city to get the Washington Avenue incentives approved in 2014, to Planning Board and Historic Preservation Board approvals in 2016 and 17, to building permit and construction of this full block development. The owner remains steadfast in his commitment to revitalize Washington Avenue. The Good Time Hotel concept from day one has been about providing a daytime rooftop venue, not a ground floor venue, thus allowing the ground floor to have flourishing commercial uses. The entertainment that you all may have heard about is only between the hours of 11 a.m. and 8 p.m., quite often ceasing entertainment around 7 p.m. This is a marked transition from the numerous nightclub and super late hour nightclubs that were here on Washington Avenue on the ground floor, draining the vitality of these storefronts during the daytime when they're completely closed with draperies there. Now, that's not going to be the case. Now we have almost fully leased up all of our retail uses. They're going to be either commercial with restaurant or retail uses all along this whole block from 6th to 7th Street. So it'll be very exciting once these tenant uses open the next few months. Next slide, please. This will give you an idea of the scope of construction. This is the beginning of construction and prior to. Next slide. This is us right in the middle of all of our construction. Next slide. This is toward the very end, around TCO status. Next slide. This gives you an example on the left of retail as it was, on the right, retail as it is now. The breezeway that you see was the only portion of this facade that had non-contributing buildings, so we're able to have a breezeway here. But to the left and right of it, there are contributing facades still where our retail and restaurant uses will reside. Next slide, please. This is an idea. This is the pool deck area. This is an aerial shot, of course, looking north to south, and the other side looking to the southeast. As you can see, the pool deck turned out great, as it was contemplated by you all when you all approved it quite some time ago. So the pool deck on the north end is an innovative daytime venue that is mentioned is integral to the operation of this hotel. Without it, we simply could not survive. After opening, we did experience some issues, as all new uses do, and we've been addressing extensively these issues with our sound expert, with city staff, and the city's expert, and through planning board progress reports, multiple progress reports. We've had no violations now for months. Since last summer, we've stopped having any headline DJ events and have lowered the music to ambient levels, where normal conversation can be heard with the music. As I mentioned earlier, we hired Dave Koch of Criterion Acoustics, an expert sound consultant with great experience in outdoor venues ranging from Atlantic City and Asbury Park to Las Vegas. And he has performed a full analysis and modeling of our sound system for a complete overhaul. This redesign that he has proposed includes new specialized equipment, multiple small speakers dispersed strategically throughout the venue and notably no higher than 7 feet, along with an acoustic sound barrier wall, which is the subject of the application today, along the west and north perimeter of the pool deck itself. It's important to note that the barrier is not on the property line, but inset, as is the pool deck itself. Its location ties into the structural support system, which is beneath it. To address staff's concern raised for the November hearing, we reduced the wall height from 12 feet to 10 feet. We pushed it further away from the corner tower element at 7th Street and will install speakers no higher than 7 feet. Dave has produced a sound study that shows that this outdoor venue can coexist without detriment to the neighborhood and has been peer-reviewed by the city's sound consultant. Sound, if heard all, will be barely audible across the street. It'd be the decibel equivalent of about 3 people talking in a conversation. So if you're standing in front of the Arcadia House, it would be that equivalent. Could it be heard? Yes, but it's not going to be a nuisance. It's not going to be unreasonably loud at any time. In fact, just this morning, and I'm going to let Jesse, who is the city's peer reviewer, and Dave talk to this if you all like to hear their testimony, but just this morning, they have done a sound test based upon the new speaker system that was already installed in the last 2 weeks, and it has been a marked improvement. The wall, of course, is an absolute integral component of this sound mitigation system, and that's for your review and approval today. The acoustic wall is really just an extension of an existing 3.5-foot tall parapet and railing system already in place. Just as the existing parapet is covered by the vine system screening the second level, so too will this acoustic wall. And the additional greenery will further beautify the project. The cabanas are good to look at from the street, but we think that landscaping crawling up this acoustic wall will even be nicer to look at. Next slide, please. These slides are a little bit hard to read, so I might speed through them. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. I can hardly read these. Next slide. This gives you an idea. This is the pool. Okay, this gives you something of the outline. You can see we're green. This is the plan view site plan. This shows you where the barrier wall will be located. Clearly, it's on the perimeter of the pool deck along the north and the west side. Next slide. This is a better picture of it, and highlighted in green. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. This is more of a cut-through section. Next slide. So this section, of course, the acoustic wall is in the perforated dotted area. You can see it's right above the structural support system that exists. That's immediately beneath our pool deck. That's also a part of the podium parking garage. That's the best place to place this wall. And we feel with the reduced height and the landscaping, it will not be obtrusive, and it's going to blend in to the surrounding neighborhood. Next slide. This is it unadorned, but we feel that it's always important to give you all the basic building blocks of any application. But, of course, we'll have a vine crawling up. This is not just a typical wall. This is not just made out of wood. This is a structured wall that's going to absorb the sound. And, of course, you'll have vines crawling up there, so it will not be discernible from the street. Next slide. I think this is where I'm going to turn it now over to Damon Sanchez. And Damon, would you be able to walk the board members through the next few slides, just discussing how the vines are going to crawl up and what your plan is?
Hi everyone, I'm Damon Sanchez from Raymond Jungles. We are the landscape architect of the original project, and now also being asked to design the vines that are going to grow up the 10-foot tall sound barrier. So we initially went to the site to see how everything was doing and kind of make our first impression of what would grow best up that 10-foot wall. And it's a pretty simple solution. Selecting one vine that's doing really well and that grows to that height, and then another vine that we know that'll grow to that height as well. When I say that height, I just mean the additional 10 feet. We're also proposing to remove just a few vines that are not doing quite so well, and to make room for the new vines that will grow up that additional 10 feet. So we're essentially proposing more of the jasmine vine, and then the new vine is this yellow alamanda vine. And you could see, this is just the plan view, so I mean, it doesn't tell you a whole lot, but I think the best image is the rendering.
Yeah, we'll advance it there. Sorry, Damon.
That's okay.
Advance the slide, please. One more, please. And let's keep going. One more. Okay, you can use this series of 4 slides. These are before and after, so go ahead. This is existing.
Right, this is existing. This just shows kind of the aerial overhead of existing, and then you can see the next slide. It'll show where that 10-foot tall wall will go. Yep, and that's just kind of like a conceptual idea, though. So let's go to the next slide. So this is the current existing condition. So you see the vines are currently growing up to that, from the second level planters up to the third level. Some vines are even growing on that fence or guardrail barrier. And then in the next slide shows, it's like a photorealistic rendering of the additional vines that we're proposing growing up the 10-foot tall wall.
Great. Anything else? Good. All right. So Damon will be here for all your questions. But just to wrap up, with regard to neighbor outreach, you know, the most affected neighbors are the Acadia House and the Villas of South Beach. Avi, as a general manager, took a special responsibility to reach out to these folks, and he's obtained their support for our current position and for this proposed wall. Avi will read their statements of support. They couldn't be here today, unfortunately. They're both traveling. The representatives of the associations we've been dealing with, but they are in complete support. And we also feel the need to reach out to the greater HOA, which is Lingo Park Neighborhood Association, and NDPL. They're fully aware that we're here today, and we've given them all the plans. So what will happen after today, we will submit, if you all approve this, which I hope that you will, we'll submit for permit right away. And we'll keep on modeling our sound system, because it's very important to model actual conditions. When you take software and you model acoustical waves in software, it's fine, but it does not replace the actual physical testing that is required based upon not only our new sound system, which is completely installed now, but also the acoustical wall. Without it, it's only half. So we need everything done. Then we'll continue to model it. I think that you'll hear good news, not only from our sound consultant, but from Jesse, the city's peer reviewer, that there's been a substantial improvement, but that improvement cannot be realized 100% until we have the acoustical wall in place. And as you can see, it's completely shaded and does not look detrimental at all to the surrounding neighborhood. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to you all, Mr. Chairman and board members, and we are here for all of your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very good presentation.
Okay, thank you. And now we can hear any disclosures from the board members.
I visited the site and spoke with all the people here.
Ms. Liebman?
Didn't speak to anybody.
Okay.
I visited it just yesterday. I can only tell you, everybody, you have to see it. It is, the slides are not doing it giving it much credit, but as far as the sound, because I think that's the issue that's before us, the sound system, I was able to hear the difference. They showed me how it happens. I don't know how it happens, but they were able to go from high, when we first walked into that pool area where the mechanism is, the music is loud. Then we went to the side where the shade was, where it was a little more interesting to see it, and that was perfect. It was perfect. The sound was about as much as if I stopped speaking on this. That is the difference in how it sounded and how it looked. The whole building the whole structure is fabulous. I have seen it from the outside. I'd heard about it. But going into it, it is magnificent. The colorful sections of it just has so much. They have the whole block, so it was easier to do. I compared it to the one that's up the street, three doors of the Moxie, and they don't have the room to do what these people. This is probably the best item that we will have in the city until somebody else gets you and replicates something new. But it's excellent to go see. And the place is thriving. So I wish the best of luck, and I appreciated being able to see what was done. I had heard way back when it opened that there were complaints from the neighbors, and this is how they have changed everything to have the right level of music and people enjoying it. So I thank you as a resident of this city for doing this.
Any other disclosures?
I received an invitation to meet with the attorneys, but did not meet with them.
Okay. And Mr. Lopez?
Yes, I had a brief call with Mickey last week.
Okay, very good. And I believe we did receive some public comments. I forwarded you, I think they came in kind of late, but I have forwarded all of that to the board members, anything that I personally received. If we have no more disclosures, we can now open up public comment, Mr. Chair.
Okay. No further disclosures, so we will. Public comment?
Okay, we do have some members of the public on Zoom. If we could take Troy, right? Actually, Troy, I think.
Troy, do you swear the testimony you'll give? Oh, I see him on, no?
He was at the top, and then he just moved down to the bottom. But Troy, if you're here, we can hear your comment since I called on you.
Hi, Troy. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
All right. Thank you very much. Again, it's Troy Wright, Executive Director of the Washington Avenue Business Improvement District. And first off, I have to commend the Good Time Hotel and their staff and their crew and their whole investment group for doing an incredible job on Washington Avenue. If we look back just, a few years ago, we can all agree that Washington Avenue had some major issues. For all intents and purposes, most people believe that it had been abandoned and really no one cared. It was dark, it was kind of scary, and no one wanted to walk down, especially on the area of 6th and Washington. But the investors of the Good Time Hotel made a critical and important investment in Washington Avenue that I believe not only changed the avenue, but gave a much-needed facelift to Miami Beach. So the hotel's team took a risk to turn a blighted part of this area into something special that now residents enjoy. And from what I have seen, the world sees now as a destination. So because of this, you better believe that investors and stakeholders are watching this project and its success. So the success of the Good Time Hotel will lead to other investment, much needed investments on Washington Avenue. So, I think it's incredible, and I'm happy to say that the hotel's intentions are sincere. I've talked to them extensively and have worked. They've worked with the Business Improvement District. They've worked with the neighbors, the design teams to find solutions that allow, the hotel to operate the way it was intended to. And so they're peaceful neighbors, and I think they're doing a great job. Therefore, I urge, the board to approve the acoustic sound wall. And I'll just add this, that I strongly believe that the success of Washington Avenue ties to the success of the Good Time Hotel. They're doing everything they need to do to satisfy all of the parties, and we need to assist them so that we continue building a positive Washington Avenue and Miami Beach. So I think you're doing a great job. Thank you, and let's give them all the support that we need.
Thank you very much. Next.
Next speaker is Wayne Roberts.
Hi, Wayne. You remain under oath, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, sir. I don't know if I'm alone in this idea or thinking, but actually the design kind of looks like a prison, and the wall will just add to it. The density is way too high for Washington Avenue. If that's the future of Washington Avenue and transient housing for hotels, the future of Miami Beach is in jeopardy. It's not a 5-star hotel, it's 3 stars. And the density is insane. As for the acoustics, I would recommend that the city hire its own acoustic. I work in corporate America. I can hire expert testimony. They're paid to provide, supporting documentation. What it requires the city to do is to have an independent acoustic guy to figure out, because I haven't even heard the ampage. Not one part of the representation was how many amps are being distributed. What are the speaker amps? How much ampage is in the speakers? We got rid of on Ocean Drive open music because it was detrimental to our future as residents. It drove the wrong crowd. I don't think, without understanding the ampage and the wattage of the system and the speakers, you could possibly understand what the outcome is. And what's to say, let's say they put the ampage at, it goes to 200 amps and they only watts, and they only use 100 of it. What's to say tomorrow they don't put it up to 200? So part of that code needs to be, I don't think it's in your purview. I think you're talking strictly about the wall and the design. But part of that discussion needs to be, what is the maximum ampage on that terrace? And does it impact neighbors? Because quite frankly, they made a statement that it doesn't go past 8 p.m., I think, is what they remarked. But even the city officials had a party there when it opened till midnight. And I could hear it on Alton Road. So, and that's, I don't know how many avenues, 5, 6 avenues away. So there needs to be more discussion and more controls on what the outcome will be. But I can tell you that the design to me looks like a prison, and that wall will look like a prison. I like the fact that they're putting some greenery on it. I can tell you that much I like. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Diego.
Hi, Diego. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, hello. Well, my name is Diego Garcia. I'm a resident of Miami Beach, South Beach District, and I'm in support of the efforts that progress on this project on the Good Time Hotel, the pool deck. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Abraham.
Abraham, do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
My name is Abraham DeFreitas. I'm in support of the efforts that were put into the building of this wall. And I like the idea. I like the people that are running it, and I believe that it's going to be a huge asset and also a major attraction compared to what it was before for the city.
Okay, our next speaker is Johan.
Hey, Johan, you remain under oath. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, everyone on the board. I do want to support the redevelopment efforts. I remember what that building and that block looked like before, but there does seem to be a bit of a tension here between the need to work with developers to redevelop the commercial properties along our avenues, but also to accommodate the peace and quiet needs and rights of property enjoyment of property owners and residents in Flamingo Park neighborhood, where I live and on whose quality of life committee I serve. And I think no one wants to see a bankrupt white elephant on Washington. So we do understand that this pool and its ambiance is essential to the business model. And we'll see how well the wall works if you approve it. But I think that does have to be the bottom line, that it cannot be ultimately, we cannot quibble too much, I think, with the aesthetics of this wall in the absence of some more appealing or porous, obvious alternative, but that we really do have to move forward with this. The neighbors have been very exasperated by the noise, and I think any long-term solution would be ideal. We hope this will be a long-term solution. I'm, on behalf of the neighborhood, supportive of this. I know, excuse me, some of my colleagues in FP&A have spent a great deal of time and effort in supporting those neighbors. So I think that really is our bottom line, is to stand by those neighbors. So we urge you to consider this favorably and wait for the feedback from the community to see if it works. But we would like to see some teeth, as I think someone just said, that those sound levels will not go up. And I would close by saying, apparently the city of Miami Beach does not measure decibels. If that is correct, that does seem extraordinary to me, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jane Krupp.
Hi, Jane. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Yes.
Okay, so I have a few points. As you know, I'm a designer and I've worked with acoustical people, and I specialize in materials. And so I have a few comments. One is that when the board members who did go to visit, were there 400 people there with ambient sound, and was that peaceful? So I'm sure you went there when there was pretty much empty. And ambient means that they're allowed to play above the level or at the level of 400 people screaming on a rooftop. So that's one comment. And if they have managed in the past 6 months not to get any code violations, then they are capable of complying with code. So why do they need a wall at all? So I would say, you know, what they're building there is an eyesore. And my third point, being a person who knows a little bit about acoustical materials, is that in the rendering, they show a lot of green growing, which means they're growing all this on a metal powder-coated material in the heat of Miami. I don't know how anything's not going to fry. They're going to have massive planters to support all of that greenery. Do they show that on their plan? These things don't magically grow in the air. And, you know, the whole materials, how this is anchored into the roof, how the vibration is not going through the building structure. All of these are elements that need to be looked at, because what looks to me, that metal wall is a big reverb box. And I don't see how it's sound absorbing or sound mitigating. It's metal. I don't get it. And if you ever had lawn furniture made out of powder coating, in a year, it's destroyed by the climate here. So they need to rethink the materials here and the scale. So if they can manage to keep the sound down without it, which they are doing, so why do they need this wall at all? They can save a lot of money.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Alina Dinka.
Hi, Alina. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Alina, you need to unmute yourself if you wish to speak.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, we can. Do you so swear?
Perfect. So I was saying that I'm going to Strawberry Moon since they opened last year. I think it's an amazing place. I think people need this place after the pandemic, you know, and it's a nice place to socialize. I think they need this project, you know, to move on. The parties are great, and I see no reason for this place to don't operate, you know. I agree 100%, and I support this project.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is,
Thank you, guys.
is Jack Grace.
Hi, Jack. Do you swear the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I swear.
Thank you.
So my name is Jack Grace. I support the efforts of the Good Time Hotel. I support the revitalization of Washington Ave and the improvement of the community in the city. You know, the amount of jobs that this project has provided to people of our city is astonishing. I believe that in regards to when it comes to sound, we deal with many frustrations. As no new project is perfect, this project, they have worked their best to actually perfect it. In regards to, however, the fact they have figured out and admitted to their faults and working on correcting them, which shows they care. I support this project very much. You know, South Beach in general and Miami, we deal with city cars driving by, blasting music that disrupt neighbors on a daily basis, whether it's in this neighborhood or another neighborhood. This has been going on forever. There's nothing done. However, the fact that we have a business that wants to make efforts and make something work, I think that everyone should want to support this project. And, you know, one thing I will say is, you know, what's loud to one person is not loud to another. Everyone has different ears and hears different things.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Emily Reckemer.
Emily, do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Support of the Good Time Hotel and Strawberry Moon's efforts to reduce the sound level, and I believe that it would really revitalize all of Washington Square.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jonathan Geelan.
Jonathan, do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. My name is Jonathan Gain.
Thank you.
I want to speak up to the chair to just say that I believe that this project is a great idea. The greenery looks great. It doesn't look like an embodiment that's going to hinder the city in any way. And I just want to speak up to, I move with this motion.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Babylon Mediterranean Kitchen and Bar.
Hi, can you say your name for the record first?
So the speaker who is under Babylon Mediterranean Kitchen and Bar, can you unmute yourself and state your name, please?
Oh, yes, hi, sorry, I'm repeating again. My name is Annabelle Arias on behalf of the owner, Busel Sesgen, for Babylon Mediterranean Kitchen and Bar.
Hi, thank you. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
So we do support this project. We know as a restaurant, we're right across the street from them. The sound is already good enough, but we do appreciate that they're even investing and doing something to be able to control any noise, and we support that they can be successful. And just like Jack said before, this can be better for all the businesses around, and so we definitely support it. We're okay with it.
Thank you.
Okay, our final speaker on Zoom is Valentine.
Valentine, do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Valentine, if you wish to speak,
you're
you
on
need to
mute.
Can you unmute Valentine if you wish to speak? Sure, I don't see them able to unmute. We do have two more that just popped up. We'll move on to Zane M. Zane M.
Zane, do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Oh, yes, I do.
Thank you.
I'm in favor of this project. I think it's very beautiful, and green is not an eyesore at all. I'm sure they've already done all the planning that they need to for the metal wall. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you.
The next speaker is, we can try Valentine again. Valentine, if you're able to unmute, please do so. Okay, let's move on to Dominique Clary.
Dominique, do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank
Hi, my
you.
name is Dominique. Thank you. Hi, my name is Dominique Clary. I'm a resident of Miami Beach, and I would just say I support this project. Everything that they've done is amazing. It's aesthetically gorgeous, and I can just say, like, as a female growing up in Miami, that area before was like known as a sketchy area, and now it's like, you know, amazing. You can go in, you know, and yeah, I support it.
Thank you very much. That should do it?
Okay, I see no more speakers.
Okay, then public comment is closed.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of the board. My name is Avi Yesowich, and I'm the general manager of the Good Time Hotel. So I just wanted to elaborate on the efforts that we've made from a community outreach perspective and how serious we took it, and I personally took it, as we head out of the July and summertime period in which a lot of the complaints and resident concerns were coming to our attention. So I took personal responsibility to reach out to the communities that were severely affected by the noise, and I'm greatly, greatly appreciative that they have joined me to vouch for the efforts that we've made over the past several months to mitigate the noise issue, of which this sound wall is a critical piece. So I have two statements, one by Lorna Salas, who's the president of the Arcadia House Condominium Association, which is the building most affected by the noise disturbances from Good Time. And then I'm going to follow up with a statement from Andrew Wharton, who is the treasurer for 635 Euclid, and Gene Carpenter, who's the president of the building, which is directly behind the Arcadia House, the two buildings most significantly affected by the Good Time sound issue. So from Andrew Wharton, good day, members of the planning board. On behalf of the unit owners and the board of the Villas at South Beach Condominium Association at 635 Euclid, I am writing to commend the management team at the Good Time Hotel for the efforts that they've taken thus far to address our complaints about the noise coming from their pool deck. The Good Time team, especially Avi Yesowich, the general manager, has proactively communicated with us as they have taken their initial steps to mitigate the sound generated from the pool deck. They have acted in good faith and carried through on their promises to lower the noise. We appreciate their efforts and support their planned erection of a sound wall to further reduce and virtually eliminate the sound coming from their events on the pool deck. I, along with Gene Carpenter, president of the association, were among the toughest vocal critics of the Good Time during the planning board meetings held to modify and or revoke the entertainment portion of the CUP clause. We now believe this is no longer necessary, based on the efforts the property has and is taking, including the building of the sound wall. We are available to discuss the matter at your convenience and apologize we could not appear in person due to previously scheduled work commitments. Sincerely, Andrew Wharton, Treasurer, Villas of South Beach Condominium Association, Inc. Additionally, from Lorna Salas, the president of the Arcadia House, located directly across the street from Good Time. I, Lorna Salas, president of the Arcadia House Condominium Community, located at 650 Pennsylvania Avenue, support the Good Times efforts to build the sound wall. They have been good neighbors and are actively communicating with me about the improvements they're making to reduce the noise coming from the pool deck. I trust they are fully committed to being great community neighbors and partners and have made real efforts to partner with us to control the sound. Community support and belief in this project is of the utmost importance to us as a business organization and to me personally as the general manager of this amazing property. We are fully committed and have taken multiple efforts beyond just investment in the speaker system, investment in the sound wall, to invest in the community. We will continue to do so. It will be the utmost priority. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I will have no rebuttal. Just, to emphasize you all, we've already replaced the sound system, but we're almost there. This acoustic wall will be a huge help in that direction, and we're available for all your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any board comments?
I echo, thank you so much to ownership and the whole team for good stewardship. I think, reflecting on this morning, it's such a great example of what historic preservation is all about. I think sometimes preserve gets in the way of the intent of historic preservation, which is more so the vitality than to freeze a building in time. I wish, this ownership group maybe can talk to some of the previous applicants. That would be great. I know as a hotel you also, and I appreciate all the outreach to the neighborhood and neighboring buildings, but I'm sure you also don't want to keep your own guests up at night. So, for me, I think the concern for the HPB is really the setting an unnecessary aesthetic precedent. Personally, I do love the green, but I guess my question is, given the staff analysis, have you complied with all of their recommendations in the?
So they had a few concerns. One, they wanted to know from our landscape architect exactly how the vines are going to grow up. I think you heard testimony from our landscape architect to that effect. Staff had asked that the wall be set back, but that is going to be very difficult to do. Where it is located, it is right on top of a structural support system that's beneath, so it's easy to hook into. Mm-hmm. Could it be pushed back? Probably with the use of lateral braces, but I don't think that'd be very attractive. And we just feel that with the vines growing up, covering the faces that go to Washington Avenue, that it will be compatible.
Mm-hmm. I guess the concern, again, and I love the overall concept personally, and I would personally be in favor of it, honestly, as is, but with green, it doesn't always grow the way that we want it to in the South Florida climate. So how is that, can that be legally codified? Because if you're building a wall, and I do agree some of the concerns about the metal and things like that in the interim, as nature takes its course, how can that be effective?
So we did experiment with different types of vines going up and down this whole facade, and I noted that at the southern end, there was a vine that didn't do so well. But at the northern end, adjacent to 7th Street, that vine was very aggressive, and it grew very well. And I think if you would listen to Damon, he will tell you that, yes, we're going to use that type of vine, and it's going to grow up really quickly. He could give you more particulars about the rate of growth for 6-month increments, but what I've seen since the hotel opened is that it grew incredibly quickly. So I don't think that, and the acoustic wall is not metal, is described as metal. It does have metal components, but 90% of it is absorptive material, because it couldn't be metal, so metal would be refractive, and it would knock off the sound, but this absorbs the sound.
Right. I think the concern is you're building a wall, a concrete, semi-structural wall with metal lath, and then if in the event that the greenery does not grow as the rendering shows, will that wall then later be
Laura,
demolished?
I think that's a really good point, and I think I can address that. If the board is inclined to make a motion to approve the project, I think it would be perfectly appropriate to add a condition with regard to the maintenance.
Exactly.
And potentially requiring the applicant to come back to the board for a progress report on the landscape itself, should there be a situation where, whether it's weather related or a technical issue, that they, if the landscape dies, that they come back before the board and explain their process for regrowing the landscape or change in the function of how the green wall works. But I think that's perfectly appropriate. We did not include a draft order because we were recommending continuance, but I think if you are so inclined, we could put that in as a condition that in the event the landscape fails, that they would return to the board.
We think that's very reasonable. We accept that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Max?
Thanks. I don't think I have any direct questions for the presenting team, but Debbie, you anticipated in your answer. I had a question just about, because the recommendation referred to an attached order, but I wasn't sure, because I didn't see it, if there was anything specific to if we did approve this today.
So I would recommend all of the general conditions, which I believe are in section 3 of the orders. And then I think the maintenance for the landscape and the requirement, if that landscape should fail, for the applicant to appear before you to give a strategy as to how they will correct that would be an appropriate condition.
We accept all of that.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable to me as well. My other question, I don't want to send this into like an infinite loop between us and planning, but I just had a question about we didn't really hear anything quantitative, and not that we would necessarily have the, expertise to judge all that, but in hearing kind of what is the effectiveness of this in practice and what the implications are if planning hears it, and then there's some change to the design requirement for that mitigation measure, does it have to come back to us?
If the planning board, requires a different design or an increase in height of the wall, et cetera, we would bring that back to this board. Okay. Because what you're looking at are the physical modifications, which is the wall and the landscaping. So it hasn't been, I think you've been continued at planning board a couple times, but if there are any changes that are required to mitigate the sound that are physical in nature, that would be brought back to this board.
Yeah, and we're going to the planning board end of January, so you all would see it immediately if there was a change. And it's okay. This is a very large project. When 2 different boards have concurrent jurisdiction, it happens sometimes. And as applicants, we bounce, and that's fine.
Okay. So the thing, the efficiency here would be that if we do approve it, then and it does pass through planning, they don't have to come back, right? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy.
First of all, I enjoyed listening to everybody. I think it was Jack, you were the only one who saw it as far as viewing it. I was totally impressed with it. And when I first got there, I wasn't sure that everything that I heard was going to change. And as soon as you walk into that lobby, I can't even describe it, the colorfulness of the place, the way it's set up, everything to the letter of the law is wonderful. And all the things that everybody's worrying about, I could only suggest that you go see it for yourself. Just walk in the front door and see what it looks like, and then ask to be taken around and shown around. It's inspirational. It's one of the best projects I have seen in Miami Beach in many, many years. It's just a whole different scene, and it's doing everything it has to make everybody happy with it, I hope.
Thank you, Nancy. Barry.
Well, I think it's wonderful that the project is great from within, but I think a project has to be seen from all sides and has to respect the street, respect the neighborhood, do a good job for itself and its clientele. The project was built with rails, making it, not turning its back to the city, to the street, which it is certainly proposing now. The one aspect of the existing, 2 aspects of the existing facade that have really concerned me was, one, how that bar in the center really it's just ugly from the street. I mean, I'm looking at the back of the storage of the counter. But in reference to the landscape, what really concerned me about the landscape, and it was referenced that on the north side you've planted some other things. Well, I took pictures, and one of my images is not directly at the north side, but looking north, and it's not so, it doesn't match your rendering. So I'm very concerned about that. And I I don't think that a continuous 10-foot tall wall that raises that parapet to what now 13 feet is conducive to historic preservation. There needs to be some articulation. There needs to be some reduction. There needs to be, I don't want to sit here and design it, what the shapes are, but it's not there for me, and I have some strong issues with that. I heard all of these wonderful platitudes about the business and how, and one person said we should negate the aesthetics because it is such I forgot how he put it, but because it is such a great business. And it's a great place. There's no doubt. But I'm very concerned about this monstrous wall that turns its back on the city, just becomes an enclave of itself. And I'm concerned when Laura brought up about the codifying the landscape. So you put up this wall, and in 6-8 months you come back and, well, these plants aren't working, we're going to try these others. And then we try these others, and again, those aren't working. What are we going to do? We've already approved the wall. So I think being a great neighbor is architecturally is more than just how much noise you put out onto the street and how much noise the street puts out onto you. I mean, Washington Avenue was there before you did this great project. I think, we're here, the Historic Preservation Board, and we need to protect the historic quality of the facade of that building on the neighbors.
Sure. Just a couple of remarks. So the wall is going to be 10 feet in total. It's not going to be on top of the parapet. Okay. It's going to be 10 feet total. And we did experiment with different vines. You saw what I saw on the south end. I didn't see what you saw on the north end. On the north end, I saw it pretty full and pretty aggressive. And I just have confidence in Raymond's firm that they will do a good job. With regard to turning our back, this is a private pool deck. And right now, we have cabanas that line not only the west, but the north.
Right.
And it could be argued the cabanas, turn their back, but, this is a private pool deck. And in exchange, I will tell you, the retail and restaurant uses that have not been in this block for decades, based upon from the 80s and 90s when there was a succession of terrible nightclubs which closed and turned their back on the street during the day. Now we're on the precipice where you're going to have these exciting new retail and restaurant uses that are going to open up literally in months. So our give back to the city where we're shining is going to be on the ground floor where the pedestrians can walk in at all hours.
You could argue that the backs of those cabanas are already part of your sound barrier.
They're not that effective as a sound wall, though.
But you've already said that in 6 months you haven't had a single complaint, so how much more is the wall going to do?
Because we've been playing music at ambient background levels. Our desire is to play it at a higher decibel level than just ambient background. And when we have the wall in place, it'll capture that additional decibel level, and it won't be a nuisance to the neighbors.
I still don't buy the continuous 10-foot high parapet.
Understood.
Okay,
I can't buy into that.
Kirk.
So I agree with and appreciate everything that's been said so far. First off, I want to commend the applicant in terms of the new vision for Washington Avenue. I think both this property and the Moxie property, I could speak for myself, and I said this when the Moxie came in front of us, that everybody wanted to find the right vision forward to respect the historical context, the one-story facades, and to find a harmonious and optimal vision for Washington Avenue to succeed. That said, I think I think in terms of the compatibility and harmony, to me, is what's really important. I want this business to succeed as an enterprise, and the business is there, and you sort of have to succeed. That's the vision, right? With the activation of the pool with the music, at the same time, the well-being of the residential neighborhood, the affected parties, I would consider Flamingo Park, and we've gotten a lot of correspondence from we all did, from individuals in the Flamingo Park neighborhood. I'm also concerned with, I think the word staff used for the wall, 10-foot wall, is dominant, and it is dominant. And it sort of runs the whole distance. And again, we're talking about the historical context is one-story structures. And so it turns out, I guess, that the silver bullet is jasmine vine. And I'm just not, I have every intention of, in the near term, of supporting this project, of supporting what needs to be done to make this a successful and harmonious project for the neighborhood, for the investors, and for the harmony of the historic district. I think my question in reading staff's recommendation in the report and the presentation is, well, what's the hurry? If it takes another month for staff to feel comfortable, for the neighbors to feel comfortable, that we've already heard, Mr. Larkin, you mentioned that the desire is for the sound to go louder, which is, it creates another concern for me. I just feel like I'm supportive of staff's recommendation, and I think if we take a little bit of time to ensure that the sound levels are right, that the acoustics are right, and in addition to ensure that the aesthetics, whatever it is, the landscape, the acoustic wall as it's presented is not really attractive. So I think we're all reliant on the landscaping being successful, and I put my backing behind staff just to give a little bit of extra assurance to make sure that this is right. And so that would be my vote, would be to support staff's recommendation and just continue it and get it right.
Just only in response is that, we are under something of a strict timeline in that we have kept the music down since basically June. And, part of the program here is to play it at levels where patrons can enjoy and be out on the pool deck. But we need to be able to construct the wall as soon as we can, because it doesn't, you all don't just approve it today and the wall goes up tomorrow. The drawings have to be done, permitted, and that has to be constructed, and that takes a lot of time. So 1 month in another project?
No, I hear you, but once it's approved here, it's permanent. It's a permanent fixture, and that's my concern. Again, I have every intention of supporting it. I just agree with staff's recommendation to maybe give it a little bit of a buffer to ensure that it's resolved to everyone's satisfaction and to the harmony of the neighborhood.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Kirk. Thank you, Kirk.
We also, I don't know if Mr. Lopez has any comments, but I see Laura also has. Yes, Mr. Lopez.
Okay, thank you. And thank you to the applicants for making the effort to work with the community here. I do think it's an admirable project, and I think that you're going to get it done. I have similar concerns to those that have been voiced. And for me, it's stemming from the reliance on the vegetation to be there in the long term. And we understand that this current owner, is going to be enthusiastically taking care of that vegetation. But we also know that buildings tend to outlast their, initial use. And if we sign off on this, 10-foot wall, we're committing to it for the long haul. And I think that we have to be prepared to approve it with or without the vegetation. So I would encourage the applicant to submit elevations both with and without the vegetation. And I think that when you do that, it becomes apparent that, it's the current design is lacking, an architectural solution, and it's relying simply on this product. We heard about, some concerns about the longevity of the product in the sun and the rain. I would feel more comfortable with it if there was a more architectural solution and we were not relying entirely on the landscape architecture for, 200 feet along the frontage of Washington Avenue. So I would also support a continuance as was suggested.
Thank you, Rick. I think the project is spectacular as it is. I agree with Nancy, but I do also think that if the wall is permanent and the landscaping somehow becomes not permanent, I'd hate to see a concrete barrier up there. So I also agree with Kirk and Barry. So I'm not sure what I'm agreeing with, but I think a little bit more thought maybe should go into it, although I think it's perfect the way it is, and I do trust you guys to do what is right. I really don't think we have to worry in this case about something being done incorrectly and you're digging your heels and saying, no, I'm not going to do this. I think your heart's in the right place, and your pocketbook certainly is in the right place. So I agree mostly with Nancy, but it's kind of where I am.
Thank you. Can you explain what would happen if the wall went away?
Well,
why do you need the wall?
We certainly could not operate as we've always programmed, because the wall will capture all of the noise that when you're standing on the west side of Washington Avenue in front of the Arcadia House, again, the decibel level will be in the low 60s. And if you look at like an OSHA table for what is that decibel level, it's basically 3 people talking in a conversation. So in no way could that be treated as anything close to unreasonably loud, which is the code standard that you would use. So without the wall, we would not really be able to operate and we would suffer greatly. I don't know that we would stay open. I don't know that the board is saying that we can't have the wall, but with an acoustical wall, there are some things that could be done. But I think that, and I've often heard it's the architecture here that's most important. You can't use landscape architecture to substitute for architecture. But here, we're in a situation where these vines, at least in the northern end, have proven to be very successful, and they'll grow very quickly. And it just seems to me when you're on Washington, on the west side, looking at our pool deck area, you do see a little bit inconsistent facades. You see the back of cabanas, you see the DJ booth, you see the bar. It just seems to me that when you have landscaping, there's one cohesive facade all along the west, all along the north, and that will highlight then the ground floor retail and restaurant uses. I think it's a nice contrast, whereas now it's fine, but I think it would look much better. And I think if you all just would trust in the concept that in this particular instance, yes, the landscaping could stand on its own. And in our subtropical climate, with this particular vine, it does grow rapidly. So I would appreciate an approval today with some type of tough conditions that we come back within every 60 days after we get our approval, after it's built, to show you all, yes, the vine is growing as we thought, and it's going to grow well, and it's going to cover this wall.
I have another question I just thought of. I happened to be there when the new sound guy was testing the equipment, and I stood in front of it, and I heard the noise, and then I stood in back of it, and there was basically no noise.
Exactly.
But the question that just brought up another question. If you are, what are you relying more on, the concrete wall or the vegetation? It's a 2-part question, because if I could stand behind those speakers and it was basically quiet, it was the noise level was turned way down for me, so you didn't blow me off the roof. But if that was turned up, like you had a party or something, I understand that the back of the speakers, you wouldn't hear that much noise, but what is the issue here? Is the issue that the concrete wall will stop the noise in addition to your new speakers, or that the concrete wall only works if you have the vegetation too, or they're separate issues? I guess that's what I'm confused about.
So I'll walk you through.
Okay.
So if you're standing in the middle of the pool deck and the noise is the level that we want, it'll be a lively party scene. The moment that you walk outside the pool deck and you walk to the west of the speakers that were just installed, there's a dramatic decibel reduction.
Like 50%?
Just about. It's big, at least 20 decibels. And then what happens, the remainder of that sound would be captured by the wall, which is right there on the edge.
The vegetation then is to hide the wall?
Is to hide the wall from, as you're on Washington Avenue, it's to obscure the wall.
Okay,
so you're not looking at an acoustic wall.
So that means in our order, we should insist that perpetually you agree to put vegetation to hide the wall, which is the architectural feature.
Yes, let me just say, when I was there, I saw wonderful vegetation up again. Was that the backside?
So
is this what you're trying to replicate on this wall in the front?
You know, landscaping is integrated into large buildings at time. What Nancy's referring to is the Valet Garage, which has significant landscaped exteriors on every elevation. It shows that it can work.
They were gorgeous.
And so here we're just asking to implement that type of landscaping in a different, more limited degree. At the Valet Garage, it goes up 75 feet in the air. You know, what we're asking for here is just to have it climb from the second story podium parking where it already is, just climb up an additional 10 feet and capture this wall. Because, a blank acoustic wall is not the most appealing thing to look at.
I understand, but my question, you're not answering my question. My question is, are you guaranteeing that in perpetuity, basically, that wall will be hidden by enough landscaping to hide it, like the garage, which is so pretty?
Yes, I feel very comfortable making that statement.
City, do you hear that?
I do. I would recommend that we kind of wrap this up. I was notified by city staff that we have to be out of here by 4 o'clock. So I think if we've closed the public hearing, we can deliberate and make a motion on this.
This is another example of them pushing us
can
out
I
so
just,
we can't do our work.
Mr. Chairman, can
Yes.
Avi speak just one more remark?
I think it's best if we move forward. We have 3 other contentious applications, or at least 2 that I think we're going to have a lot of public comment on.
I think we have the idea. I don't think anything's going to help right now. Okay. Are you happy?
Happy to.
Any board member, we can make a motion. Make a motion to approve.
It'll take a lot of work, Jack.
So we can hear a motion to approve with conditions. We can hear a motion to continue. Those are the kind of the 2
I'll make a
opinions I heard.
motion. I'll make a motion that we activate this for today.
That you
today that we approve it. Yes.
With the conditions regarding that
absolutely with the
applicant
wall.
Return to the board, and I would say within 90 days after the construction of the wall to discuss the success or lack thereof of the landscape, and at that time the board could potentially require design modifications if the landscape is not.
Even if they have to rip down the wall, if it doesn't work, I think it's
I don't know
worthwhile
if
to
we
do
could
it
require
now.
that, but you could certainly require the applicant bring back mitigation or design changes to the wall if the landscape does not perform as was represented by Mr. Larkin today.
I think I absolutely, and I trust them that they will do it. It's not just Mr. Larkin.
So it's a motion to
bunch of other
approve with
people
that
here.
condition that the applicant has agreed to. Correct, Mr. Larkin?
Yes.
And the regular standard conditions, which are in the orders as Roman numeral 3, the general terms and conditions to the orders. Ms. Lieben, that is a motion. Do I have a second? Is anyone willing to second that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, second by Mr. Finglas. I will call the roll. Mr. Lopez.
I'm sorry, but no.
Mr. Litt.
Yes.
Mr. Klein. Ms. Weinstein Berman,
Yes.
Mr. Pascal,
No.
Ms. Liebman,
Yes.
Mr. Finglass.
Yes.
Okay, what was the vote on that? 4-3, so that passes, correct? Yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
Go see it. Just go see it. Don't cry over it.
Yeah, it was only a 4 vote. Okay.
We've been
We are moving on. I was notified, the food is here, but I would recommend, since I was notified just recently that we need to be out of here by 4, if we could maybe take a very short
10 minutes.
5-minute break.
10 minutes. You can't eat in
Okay.
5 minutes.
It's 10-minute break, so we will be back here at 10 of 2 o'clock. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are going to move right along to our next application, which is HPB 20-0440. This is 550 Washington Avenue. An application has been filed requesting modifications to a previously issued certificate of appropriateness. This particular application is specific to modifying a condition in the previous order regarding the signage, the Paris signage that is on the marquee fronting on Washington Avenue. The applicant notified me, I think it was yesterday, that there is a travel-related issue with the property owner who would like to be here today. It's my understanding that they are going to request that the board continue this item to the February meeting.
Yes.
Mickey, I won't speak for you, but I believe
that's
that's
fine.
the gist.
And I think, can you hear me okay through the mask? I don't mind taking it off, whatever. I think I'm far enough. But anyway, had it on all day. Wow, it's relief. Mickey Marrero, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. I guess normally we do this in the beginning, but since I was here for the last one, it was hanging out. During our prep call yesterday morning on this item, I learned that our principal, Matthew Massa, who was in France for the holidays, ironically, Paris Theater, he's from France, because of obvious things going on, he wasn't able to get back in time. A lot of our presentation had to do with him expressing his vision of the branding, which we got into last month, in addition to showing the changes that we proposed on the rear. It's really important for him that he be here, so he really asked that I request a continuance just for one more month. He will definitely be here in February. So that's our request. We would ask the board to indulge us one more month. Thank you.
I have a question for you. We have beaten this subject literally to death. Why are we postponing it again? I mean, it's very clear.
Yeah.
We've spoken our piece about it, and I don't think most people are going to change their minds. So you're pushing things into the future and wasting more board time in the future when we've, I think, made ourselves quite clear on the subject.
I'm not trying to waste anybody's time. I'm trying to be very brief. But but again, the big part of our presentation was Mr. Massa's plea to the board. We did submit changes. I hope you all saw on the rear. There was some discussion at the last meeting about trying to find a way to restore that sign in an appropriate way on the property. We believe we've done that. But again, it was really important to him to be here. He hadn't been able to be at the last meeting. He felt that he wanted to address the board himself. I think that would be very effective, and I think it would be a big part of our presentation. He was not able to be here today. I learned this yesterday morning, and that's why I would ask the board. I know you're short on time, and you have other items. We could do this, but I would prefer him to be here. He really, really wanted to be here.
Oh, I apologize. My mic wasn't on. Staff has no objection to that request. We will need to open to the public if there are no more questions for the applicant from the board. Any disclosures of the board members? Okay, Jack.
Received an invitation to meet, but I didn't meet with them.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
I think Barry made a motion. I don't know if...
We do need to open the public. Are there any members of the public that wish to comment on this? I see.
And that's on the request for continuance.
This is on the request for continuance to the February meeting. I do see Gemma Ruiz on Zoom. Gemma, would you like to comment on the application for 550 Washington Avenue? If you would like to comment, please unmute yourself. That might have been a holdover from the earlier item. So with that said, Mr. Chair, you can close the public hearing.
Close the
And
public
we can-
hearing.
Okay.
Board
and-
discussion.
Or we can, anyone have a motion? Did Mr. Klein, did you?
Make a motion to continue.
To the February meeting? Okay, do I have a second? To continue this to February. Mr. Litt is the second. All those in favor?
Roll call vote, please.
Okay, Ms. Weinstein-Berman?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Litt?
Yes.
Ms. Liebman?
Yes.
Mr. Klein?
Yes.
Mr. Pascal?
Yes.
Mr. Finglas?
No.
Okay, that motion
Thank you.
passes. We'll see you in February, Mickey. Thank you. Okay, moving right along, the next application on the agenda is HPB 210483. This is 833 6th Street. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the design of a new fire station building to replace the existing building proposed to be demolished and site improvements. The board did hear this application. You did receive a full presentation at the December 13th meeting. At that meeting, you issued some comments to the applicant and their designers. And since that time, the applicant has submitted revised plans, which are included as part of your package today. I'm going to briefly outline the modifications that have been made to the project since the December meeting. And again, these modifications are in response to comments that were issued by staff, as well as comments that were issued by board members. Number one, the width of the curb cut and a portion of the exit ramp along Jefferson Avenue has been reduced from 73 feet 7 inches to 56 feet 10 inches. This allows for the introduction of additional landscaping along 6th Street. The ground level entry canopy design has been revised and is now proposed to be a projecting frame eyebrow, which successfully recalls a similar element at the east elevation of the South Shore Community Center existing building. The louvered screening has been eliminated at the stair, at the open stair along 6th Street. Additional areas of concrete block and a stacked bond pattern have been introduced throughout, and new windows have been located at the upper level facade along the rear elevation. Collectively, staff does believe that these design modifications represent an improvement over the previous design. While staff is fully supportive of the proposed project, we do have some recommendations that we would like the board to consider with regard to some of the architectural features. Those are summarized in our report. We also have some recommendations regarding further mitigation that we believe could be done to the ramping systems to reduce the impact of that level change on the neighboring historic district. So in summary, we are supportive. We recommend that the board approve the project. In addition to the certificate of appropriateness review, the board, we are also asking the board for a recommendation to the mayor and city commission, who will be reviewing a certificate of appropriateness for the demolition of the existing South Shore Community Center. That building has been discussed at length, primarily in a separate application that the board heard in September. The board did hear the application for the potential reclassification of the existing South Shore from non-contributing to contributing. At that September meeting, the board declined to reclassify the building. The building remains non-contributing within the Flamingo Park Local Historic District, and staff is recommending that the board issue a favorable recommendation to the mayor and city commission regarding the demolition of the building. That is all I have. Colette Satchel is here. I would also like to recognize Virgil Fernandez, the city's fire chief, and Maria Hernandez, who is in charge of the Go Bond project for the city.
Good afternoon. Colette Satchel, Office of Capital Improvement Projects. This project, as you know, is one that we're really excited about because it's going to go ahead and replace facilities that are definitely in need of replacement. We've worked really hard at trying to make sure that we comply with all of the requirements and the needs of the fire department, and at the same time addressing the concerns from the neighborhood that we have heard wherever possible, and of course addressing the concerns from the HPB. Our consultant is on Zoom. You should have Jason Jensen. They'll go ahead and walk through their presentation.
Okay, so if we could move Jason Jensen over if he is not already with us.
Jason, do you swear that the testimony you'll give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Oh, Jason, you're on mute.
Jason, are you able to unmute yourself? I see WJ Architects. Is that also?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, are you able to hear me now?
Yes. Do you so swear?
I do so swear, and Harold Samariba, project manager, with me as well.
I do so swear. Thank you.
Can we cue up the presentation, please?
All right, thank you for the opportunity to come back and present to you today. We're very excited about the progression, again, in the design process. Just to remind that we are in 30% of the design process, and the continued evolution of the design is normal part of the process, and having additional input we appreciate. Next slide. I'll skip over. For the most part, these slides are predominantly there for reference if we need to come back to them. Looking at predominantly in this image, the amount of frontage to the facilities and general configuration. If we could go to the next slide. Highlighting a couple of the elements for this with the planters. You can see some of the detail on the planters, the stack bond that was painted, and the entry feature that you'll see echoed in the new building feature as well. Next slide. In this image, we're looking at the proposed massing of the building in relationship to the neighborhood and community, and seeing where it's placed, and the general massing is smaller than many of the buildings that are adjacent on 6th, and a step back, from the street with the green space is evident from this view as well. You can also see some of the view corridors maintained on either side of the building. Next slide. We're working through the design process, and you'll see these in the final building as well, that we're really focusing on the different materials and making sure that we really don't just echo, but even enhance. As you mentioned, the stack bond was painted in their existing building. In the center, we're looking at a ground face block that would accentuate the scoring of the stack bond and really present that material and configuration more. And in pavers, in the precast, in the walls of the retaining walls, planter walls, really looking back, bringing those features to life and embedding another layer of contemporary materialism into them to make sure that we're enhancing those features. Next slide. In the site plan, this shows a couple of the modifications, predominantly in the ramp. The concession from the chief's standpoint is that the bay that would be along that side would be predominantly EMS, smaller vehicles, to accommodate that change in the exit from that direction. So that's an accommodation that's being made by the fire chief for that, but that accommodates this larger green space. What's highlighted is just the expanded green space, so you still have the rest of the green space to the sidewalk associated with that, and then you can see generally how that's connecting into the rest of the space. Next slide. What's nice about that is that allows us to maintain one of the large trees which was on that corner. So we maintain that tree. We're able to add more green space, more park space to that corner, which overall we think is a great advantage.
Yes, and along with that, we're expanding the understory landscape that's being proposed. So you have a layer just below the trees, which is going to enhance the public realm of those sidewalks as much as well now. Maintaining the existing tree plus the layers of landscape, the creeping ficus that's being proposed for the wall, along with understory that will come all the way up to the intersection.
So in the previous submission that we just mentioned about the wall and the vines, that is the same application that's happening on these walls, and then in front of it, the additional understory trees and green space that we're able to add to this. Next slide. Again, shows this section. We are exploring the first level of changing that structural system to save an additional 18 inches. That would lower the ramp and building by 18 inches. That's still under engineering, and we'll move forward with that in mind. So that will be a goal, but we do not have that engineered at this time. Next slide. So this image, you begin to see the additional planting on either side in those corners. One of the reasons we wanted to open up the stair is that the overall volume, that space is open air. We wanted you to perceive the back wall and that there's a greater variation into the massing of the building that's on the street edge, and also echo some of the open stairs that were available in the existing building and similar structures in the community.
Yeah, there's also opportunities for environmental graphics, as you see there, which we can look at that, variations of it, and something that can enhance with lighting system for the night and during the day. Is something that you can experience with the building facade as well as an added enhancement.
So there's a couple of competing comments that I just want to bring attention to. One, we're trying to reduce the mass of the building and have more step backs within the building. That was multiple comments from the board. And so that's the reason why we were opting for a lighter railing for this that would allow you to perceive the back wall of the building versus a solid front face. We can explore other options with that railing. There are MIMO options with metal and configurations and patterning with that we can explore. Next slide. This shows looking northeast, and another feature that we did at this planter area is we removed a screen that was at that level. So the first level is actually deeper and allows that to read more as an entry, connecting those two entries together. And then having the folding poured-in-place concrete, again, echo the original building. It also echoes the building across the street as well.
Why do you have to echo the original building when you've got it?
I'm sorry. If you want to ask questions or... Okay. Next slide. All right, you can see additional stack bond was added on the east facade, also additional windows. Some of this area, such as the vertical white plane, is elevator and stair core within the building, and the areas behind the stack bond are completely storage, generator, heavy storage related to the fire station programming. Next slide. See this image of the area that was added, and the far left tree is the existing tree that we're able to save. It's actually, that's the rendering. It's actually much larger than that, but we're able to save that tree. Next slide. This shows the south side looking east, shows some of the planter wall. Again, the existing tree, the creeping ficus on the wall there. Next slide. This shows the entry and how we removed a screen that allows that to be farther recessed, and shows potential for a mural there on a perforated screen to the parking garage. So again, making sure that we don't have any parking visible from 6th. Next slide. View looking northeast, again, catching that similar area, and the planter walls that, again, have that echo previous detailing. A lot of the design elements listed on the side are incorporated throughout the building. The cutouts, floating planes, box windows, the planters, breezelays are all elements found within the community and neighborhood. The building to the left is fully modeled that you can see across the street. You also have a very similar folding concrete plane for entry at that building as well. So, we have some similarities on all aspects of the building throughout the community. Next slide. You've seen this image before. This image looking north to the entry of the apparatus bay. Again, if we're successful in the structural, that would be reduced by 18 inches. Other aspects of this is the surface of the ramp, still exploring surface options for that will both accommodate the fire requirements for durability and maintainability, friction with that, but also have additional aesthetic principles to there. Next slide. This shows the ramp on the north side and where that's been reduced, and the green space has been expanded. Next slide. Another image looking at the 6th Street facade. And you can see in this how the screening for the stairs allows the frontage of that building to appear reduced. So you have this step back for the upper right-hand corner of the building here, also for the stairs, and then on the first story, how that steps back as well. So we're able to accommodate some of the push and pull of the facade and breaking down the scale with that, but not lose any of the functionality within the fire station itself. I believe that's next slide. Full front image of that. Next slide. I believe that's it. And just some small detailing, even how the concrete plane of the top roof extends past the glass and then comes and folds down to tie into the stairs, echoes some of those other features, but does it in a contemporary way that's unique to this building. So with that, we'll take, we do believe that the building is, we appreciate the design and opportunity to continue to evolve the design. We believe that it's moving in the right direction. Hopefully the board agrees that there's been some significant improvements made over a short amount of time, and just shows the dedication of the design team and the staff to you continue making this the project the best potential project it can be for the community. I appreciate that. We can stop sharing or go back to answer any questions that you'd like.
If I could reiterate a couple of the changes that we've made. Most notably, we were able to coordinate with the fire department to reduce the width of the exit ramp on Jefferson. That was actually reduced by just about 17 feet. I think it has great benefits in the terms that we were able to increase the landscape area and maintain one of the larger mature trees that exist on that corner. We're also working, it's not complete, but we're working with the structural engineers to go ahead and see how much we can reduce the height of the apparatus bay. I wanted to remind everybody how we got to the height that we got to for the ramps. This particular building needs to be at BFE +3 at a minimum in order for the type of certification that it has. We also thought of the idea of placing the parking beneath the building because we do need to accommodate 34 parking spaces for the fire department themselves, as well as maintaining public parking in the P11 lot, which is in the northeast corner. So we used the building footprint as an opportunity to provide the required parking, much of it, 27 spaces actually, without necessarily adding more impervious space. We actually pulled back on the northwest corner some of the parking that we had there, and we were able to stock them under the building. So when you look at the plan in the northwest corner, there's some mature trees that we were able to salvage, as well as additional trees that we were able to add. So, as we develop the structure of the building with the structural engineer, we anticipate being able to reduce the height of that floor, the apparatus bay, between 12 and 18 inches, but we don't want to finalize it until we definitely have them on board to size all of the structural elements. I thought the facade looked a lot better than where we are. I think some of the comments that were given by the board really helped to open up the facade, especially around the entrance area. And hopefully we've met some of the requirements, or at least most of the requirements here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice presentation.
If none of the board members have questions for...
Any questions? Anybody have any questions?
No questions? We can open it up to public comment, but before that, I would ask the board if they have any disclosures to make.
And this would be new disclosures since the last time this application was heard.
I see none. Mr. Chair, you're more than welcome to take public comment.
Okay, public comment. I'd be happy to take. Mitch?
Sure. Good afternoon again. Mitch Novick. To reiterate what I mentioned last month, I manage a Henry Holhauser building at 610 Jefferson Avenue, or I've managed that building for 30 years this year. Of course, I don't want a fire station in my backyard, but assuming you issue a C of A for demolition, I would ask this board to impose a condition requiring that the applicant, the city, work with the Aman Hotel Group, who is proffered to restore and install the renowned artist Jack Stewart's Apollo mural to a building in our city. And that west facade, or their rendering today, just screamed for that masterpiece to be installed there. I appreciate that they shortened or lessened the width of the ramping, allowing for more foliage. That's a good thing. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mitch. Any other comments? David McKinney, welcome.
I recognize the board is probably tired of hearing from me, and I have to admit, I am weary on this too. If nothing else, we've thought we can't fight City Hall, I guess is the thing from here. And I have to just raise first a classic conflict of interest that has nothing to do with the people involved. But I do not understand how analysis can be done by city staff on something that is mandated by the city. That is just, there defines a conflict of interest. And so if you, there, in that aspect, I don't understand how the board can go forward on that with that analysis. Also, I asked you to look at the historic resources, their report put into that. It is, the only word is inadequate. There is just a stringing together of documents. There is no analysis. There is no history of that building. And there is no history of the area. Also, I really do cry foul in that much of the public comment was left out of the online, their documentation. That tells the public something totally different than is true. I don't understand when the chairman gives a letter to Ms. Tackett from the Society of the Architectural Historians, why that is not included online. I do not understand why there is no reference to the Florida Trust for Historic Preservation's listing of this as one of the buildings to save there in 2021, where that is not there. But all that, they're being contributing to what I think is just a lack of due process. I want to talk to you about your roles here. You there are required to follow the code. The code is clear. Historic preservation, according to the code, is the policy of the city. And all buildings within a historic district, receive the same protection, not just contributing buildings. And if we want to talk about the architectural significance, every someone from the National Landmark Committee, Richard Guy Wilson, who advises the Secretary of the Interior on landmarks, has written to this body and to the commission talking about the importance of the building. The Society of Architectural Historians has also weighed in about the importance of the preservation of this building. And
3 minutes are up.
I grant him whatever time he needs.
The Florida Trust has also spoken. But I just want to say, as an observer, where is your outrage right now? That you were outraged that the city, that the private owner of the Deauville did not undertake the recertification of that building. But you're not outraged that the city did not do it when the city, this building is occupied with a seniors program and a daycare center. Something here just does not pass muster. This should be evaluated on the importance of this Lapidus building in terms of its historic preservation, in terms of its relation to history, particularly with a significant growth of seniors, not just in Miami Beach, but nationally as as a constituency within the government. If this building was in any other place, it would be celebrated, not being knocked down. Ms. Weinstein, I have to take exception to the idea that this building has lived its purpose. It's doing what it's supposed to do, which is a community center for the daycare. And if you want to know about its ability to adapt, look at over the 2 years there. It has been a vaccination center. It has been a food distribution center. It has been a polling place. It works for the community where it is. It also has the potential to expand services for where it is. So if you're looking at this aspect of it from there. Now also, in terms of the design on the other, I don't understand why their firefighter parking is a public safety issue, particularly when you've got the Publix parking lot, the parking garage there. But these elements are all tied in with it. I will end by their saying that what I think we have here now, as defined by the National League of Cities, is a case of implicit bias. And they define it as the placement of services and elements there within a city among a constituency that does not have the cloud of others. And if you look at this part of there, and in fact, in other conversations that the comments that the city staff have made about it being there a marginal area, and that by putting it the fire station in there, it will their curb crime. Okay. These are elements, these are conversations that really do speak about implicit bias. And if you want to look at its definition, don't take it from mine. Go to the website, look at the National League for Cities and see where this is. What I ask you to do is to preserve a Morris Lapidus building that deserves preservation on its architectural method, significance, and its historical significance. I ask you to ask the city to go back and look for a site. Now, you've heard all about the sites here and the site selection, but I ask you then to go back to the GeoBond minutes and look at Mr. Martinez's initial comment, where he admitted that the previous sites were abandoned because of community opposition. They're in the minute, look at it. So what do? You find the constituency that does not have the voice of the cloud in City Hall, and you put it there. And this is just wrong. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, I just need to respond to one comment that Mr. McKinney made regarding a letter that you gave me, and that's not part of the record of this particular file. That letter you gave me was during a discussion item, which later resulted in an application for the possible reclassification of the building. That is a completely separate file. That letter was read into the record for that file. This is a separate application, and that letter was not submitted to me by Mr. Finglass for this particular application. But that was part of the record for the reclassification application.
You had it in your possession, which should be good enough for any issue. It becomes public record when I submitted it.
Correct,
So
and that's part of the record of the reclassification application.
Okay, thank you. Next, please.
Hi, Julie Isaacson. How are you, everybody, and Happy New Year. I can't reiterate enough what David said about the importance of the Morris Lapidus building, and my main purpose is always has to do with historic preservation, and my main reason for being here. But I also have to always remember that the environment, I always have to remember that. And to destroy a Morris Lapidus building already is just a travesty to begin with in a city that is known for historic preservation and one of our most important prolific architects. And aside from the fact that the firehouse just doesn't fit on that street, it's just crazy to squeeze it in there. And I'm also in agreement with Mitch that if it does pass, that they really should repurpose the mural. However, major point, it's an environmental nightmare. What are you going to do? Tear down the Morris Lapidus building? How long is it going to take to rebuild the new structure? It's not like it's in the middle of a field somewhere. It's on a major street. It's got a lot of foot traffic. And aside from that, what are you going to do with all the debris, and where is it going to go? And then there's going to be the construction that we're going to be dealing with. There's so many things to consider, historic preservation being number one, but the environment, and especially here where we're ground zero for environmental issues and sea rise level, destroying things instead of repurposing them, or in certain cases, or in this case, just leaving it as is, it just doesn't make any sense.
Especially since this year the Pritzker Prize winners, the two architects, stated in their speech that our purpose today is to repurpose, not to destroy. Because when you destroy things, you fill landfills with waste of materials. It's a total waste. And here you have a perfectly good building. It has been repurposed, and it's going to go to the trash heap because of strictly political and money pressure. It's a shanda on them.
I agree with you, and not to change the subject, but this morning I was frustrated. I had my hand up for the Deauville and 3093 Palm Island, but no, I don't want to. I was communicating with people here. But it also goes back to the same thing. It goes back to the environment again, once again, of destruction, without taking into consideration the position that our city is in right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Daniel?
Okay, thank you. Daniel Serrato with Miami Design Preservation League. I think the points made by David McKinney and Julie and others are really good, so I don't need to add that much. But I did want to put on the record that, anytime an applicant other than the city comes, they have to do a historic resources report that's pretty detailed. Talking about all the history of the property and anything that's available out there. I just pulled up their historic resources report. It's just basically a PDF of different, documents from the building department. So I do think that there is a little bit of that double standard with, when we're knocking down a building that the city owns, that there isn't the historic attention that we require of everyone else. I know this board sort of doomed the fate of this building by not reclassifying it. However, you all do have the power to ensure this new development is compatible. And I remember at the last meeting you had asked that more elements of the original building be reincorporated. And looking at the new design, I really don't see that has happened. So, it's not necessarily final that you will approve this as it's designed. So I would strongly encourage that you push for more, first of all, a thorough review of the historic resources and then identification of what can be saved. Because, I think Max Litt said it at the prior meeting, this will be a great fire station in 2050. It's going to be so high up. But I think maybe the theme of today is let's also think about the ramifications to our community in the decisions we make today, because those actually will have an impact on climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Mr. Chair, we do have some members of the public on Zoom. Johan?
Johan, you remain under oath and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I agree with much of what has been said. I remain baffled that the entire city would not have rather either nicely approached Shell or crankily approached Shell to say, we want your site, your redundant 5th Street gas station site. But we haven't done that. And as Daniel pointed out, this board's decision to not classify the building as contributing, I think, was in fact the deciding decision. And so here we are, and we move forward. I had a couple of questions and a couple of positive comments. The stairs that are shown on the outside, are those a fire escape? I don't gather that anyone's going to be regularly walking up and down the outside south-facing staircase. And it was mentioned that the fire department had made a concession where there would be only smaller vehicles in that bay, if I got that right. But I assume the large ones, the big engines, will still need to go somewhere. And where are they going, and how is the much welcomed reduction of the ramp size going to affect that? We applaud the maintaining of the additional large tree, but remain concerned about the ramps and how they loom in the landscape. We're supportive of public art. I think no one objects to that. I think some of the neighbors' input is excellent, and I think that the neighboring building that overlooks will also appreciate the additional trees there. We remain concerned, the community remains concerned about the loss of parking spaces, and we wonder whether in conjunction with this possible proposed plaza, which may or may not be feasible, if in fact angled parking possibly to the south of 6th, where there appears to be redundant sidewalk width, if that would be a possibility. By my count, we could add 4 additional spots there next to the laundry if they were angled. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Our next speaker is Tanya Bhatt.
Hi, Tanya. You remain under oath and you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Give me 1 second, please. Again, I find the comments made by the folks who have spoken before me to be right on point on all counts, so I won't belabor those points. I just find it very disheartening that we're having basically the same conversation about demolishing a unique piece of architecture, which, as David McKinney said, if it were anywhere else, would not even be considered for demolition. It is a unique piece of Morris Lapidus architecture. It's not the norm, which makes it even more intriguing and important. And I think the point that was made about the constituency, the surrounding neighborhood, who may not be as aware of what's going on or may not be able to organize in the same way that other neighborhoods can to voice their opposition, means that they get squished. And I think that's problematic. Government is supposed to look out for everyone among us, not just the squeaky wheels. So I think it's a really distressing decision that has been taken to condemn this unique building to such a fate, especially when it is serving an important role in the community and continues to evolve and adapt to the evolving needs of the community. That being said, the odds that we're going to win this one are slim to none as well. And in that case, whatever goes up, which looks to be, to my untrained eye, but looks to be wildly out of scale and not contextual at all with the neighborhood, I would urge to the board and the city to, the bare minimum, install that glorious Apollo mural that Mitch has been protecting and advocating for so long, so that there is at least some decent outcome to this whole sad state of affairs. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya.
Our next speaker is Wayne Roberts.
Hi, Wayne. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'll only take a minute, I hope. I applaud the chairman identifying the issue, which becomes a political issue. And the fire department has a lot of influence, and their rights overtook what I perceive to be the rights of children, families, and elderly, because they spent all their time and money on making sure the fire department was taken care of with Hilton-style accommodations. Oversized. I think the fire number 1 is like 1/4 of the size of this building that is proposed. And, I'm surprised that the city didn't at least consider the kids and the elderly, not as an afterthought with a lease from, I guess, Gloria Estefan, but a long-term solution for the kids and the elderly as a social service center. All the time and effort was placed on that. Additionally, I think more relevant is that this board is probably one of the few advocates for residents besides neighborhoods. And, but no funding. Okay. So you're reacting to things. There's no funding. Wait. There's no funding for maintaining the properties that are under the purview of the city that like this, to maintain it so that, and you guys should be responsible for that funding. There should be dollars assigned to that. And there isn't. Year after year, these buildings collapse and wind up in the junk heap. And something needs to be done on that level, as well as social services, equality. in how money's spent. And I want to thank Mike Grieco for collecting that $16 million from the state to pay for this stupid thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts.
Okay, our next speaker is, I believe this is Neeson Kasdan.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Neeson Kasdan. I'm speaking to you as just as a citizen on this issue to make a couple of points. First, I do believe that this board, in considering the designation, the staff as well as the administration has followed a very thoughtful, methodical, and deliberative process in assessing all of the needs of the community, the greater community, in deciding on this as an appropriate location, and ultimately as decided by the City Commission. The reason why I called today, though, is, and I take my hat off to Mitch Novick for being persistent in helping to look for a home for Jack Stewart's Apollo mural, which I do believe this is a very nice location. If this project goes forward, it's a very nice location for the mural. It would be very appropriate. I would love to be able to see this be the spot in which it moves forward. So I think it would be a good addition, and I encourage you to support that element of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Neeson, very much.
Our next speaker is Dakota.
Hi, Dakota. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
I wasn't going to make a public comment, but I found it somewhat necessary given the facts that, not related to historicness, but I was literally just in the building applying for services and using it as the community center that it is. But aside from that, what I was recognizing as I was standing outside and I was looking at what they proposed for the fire station, which understandably they want it to be new and high tech and different. But as a historic standpoint, it doesn't match any of the buildings that are there, and it doesn't have the significance that it does. So they are definitely modernizing as far as what this board is concerned with is the historic preservation. It doesn't match the Meridian Market, the Palacio de Jugos, the 555 Jefferson that was there as well, no longer Palacio de Jugos. So it doesn't match the surrounding architecture or history that it represents now, which would, again, what everyone is commenting.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I see 2 more speakers. However, they may be from previous items. We have Gemma Ruiz. Gemma, are you here to speak on the 833 6th Street application? If so, unmute yourself. Okay, Mr. Chair, I think that speaker is likely a carryover. Okay. And then I see Johan, who had already previously spoken on this. So, Johan, if you have no more comments, okay, they just took their hand down.
Close public comment.
Yes.
Okay. Board comments? Who wants to go first? Don't all rush at one time. Laura, let's do Laura first.
Thank you so much for the updated presentation. I do commend the design team and the city staff for turning it around so quickly, but I think one of my main concerns was reincorporating character-defining features, and I'm not seeing any. I'm actually seeing a removal of that from the last iteration. Did you guys make any effort to walk through with a historian or someone that is familiar with the building and try to incorporate those features?
Jason, do you want to take this one?
Sure. I can. There's a few questions in there. I guess overall like philosophy of recreating a building, we do want to use a lot of elements from the community that are indicative of the community, but at the same time embrace that this is a new program. So much as the last caller had mentioned other buildings that are different typologies, different programs, that this is a fire station. It does have a specific purpose that we want to embrace as a fire station and represent it as such. So we were focused a lot on the idea of the volume. Obviously, if this was some other building, it could be twice this size, but we're actually only using half of the volume potential for this site. But we were trying to push and pull the facade to give work on how much of the volume is actually on 6th Street. So some of the elements like the stairs was about pushing and pulling that facade. And I do think that there are some opportunities to bring some of the art form into that element as well to enhance that. So it's more of a cumulative part of the project of all of the elements are representative of an element that's in the community and the volumes that's associated with it.
Okay, thank you. Did that answer your question?
And we have worked multiple times with staff, going back and forth with Debbie and staff, regarding all those elements.
And just to that point, so we do have a few recommendations that we think would strengthen the building's relationship with the South Shore Community Center. Primarily, the design recommendations for the building, that's why we're making those recommendations, because we do believe that would establish a stronger relationship to the South Shore, and also result in compositionally perhaps a better piece of architecture fronting the street.
Okay, thank you. Did that answer your question?
Yes. So none of the original meaning current existing fabric, potentially, I don't know how far it has been documented in terms of the original Lapidus design, but for example, the original awning, for example, is no longer contemplated in this design.
Correct. They removed the concrete canopy. There was at least one comment previously about kind of the awkward relationship that was previously proposed for the canopy. It appeared to some as maybe an afterthought that it was just stuck on. They revised that, and the decision, I believe, I don't want to speak for the architect, was not to reincorporate it because of the revised kind of setback of that entry and integrated canopy within the architecture. Compositionally, I think that entry is far superior to what was proposed last month. However, you're correct. That would sacrifice the reintroduction of that original fabric, that original canopy feature. We were exploring with the architects for a good amount of time, perhaps maintaining that canopy structure as on the site, not necessarily part of the building, but as a shade structure on the site. So I think that's something that we may be able to continue to explore if the board, was amenable to that.
Okay, thank you. Max.
Thanks. I had also kind of clocked that that the removal of the canopy and just other. I didn't find that, at least my memory of the board comment was not to do away with those references altogether, but just something that was more like a thoughtful way to integrate those. Other incorporating staff recommendations to kind of bring that back, I would be in favor of that. I am in favor of the reduction of the width of the ramping. I think that's the type of change that will have an impact that people will experience. To soften sort of soften the experience of the the new building overall, and in contrast with I think we've been talking about like the height of the parking underneath. I understand the intent there. It's hard for me to see how that leads to a meaningful difference in the experience of the building height. It seems like we're just talking about a few inches, unless you're getting rid of that parking altogether, which I think for the building itself would be a good thing, but I can also see how that would be a challenge going forward in terms of commitments made for the parking that's available on that site. What else? I don't want to gloss over. I mean, what we heard from the impassioned public comment. I think these are just it's inherent in sort of the tortured history of the siting of this project and finding a place that's going to work. And the way that it's gone is sort of forced into a site that's under city control, and it's extremely unfortunate that it is that it landed kind of on a building that means so much to so many people. I don't really know what I can say to resolve that really at this point. It's just an example of one of those really stark trade-offs between the community ideals of historic preservation and public safety. So I don't know if there's going to be a clear resolution there. So whatever we can do to get the best possible design outcome, that's also functional, is I think where it's worthwhile to head on this. I don't remember if I commented on this last time, but the Apollo mural, I think that's a creative solution to incorporate into the design here. I think that would be, that would definitely be something we should explore here. I think it's also the staff recommendation for art in public places, other sorts of ways to, make this, an asset for the public beyond its sort of functional use. Those are ways to achieve that. Maybe just as a more technical process question, I mean, it was probably mentioned before, but I think when we talked about we're at 30% design here and there's still so much room for change. What does an approval mean now that, when you get to the other design milestones, that it's sort of handled administratively at that point?
Max, that's correct. So during the building permit review, the plans reviewer would review the building permit construction documents in accordance with the design that was approved by the board today. So any substantial changes would require going back to the board as a modification. There are a lot of what's going to be developed are actually the systems of the building, the structure of the building. That typically does not impact the design. So the vast majority of the development, if this design should be approved, is really going to be construction details. But we will review it during the permit review process, and if any item, represents a significant change to the building, it would come back.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Nancy.
My first impression of seeing this the second time, I think that the design elements are stronger, and I appreciate that. However, I would like to note the fact that I am not impressed with the fact that people are calling this building, as it sits now, historic and significant of Morris Lapidus. Want to see Morris Lapidus? You come up on Collins Avenue, you'll see what what he has done over the years. I'm also happy about the fact that with all the complaints about moving the children have a fine space right across the street. So that element has been taken care of. And lastly, I feel that the fire station was one of the most important things that had to happen before there would be a big problem with, who knows, I don't remember how many years old this fire station is or was, but it's certainly not something that would remind people of anything exciting about that point in time. This new fire station adds a lot more interest, and certainly I think it's one of the most important things that could happen on that site.
Thank you, Nancy. Barry?
Yeah. Well, I'll reiterate what I keep saying that, I'm sorry. I'll reiterate what I keep saying, that I think this is the right use but the wrong place. But we don't have anything to say, to do there. I believe that, to me, the elevations have improved a bit from where we were. To go to what Max had just asked, to clarify it for myself, staff would consider this like design development. From this point, we start putting harder dimensions and we go into construction docs. Is that correct?
Correct. I mean, any significant change in dimensions would come back to the board in terms of
barring changes, we don't see it, right?
Correct.
Okay. And I appreciate also that the ramps came down. It seems now the ramps are one directional. Is that correct? They go from
you enter on
east to
Meridian.
west?
Correct.
As before, they went either way. In previous submittal, the trucks, the vehicles could come in either direction.
Yes. The intent from the beginning is to start off of Meridian and then enter on Meridian and then exit on Jefferson. But it does lend itself for, in an extreme case of emergencies, to exit on either street, if necessary.
Okay. Because the last time I was concerned about the trucks coming down and, shining their lights into those apartment buildings across the street on Meridian, right? Mm-hmm. They'd be right into them.
And we are hoping that it'll be less than the effect that we have at the current site. At the current site, the headlights are right, shining into the neighbors when we exit at night. But now that it's on a slope, we're hoping that it will not be shining directly into someone's room.
It's pretty high.
So it'll be, it'll be pointed out.
10 feet above, starting out, I think 10 feet above, 11 feet above the sidewalk. It's pretty high. I also had a concern about drainage. All that water coming down that truck ramp at that height down onto that sidewalk. And I know it's past schematic design. It's in design development. Would have expected some thought. How are you collecting that? I don't see that. And that concerns me in the final use.
If you would like us to address this, we could address those if you'd like.
I couldn't understand. I'm sorry.
I believe the architect is able to respond to that concern, Mr. Klein.
Okay.
So, certainly, I mean, it's great comments. The one on the direction, it is all meant to come in one side and exit the other. Unless there was just something abnormal. From the slope of the ramps and capturing that water, there will be a trench drain at the bottom of each one of those that'll be sized to keep that water on site. No water will exit this site. Currently, there's no stormwater treatment for this site at all. So the new design will have complete treatment for the site and capture all that. So complete trench drain on both sides of that.
As it is required by code for any stormwater to be contained within the site, we are part of our design. It is following that requirement.
So that's not just a French drain, that's containment.
Correct.
French drain.
It has to be maintained on site.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I like the idea of repurposing that canopy, that concrete canopy. I do like the concrete C-shape, U-shape structure at the entrance that's reminiscent of what was there. Some vertical elements could have been applied to in respect to the vertical element that used to be there. I think the stair is pretty plain Jane with these, all the rails are pretty plain Jane. The other piece I had a concern about was the mural, which I am definitely in favor of relocating it on this site or this building. However, I'm very concerned on its protection and if it fits. The last proposed location, later found out it didn't fit. So has anybody verified that it fits and can be placed as intended in its original proportions?
In your package, you should have 2 renderings of an idea that our consultants came up with for the mural. Jason, do you want to describe that idea?
And I just want to point out for the public, for Mitch, for the board members, that's not part of this particular application. I think it's a great idea. The city has just started looking at it within the past month when this idea came. And we're excited about the possibility, but it could not be approved today. It would be a separate application that would be brought back before this board. We also need to, and I am very appreciative of Mr. Kasdan joining us today, also expressing support, because we also have to, discuss this and come to an agreement with the current owner of the mural. So I just want to, I think it's great if the applicant wants to show some possible ideas, but just so everyone knows, we could bring this back. Now, you certainly could make a recommendation.
No, I will.
And include that as part of any motion.
Yeah, I mean, because I didn't see it on the first, I saw it on the second, and they're just very vague. It's a Photoshop type, plotting it on, placing it on one image onto another. I would recommend that before this comes back to us with this possible recommendation or any recommendation for the reuse of the mural, that the pieces be verified in size and that they fit, can be installed as were originally intended.
I can, if you did want to address that, on the building, we did verify that those do not fit on the building itself, but the renderings in the packet that are full renderings show an idea that we had that I think correlates with some of the concern of the ramps and what those green spaces could potentially be as essentially a pocket park type feel, was that we made that into a freestanding sculpture within the green space. And that's what was shown. But we're very excited about it, and from the team standpoint, we're looking for a creative way to make that happen and essentially allow it to stand on its own, because I do think it's fabulous.
Okay, I would just hope that this is not being reviewed right now, the placement or the use of this. So if and when this comes back, if I'm here, I'm going to want to know that it fits and that it's been verified and that it is protected in a way from people. don't think people should be able to physically touch it. I don't want people to go and damage it. I'd like to see. I really like the idea of reusing that concrete canopy as a shade structure somewhere. I'd like to see some concrete cast bench structures applied here. And I've spoken everywhere around the building because, again, I think it's an improvement from what we had, but I don't think it so much relates to where it is. I think it could be in Weston. I think I said the same thing last time, and nothing against Weston, but I think you could move this to North Miami Beach, and you could move this box anywhere, and it be a fire station.
Thank you.
John?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Barry and Mr. Chair. I just want to mention regarding the west facade, you can impose a condition where that could be modified, whether or not the mural were to be installed there. You can request or modify that facade to have the highest architectural projection to incorporate this mural. In other words, you can raise that facade. Don't close that opportunity. And regarding the mural being hardscape along the street, without seeing what you guys are privy to, my gut tells me it's a bad idea. That ramp was, the width was lessened to provide more foliage, and why would you want to detract from that with more hardscape?
Thank you. My turn. First of all, I want to give many kudos to the fire department. They came to my house last week, and I had my fire alarms went wild, and no one could turn them off, and they did a great job, and I love them to death. And my comments bear no relationship to anything that they have ever done bad. They are fabulous. However, and I hope they come next time. However, there are three things here which we must reiterate, because the city, I believe, in this example, in this case, has rammed a new fire station down the people's throats. And it's again, my favorite word, it's a shanda. There probably are many other places where it could have been put, and more thought should have been given. But the key three things here are on the certificate of appropriateness for demolition, number C, D, and E. The city basically has not been truthful with their comments regarding these three items. The first one, the city says the existing building is not a distinctive example of an architectural or design style which contributes to the character of a district. If this isn't a distinctive character, and if this isn't an important building by Lapidus in its form and its history and its function, what is? I mean, it's like everything else that's been rammed down our throats this morning and today. It is just not right. I mean, the people don't get a chance to speak. It's all what the government wants. And it's not what the people call me up and write me emails about. And this is just wrong. The next one, the subject building is classified as a non-contributing building. Okay, that should never have been done either. How can you take a building by one of the most famous architects in at least the south of the United States and call it non-contributing? That is asinine. I mean, there's absolutely no justification for this at all. And we swallow this hook, line, and sinker and let the city staff get away with this time and time and time again. This has got to stop. They have to be truthful in the advice they give to the members of the Historic Preservation Board. And I don't see it here. This is just not correct. And the last one is the retention of the building is not critical to developing an understanding of an important Miami Beach architectural style. Come on, guys. This is Morris Lapidus. It's the most important style there is. How can the city say it's not important? I mean, it's absolutely ludicrous. And I'm not sorry I'm angry, and I'm not sorry I'm saying these things, because somebody needs to wake up, smell the roses, and make sure that the city does what's right for the people here. And they're not doing it. And I am not apologetic. I've heard this for 6 years. 6 years I've heard this over and over and over again, and it's got to stop. That's all I have to say, and I will vote no on all these motions because they're just not appropriate for the people. Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. So, a couple of things. First off, as I've said every time that this has come before us, I'm very supportive of our fire department in terms of being there for residents. You all are amazing, and I celebrate your having a new state-of-the-art fire station. I also want to say from the last presentation to this one, to the architect, to staff, I feel like some of the massing changes, opening up the structure, I think they're helpful. And with that said, I need to go back to ancient history here because I was on this board when we had the first discussion about this location, this building. I remember discussing with the board at the time consensus around the Morris Lapidus structure and attempting to reincorporate some of the authentic features of this structure. And that was 2 years ago. And so I've been a part of all of these discussions, and I really, really am beginning to feel like sitting on this board when it comes to a project in the way this one is being presented like I'm talking to a wall, and I don't get it. There's amazing perspectives and insight on this board. I remember in that discussion, John Stewart had some recommendations as well. And I mean, when it comes to adaptive reuse, historic preservation, reincorporating historical features, I don't know why I feel like the city just drops the ball. I feel like the city should be leading by example, and having been a part of all of these discussions, I don't feel as though the city has even tried on this. And to your statements, Nancy, and I respect you so much, but in terms of Morris Lapidus, I think we're all pretty familiar with Morris Lapidus's contributions to our city architecturally. I think you could do a book on the evolution of Morris Lapidus's style in the city of Miami Beach. And personally, I'm a fan of Morris Lapidus and what he contributed to our architectural heritage. I don't know personally of another brutalist building like this one. And so in that regard, this building is significant. It's significant in my assessment. I want to also just shout out my respect to David McKinney and to all of the residents who have spoken on this issue. I share their passion and feel for your frustration. In some regards, I feel that it's similar to the log cabin discussion, where there were all of these arguments of why a structure on an empty lot needed to be demolished to discredit its architectural significance. I just don't understand it. I don't understand when I think, again, sitting on this board, I think a private application you could expect more from than what we're getting from the city on this. And this is no different. Right now, the residents of North Beach and the city of Miami Beach, the wider city of Miami Beach, get to look at an empty lot where the log cabin was. The one and only Depression-era log cabin. And in this regard, again and again, I've asked about the fact that this lot is so substantially larger than the existing lot where the fire station currently exists. It's accessible on 3 sides to the street. It seems to me that there's plenty of unused space on this lot, and yet it doesn't feel as if there's been any exploration of actually saving and reincorporating authentic elements of the existing structure. And there hadn't really been a response as to why. And I don't get it. I personally, in terms of my service to this board, I do not support the senseless and wholesale demolition of the Morris Lapidus structure. I've always, and I've said it from the very beginning, I am absolutely open to compromise. I always am, and I think historic preservation is about compromise. I don't feel that there's compromise here. The last presentation, I think the conversation I was a part of, we wanted to see more of the authentic features incorporated or at least explored, and what I'm seeing now is less. I'm actually seeing none of those authentic features actually retained, and I don't get it. So, you know, to me, there's a discussion of echo. I keep hearing we're echoing Morris Lapidus, but why do you need to echo when we have the authentic features there? And so, anyway, thank you.
May I? May I? I may.
We need
That's
to hear
right.
from Board Member Lopez as well.
Oh, okay. No, that's fine.
Thank you, Debbie. Like Kirk, I remember hearing these conversations, from years past about where to locate the fire station. And I appreciate the city's, challenge in finding an adequate place for an important public service, especially in the light of, recent tragic fires around the country claiming, lives, children's lives. I mean, the firefighters, they need their place. I don't know where else they would go. And I think that they've looked at it and, we've seen their presentations over the years, confronting the challenge of citing it, okay? So I understand the need to move forward. I do, however, appreciate the historical report put forth by Mr. McKinney. I think that, of course, any applicant should be presenting a historical report to really understand, what we're looking at here. So thank you, Mr. McKinney, for the thorough and thoughtful and informative report. That being said, I know that this is a Lapidus building. I think that it's worth preserving at least part of it. I don't necessarily think that the whole building needs to be preserved. I would love to see drawings that at least try to preserve a portion of it, so that we don't have to try to replicate characteristics of a building that's going to be gone. But if there are elements of the building, where it meets the sidewalk that are to be preserved, I think that would go a long way to preserving the memory, not just of this moment in architectural history, but this moment in the city's history and in the development of Mr. Lapidus's career. We don't see that here. So if I was to encourage the architectural team to do something, that would be one of the things. I would preserve, part of the building. Try to preserve part of the building rather than seeing this as a, complete clean slate. I also think the building would be better if you did a couple of things. Like, I think it would be better if you shifted it to the north a little bit to create potential liners at the street front. I mean, I understand the placement of the artwork would be a great addition, but urbanistically, there's these corners are empty, and they would benefit from having some liner, even if they were shallow, for small businesses or I don't know what. But that's something that I would be looking for. And then also the huge curb cuts. I don't understand why we need 3 lanes of curb cuts. I know that it's been reduced already, and I would challenge the team to work with the fire department to figure out how they can make this work with smaller curb cuts. So in general, I'm in favor of it moving forward. I wish that we could see something that was more sensitive to the existing building. I don't want to overstate the importance of this particular Lapidus building when Lapidus has given us so many gems. But I do think it's important and part of the city's history. And at the same time, it's today's community, today's city, that's going to benefit from having a fire station in this location so it can respond in an adequate time to an emergency. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Nancy.
Okay. Now, I'd like to justify my rejection of this building that everybody thinks is a masterpiece and it has to be on walls. I knew Morris Lapidus. I guess I'm around long enough to know and have worked with him and seen him and how he operated. This building that everybody here is just so supportive of and trying to make it so important. This was a small building, was not what you're looking at now. It was a small piece of a building. I don't remember what was on the other side. Might have been a lot. And in that building, they had a bunch of people using the building. They were employed in the building, and they were doing some kind of work for the city. It was not anything breathtaking where we had to be standing on the corner just enjoying every minute of it. Morris Lapidus, I had the pleasure when Lincoln Road first closed, and we had that activity. He rode up and down the street. He was very proud of the road. He never, ever, at the times that I have seen him, mentioned the little place that you're all welcoming as some kind of token. It just doesn't make sense to me. This is my own observation and my own long-time respect for Morris. And he did masterpieces. This must have been done in the dark of night at some point. I couldn't imagine
All famous architects have done masterpieces and minor pieces.
Well,
this is a minor piece, but that doesn't mean it should wind up in the waste heap. Nancy.
It's not going to the waste heap. It is going to, first of all, the children are going to have a better space across the street. That's first of all. Second of all, this city needs a fire station. You were all there when the city manager said, what would happen if we didn't do this? Would you like to wait another 10 years until the old fire station would have been run down?
Thank you, Nancy. David,
Thank you for the opportunity on your last day here. It's very enjoyable to be with you, and we're going to miss you, but I don't agree with this part of you.
Thank you. David, one last word, and then we must move on.
I apologize, but I do want to correct the record. The building that is the South Shore Community Center is the building that Morris Lapidus designed. I know very well from there, and also I do want to also let you know that, and again, I would refer you to Robert Shredrow, who was the principal designer during this time, that Morris Lapidus had a very strong interest in brutalism. In fact, the JC building, which was intended for Alton Road, and that was placed there in Coral Gables, it was a award-winning brutalist building.
We need to bring this to a close, David.
From there, so I just wanted to I apologize, but I just wanted to correct the record. And I will say that I know that Ms. Liebman and Mr. Lapidus were very good friends because he gave $100 to her commission campaign when she first ran. So.
Okay, thank you, David. Thank you. Okay, should we call for a vote on something? You have two motions?
Any of the board members can make a motion?
Rick, would you like to make a motion, please?
Sure. I would move to approve with conditions that the architectural team study retaining a portion of the existing building, that they also consider reducing the width of the curb cuts, and that they integrate the artwork into their design. And if you're asking me, I would say also explore the potential for small liner structures along 6th Street, adjacent to those tall ramps.
Okay.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
If we're asking them to reincorporate a portion of the building, why not ask for it to come back to the board with those elements reincorporated? Rick, just a friendly question.
That's okay. You know, I would like to see the drawings reflect some of the existing building, you know?
So could we do it as a continuance, asking to reincorporate more of a portion of the existing structure?
That's fine by me. If you guys are open to that, I'm happy to edit my motion to be a continuance with those recommendations.
And just to clarify, I think we stated this before, it may have gotten lost. What staff is asking for, there are two parts of this application. And I think we've heard some very constructive comments today regarding the design of the new building and potentially reincorporating some original pieces of the existing building. The second part is a recommendation with regard to the demolition. So ultimately, the decision whether in whole or part the building is demolished does rest with the city commission. So I think some of your recommendations kind of straddle both, which is perfectly fine, especially if the motion is to continue the application. And I think it would be helpful if we could get kind of separate thoughts from the board on each of those in terms of the demolition recommendation that you will be issuing, and then ultimately the design of the new building that may or may not incorporate existing portions.
I think in a sense this motion is addressing the demolition because it's saying, hey, Mr. Architect, go back with your team and show us what you can do with this existing structure or some of this existing structure. So we don't know whether to demo it yet. When we see that, we can say yay or nay, this works.
It seemed like Rick's recommendation too to shift it a little to the north would potentially open opportunities, right? Seems like for a little bit retention of more of the existing features. I don't know. I mean, seems to me.
Okay, so the motion, Mr. Lopez, you've modified.
Is timely.
Okay, so that's helpful. Mr. Lopez, you've modified your motion to request the applicant come back to you with a design that incorporates portions of the existing building?
Yes, and I think that I don't know how the others feel, but I think that the city's going to have to work with this site. Based on all the other presentations we've seen over the last couple of years, I think that they should proceed knowing that they're going to be able to work with this site, but it's going to be contingent on them, working with this existing building to some extent. Right now what we're seeing is really a complete demolition and kind of starting from scratch on the site. But if they could retain some portion of it, even if it was to be, moved or altered, but, I'd like to see an effort to retain at least a portion of the building. And I think where that's most likely given the way their design is going, is going to be with some of the smaller features of the building closest to the sidewalk. So I don't think it's too much to ask to at least have them try that. Whether it's a continuance or not, I'll defer to you on how best to move forward.
Debbie?
Could we respond?
Right. If I may, this type of facility has to be designed to a higher code. It's what we call a Category 5 building. And what happens is it's designed to wind pressures very close to 200 miles per hour. So maintaining existing structural elements, first of all, it's almost impossible for a building built in this time frame to comply with not just current code requirements, but at the highest level. So structurally, we will have an issue with trying to keep some of the structural elements.
Let me interrupt you because that's a fallacious statement. You've had buildings here from 1900 and 1920 that are still here through hurricanes, through all sorts of horrors, and now you're saying that we can't take pieces of a building that's been around through Lapidus' lifetime and save a piece of them because it doesn't meet your standards. You're just talking about pieces. You're not talking about 50 feet of building.
And the existing building,
if I may,
much of the existing building is, it's concrete block and poured concrete. Same structure that you're proposing.
If I may respond?
Other than maybe filled
Sure.
cells.
Sorry.
No, we very much appreciate that. If you see in the design and the renderings, the planters that we are showing, the intention is to relocate. The intention is to salvage and maintain and then relocate. So it's not just an echo. Obviously, you have to go through that process to maintain and ensure the longevity of that and to relocate elements in the process. But that is the intention. That is what we're showing with all of the planters that are in the front facade, is to do that exactly what is being mentioned. The other aspect with the canopy, the other item that we showed was to use it as a shade pavilion in the Pocket Park on the south side of the park where we have more green space. You can make that as a condition if you so choose, and that will be incorporated. We have already looked at that element. So the two of the main features are those features. The other features, as you mentioned, are poured in place concrete and integrally tied into the building on that north end of the building where the ramp is. The building cannot be moved in any direction. The site is placed exactly what will allow the apparatus to be able to make the turns into the ramp and the slope from the street to the top of the ramp, because we do have to navigate that. It has to be an exact slope. Can't exceed that, otherwise it won't work for the trucks, and it can't go in any direction because of the setbacks.
I think what you're
we also can't lose the green space because of the green space requirements and the tree requirements of the city as well. So we have some competing factors in there, but I did not want anybody to think that we weren't trying to retain those elements.
There's also the right-of-way for Meridian and Port.
Excuse me, but I think what you don't hear is that we're not asking for trinkets of pieces of the design of the entries and a planter here or there, which are nice, respectful. But I think what we're asking for is a more respectful design that relates either to the existing building if it has to go, or a new building that would be of a similar style and something that represents this area. And I don't think it's a nice building. It can be in North Miami Beach or Weston or Opelika. It could be here, but it doesn't. It's not really relating to its neighbors, and I think that's what you're not hearing.
I hear you. I appreciate that.
Okay, we're at a point we need to do something because we need to move on. So Can we think of a motion or?
I think Rick made a motion.
Okay.
I just want to say as well, though, I mean, there's 2 canopy entries on the south. There's the planters. I just want to reiterate that this isn't new. 2 years ago, this is the feedback that the board provided. So it's not like a last-minute request to change everything. This was part of the discussion at the very beginning. And personally, I'm not sure why the 2 canopies just can't be retained along with some of the planters and maintain that character. But in any case, I second Rick's motion.
Okay, and that is a motion to continue. I would recommend we could work with the applicant to try to bring something for February. That would March is probably more likely, but I don't know what the applicant. I know they do have a time frame. How much time would you need to revise the plan?
What is the deadline for February?
It would be next Monday, or Tuesday, because Monday I think is a holiday. So Tuesday, the 18th.
That's not possible.
So I would recommend a continuance to the March 8th meeting, which would be a 2-month continuous. If the Rick, if you accept that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then we'll call the roll. Mr. Litt?
Yes.
Ms. Liebman? Ms. Weinstein-Berman?
Yes.
Mr. Pascal?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yeah.
Mr. Klein?
Yes.
Mr. Finglass?
Yes.
Okay, and just to clarify, so I think what we heard, just so staff can give direction to the applicant, is they're willing to bring back a proposal taking in your comments into consideration. I think there is a possibility of saving some of those planter features, and we can look again at the canopy structures. Kirk, so generally speaking, I think that's a reasonable direction. We'll save as much as we can, but at a minimum, I think we need to look at those elements. Okay. So please reach out to me, and we'll schedule a follow-up meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Debbie, one question, if I may, Debbie?
Yes?
I see that on the north side, they provide a lot of parking. Would the city potentially offer some flexibility for them to reduce their parking requirement if they could push the building further to the north?
I think it's more of an operational issue. We need to provide public parking as well as employee parking more than it is a requirement. But we can certainly take a second look at that, Rick, to see if there's any possibility of reducing.
It's not just the parking, but access to Meridian Court.
Right.
The access aisle for the parking lot actually serves as the access to Meridian Court, which is where many of the neighbors actually park. They access their parking for their buildings from off Meridian Court.
Okay, I mention it just because we have developers who come here all the time with a huge list of variance requests, often tied to parking and other, other considerations for leniency. So I just wanted the team to have some flexibility as well.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, we do have one application prior to what you see on the boards. Mr. Suarez, we have one more application in front of you. This is a very quick application, but in the order of the agenda, this one was submitted prior. Mr. Chair, I'm going to be very brief in this. It's a very simple request. This is HPB 210489, 2340 Collins Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a variance to relocate a building building signage to a non-street facing facade. This particular project was approved by the board several years ago. Construction is complete. In staff's opinion, it is an extremely successful infill building in the historic district. They are requesting to put a sign facing south on the building. Because this south side, although it's visible from Collins Avenue, it does not front onto a street. It actually fronts on to what is private property, but it's also a paseo. It's a public kind of thoroughfare between Liberty and Collins that was incorporated into the project. So for that reason, staff is supportive of the variance request. The signage that they're proposing is significantly under the maximum allowable in terms of square footage. So we have no objection and are recommending approval. I see Carly Grimm is here representing the owner. If you have any questions or if you would like a presentation.
Does anybody have any issues? Because we would need to go quickly.
I went by and I think this is minimal. You don't see it from, is that 23rd Street or 21st Street? You don't
23rd.
see it. You have to be on Collins to see it. I have no issue unless others do.
Does anybody have any questions, issues?
Can we move to approve?
Let me open the
Before
public
we do that,
hearing.
Sorry.
Yes. And before the public hearing, do any board members have any disclosures to make?
Okay, I do see, I'm not sure if these members are here for 2340 Collins Avenue, but if you are, keep your hand raised. If you're not, please lower your hand. We have Sean Hickey. Sean, are you here to speak on the 2340 Collins Avenue project? Okay, if you are, please unmute yourself. Okay, let's move to Louis Puig. Louis, are you here to speak on the signage variance request for 2340 Collins Avenue? Okay, I don't believe any members on Zoom are actually wanting to comment on this application, so we can close that.
Close comment, okay.
So move to approve based on staff's recommendation.
Second.
Okay, let me call the roll. Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Litt?
Yes.
Ms. Liebman? Yes. Ms. Weinstein-Berman?
Yes.
Mr. Pascal?
Yes.
Mr. Klein?
Yes.
Mr. Finglass?
Yes.
Okay,
thank you very
application is
much.
approved. Thank you. Okay, now we are moving on to the last application, which is HPB 210490. This is 333, 337, 343, and 345 Jefferson Avenue. An application has been filed requesting an after-the-fact certificate of appropriateness for the partial demolition of the buildings located at 333 and 343 Jefferson Avenue and modifications to the west facade of 343 Jefferson Avenue. The existing site does contain 4 buildings, all located within the Ocean Beach Local Historic District. 2 of the buildings that front onto Jefferson Avenue are classified as contributing, and the 2 buildings at the rear are currently not classified. This is coming to you as an after-the-fact application. The property owner, however, did receive a building permit. They received a building permit in September of 2020 for the adaptive reuse of the buildings from purely residential to apartment hotel. At the time, that was a permitted use. So they proposed to modify and change the windows, some repair work. Overall, when staff evaluated the building permit plans, we determined that all of that work could be reviewed and approved administratively. There were no additions proposed, no additional square footage, and the work was largely repair and renovation work. During the course of construction, it did come to our attention that the work that was being done may have exceeded the scope that was approved as part of the building permit. We did evaluate the plans. We did reach out to the architect or I believe he's an engineer, who prepared the plans as well as the property owner. During those discussions, it did become clear that there was a window and door opening on the front facade of 333 Jefferson that were modified. That was not clearly proposed in the approved plans. That type of modification, we determined, did exceed staff's ability to review and approve administratively. And we did advise them at that point that Historic Preservation Board would be required. We also noticed both while reviewing the permit plans and on-site inspection by staff that the amount of demolition in general had exceeded the scope that staff was able to approve, including the removal of load-bearing walls, floor, and roofing structure. So apparently we were advised by the engineer that during the course of construction, which is often the case in these types of buildings, these are both very old buildings, that there were unforeseen structural issues that mandated the removal of more of the original structure and required shoring and restructuring of the building. At that point, we also advised the applicant that would require Historic Preservation Board review. So they have submitted an application today as an after the fact. Staff has evaluated all of the work that is currently being proposed. And we are supportive of restructuring the building to secure the building for the future. We would not want it to be maintained in its current condition, which is rather precarious. So we believe that as quickly as possible, the building can be restructured and enclosed, secured. That would be the most beneficial for the contributing buildings in this historic district. We also evaluated the existing building where the front facade modifications are proposed. Unfortunately, we were not able to find any original historical documentation. According to the building permit history, there have been modifications made to the openings of this building over the years. And we do not believe that swapping a door and a window in this particular instance will have any adverse impact on the architectural character or historic character of the particular building. That's all I have. I'm more than happy to answer any questions if the board members have any. So, yes, I see the engineers here. We will allow you to give your presentation. I'm just answering some questions right now from the board members. So when the permit was applied for, it was, I believe, that it was all residential. When they came in for the renovation permit, there was a change from purely residential to residential and hotel. So it's called, under the land development regulations, apartment hotel, meaning it's a property that has a combination of apartment units and hotel units. That was a permitted use at the time the owners obtained the permit to do so. Since that time, the city has heard a lot from the South of Fifth neighborhood. There has been great concern about these types of uses in these residential districts. And the city worked with the South of Fifth neighborhood to prepare an ordinance that would prohibit these types of uses going forward. So an apartment hotel in this particular location, for example, would currently be considered a non-conforming use. In this particular instance, a building permit was obtained prior to that use becoming non-conforming. Correct. Correct. I know Mr. Suarez and his counsel are here. The standard practice would be to hear from the applicant first, and then we're more than happy to hear your comments.
Thank you. Gentlemen, Basically what it comes down to is this. This building, we acquired a permit. We, as did the construction, I'm sorry.
Sir, have you been sworn in?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
We can swear you in. Sure. And anyone else who's not been sworn in, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
As we proceeded with the construction, the building was extremely bad shape. The whole thing was falling apart. It was never maintained for over 45 years. So what happens? You have a building, thank you for the pictures, where you could see we basically had to gut it out. But at no time are we modifying anything in this building but try to keep the integrity of the original design. But for us to do that, we had to basically replace everything. You could see that we had to all brand new plumbing. The walls have to be completely reinforced or we're falling apart. As you can, let's turn it on too. Thank you. Yes, here. No. It's not working. Let me get over there. The point is that we find ourselves in a situation we can Mickey Mouse it, make it, just hide the whole thing, or do it the right way. And the only way I could recommend to the owners, I can recommend to the building officials as they did their inspections, is for us to completely fix it. I'm going to show you a picture of how this thing will work, and I think if you have your presentation in front of you, and I'm sorry for the presentation, most of my staff is with COVID, so you could see that our integrity, our thing to do is to keep the building completely the way it was designed. And only reason that we are doing the modification to the front of the building is because of the mere fact that we need the handicap accessibility. In order to keep the integrity of the building from the very beginning, we went to the state, we spent 4 months getting, in other words, to be able to waive. Otherwise, it would be impractical, impossible, to make this building look like you see in that picture and be able to make it look, and I think it would be very contributing to the area. To be clear, every apartment, and there's some apartments there, the entrance will be from outside, mostly in the back, so you will have people living there long term. And to be clear, anybody who would rent this thing as a hotel, they would have to go through a lobby. So it's not like you have a bunch of people out there crazy doing it. So it is contained and controlled. And you have to have someone there. So, and we're talking a small unit. We're talking where 4 apartments are going to be apartments. And by the way, we reduced it from 20 to 23 down to 20 units. So it's not like we went crazy here trying to, overdevelop or anything like that. So you can appreciate the condition by looking at the building that we had to gut the whole thing out completely. All of them. This, when we're done, should make these buildings be intact for the next 50, 60 years. And everything is new. So we have a permit. We did it with good faith. We spent 3 years processing through the city, going to the state, going back to Miami Beach, doing everything in our power to build a good building. And I think if you look at the picture, you see how it looks, and you see how it looks now, that, what is there to talk about? You guys are here to make sure that buildings, the integrity of buildings, remain the way they were originally designed. I heard about the Deauville. I heard about Washington. I've heard about everything is destroy, destroy, destroy. Here, all I'm saying is we want to keep it the way it was. To make it sustainable, to make it work, to do the numbers, to be able to gut all this out, it costs money. Because up to now, everybody was just whitewashing. But we decided, the owner decided it's time to completely do it from scratch, everything new. So that's the only practical way it's going to work. Otherwise, no one's going to come here and spend all this money to fix up a building so people can drive by and see it, look the way you see it there, not like this. Thank you. Sure. Yeah. Yeah, after the fact, when we originally were doing the preliminary work to it, as we started gutting it out, as we started clearing it, we found that even the inspectors recommended that we change joists to replace and place the wood. Well, not necessarily. We went to the city and we got the structural approvals back in December. We went to the city to all these recommendations. All these changes were recommended by the inspector. Proceed, take it back to the city, get them approved, and bring it back to me. The inspector is not going to inspect unless I've got building plans that are approved structurally and whatnot.
This was last month?
This is 6 months ago. We've been on hold now for over 6 months.
Yeah,
So-
if I could clarify, so the city did issue a stop work order when it was determined that the Historic Preservation Board was required for the additional scope. They were in communication with the city's structural reviewers and other building department reviewers. There was a disconnect. The architectural plans were not updated to reflect some of those on-site conditions. So the certificate of appropriateness, which we review during the building permit, was never obtained for this additional scope of work. Once we realized it, we've been speaking with the engineer and the property owner to rectify the situation in terms of coming before this board, explaining the circumstances, and presenting the full application.
So this is kind of the city's fault?
I wouldn't say this is the city's fault. I think that this is not the first time it has happened. Typically, when this happens, and it often does with older buildings, unforeseen structural conditions, typically the architect or engineer would reach out to me if they're used to working with the planning department and going through this process. That wasn't the case here. We were advised that the engineer and their team did not realize that they had to go through this extra step. So that's why they're here now. Now, once the city sat down with them and advised them of the regulations, they agreed to come before you. It is not an ideal situation, but sometimes unforeseen structural issues will cause a project to kind of stop midway through the permitting process and then obtain the proper approvals and be able to move forward to repair the building.
So this nice gentleman has done nothing incorrect?
I mean, I don't want to place blame on anyone. I don't believe that I have the ability to determine who did what and why they did it. There were some discrepancies that I saw on the plans in terms of a floor plan may have had one note, and then the elevation drawings had some conflicting information, so there may have been a slight degree of confusion when the building permit was even reviewed. However, we did also determine that the scope of work was exceeded. So I don't necessarily want to place blame.
No,
they are doing the right thing now by coming before you.
I'm not looking to place blame. What I'm worried about is there may be some architectural feature that was there, which is now not there, and I have no way of knowing what was there because all I'm seeing is this.
No, you have pictures of the building prior to that, and you have pictures how it looks now.
And we did require elevation drawings and plans of the previously existing condition. And those should be included in your...
No, you're right, and you have a concern, and so do we. It's not like we're trying to pass over it. What I'm trying to tell you is we went through a lot of trouble to make sure we kept the integrity of the building. That was very important to us.
Okay.
And we never, at any time, and why we're here is we could have just, shoved this under the box and forget about it and hide it and plaster over it. We just refused to do that.
Can I just ask one more clarifying question? So the initial request was the application was submitted in 2017, but the permit wasn't issued until 2020. I'm trying to understand that.
I'll give you the answer to that. Yes, we had to go in front of the state for a handicap accessibility waiver. That took over 6 months. To do the unity of title took another 6 months. We have gone through every item that you see here. That's the way the process. I mean, this is not something that we did and fell off the bed and next morning we had a permit. No, You know that. I mean, if you're involved with this, of course you do. I don't have to tell you. So that's why it took so long.
I'm not trying to argue. I was just
No,
seeking
I know, I get
clarification,
it, I
that's
understand,
all.
but I want you to know, we lost a year and a half just in those two items.
And the zoning changed when?
Well, the zoning didn't change. The zoning is still RPS 2. The permitted uses in the zoning changed several months ago. I don't have the exact date, but I believe it was adopted on second reading in, was it October or November? September. Okay. Thank you.
And so technically, based on the larger scope of work, this is considered a modification of the original application. Is that correct?
They
Not a new application.
Correct. It would be if they receive approval, they would submit for a revision to the building permit. The building permit was issued.
Nancy.
I have to wait. My understanding was that they were only going to do a couple of windows and a door, something like that. Has the time come, and how do we allow it to proceed, that they take everything that you have said and put it together in one unified, after-the-fact compartment?
So when we did our review of the work that had been performed on site, as well as the building permit that was issued, and we believe the building permit was issued properly, what we believe was not clearly identified in the building permit, or maybe not identified at all, was the additional demolition and incomplete restructuring of the building, as well as the changes to the openings on the front facade, Jefferson Avenue facing facade of 343 Jefferson Avenue. The permit included window replacement throughout, which is, a typical staff review for the certificate of appropriateness through the building permit process. So most of the work that you see, including pretty much all of the other exterior components, were already reviewed and approved legally and properly. The changes to the front of the building, including making openings smaller and larger, were not part of that approval. So that is what we're asking the board to contemplate today.
And what about, there's no roof on these buildings?
Correct.
When does that
fall? We're hoping that comes back soon, because, correct, the additional demolition, what we were advised, was done for structural reasons. Unfortunately, it was done without revising the permit in its entirety. So I know they were talking with the structural inspectors who were advising them to do these things based on on-site conditions. So we're hoping that the restructuring of the building, including the introduction of a new roof to match the design of the original roof, commences quickly.
But does it need a permit, or can this be accommodated altogether at this moment as far as he is?
Well, they have a building permit, but not for the entire scope. So they will need, I believe, and this is, ultimately in consultation with the building official, because whether or not you need a building permit is in accordance with the Florida Building Code, not necessarily the land development regulations, which is what we review. So I believe, yes, they will be submitting revisions to their building permit to incorporate all of the work that was not part of their original permit that was issued.
At what juncture can they start work? When I saw it yesterday, I have never seen anything so disgusting with the whole element. lined with beautiful homes around it. It is disgrace. I've never seen it. How do we get this to move so that they can work and get this done?
So in order for them to continue working, the stop work order would need to be lifted. The reason why we have the stop work order currently is because they failed to obtain a certificate of appropriateness for all of the work that has been done. So once a certificate of appropriateness is issued by the board for those items, then in theory, the stop work order would be lifted and they would be permitted to continue to secure and strengthen the building.
Is there a way? I'm not finished. Okay. Is there a way, because what I saw yesterday was so disgraceful. There are old bags of garbage just laying in the front yard. You can't even walk around it. The back is just as disgusting. And they're going to have to wait another how long?
No, I mean, that should not be happening. That's a property maintenance standard. There should not be trash or debris that's loose and around the site. That is...
I assume that you've seen it.
Yes, I have, ma'am. And let me tell you, Nancy, if I'm going to call you Nancy, anyway. The bags and everything you saw is we could constantly keep cleaning it. It was very dirty, trees were falling in. We were not allowed to go in, period. As of the 29th of December, Anna, the building official, lifted the hold, and we're allowed to do structural work and start cleaning up. We started this as of 2 weeks ago. We've cleaned, we cut trees, we're bringing in wood, we can reinforce the structure. That's all we could do at this time, is reinforce. So by lifting it, we're allowed to do what's on the plans only. But let's be clear. These plans cover most of this already because as we were working, we had to go back. I mean, we're 30% past structural inspection on the 4 buildings. We're like 60%, 80% on the roof in the back. We're 40% on the plumbing. We're very advanced on this. The problem is it looks very bad because we've been forced to have to leave it open. It's crazy.
This looks
terrible.
This looks perfectly clean compared to what I saw
because,
yesterday.
ma'am, this is when we had it clean. We just had finished cleaning it up. What you saw was us cleaning up everything around the area. Everything fell and stuff. You're right.
I think we're off.
You're absolutely correct.
Yeah.
So I think that we need to move this
Yes, ma'am.
ahead
I agree with you.
before the building falls down. I mean,
we have reinforced. We have
to hear from the public, Nancy.
We have reinforced the building. Cement on the sites already passed inspection.
I have a basic question. I think we're way off base here, and we need to hone it in.
Okay.
Just why you're here. Fine, you have a filthy site. Great.
No. There's a lot more than that.
It's bad.
Excuse me.
She's right.
The original permit was for some windows.
It was an interior renovation as well.
So the original permit also
included everything. Complete MEPs.
I don't want to be a lawyer here, but yes or no. The
Yes,
original permit included
MEPs, complete replacement.
Yes, you're going to speak.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were asking me. I'm sorry.
Did the original permit, yes or no, include you modifying interior partitions?
Yes.
Did it include you working on the ceiling and the roof?
Yes.
On the roof?
On the roof.
Okay. So, and that's how you see it?
Well, the complete removal of all of the interior structure, interior partitions, yes. All of the load-bearing walls on the inside.
Was it relocating interior partitions?
Some.
To reshaping rooms?
No, to replace them because they're all rotted out. So we had to replace them as we went along.
Is that how you understood it?
So I understand it as there were some interior partitions that were part of the renovation permit. However, what has happened in the field is that there are a significant amount, I don't want to say all because I'm not an engineer, of load-bearing walls, structural walls were actually removed. And the roof was completely removed. The permit did show, repair, structural repair, and that type of work, but not to the extent that actually occurred on site.
The permit the plans in the back show complete steel beams, complete reinforcement. There's 4 buildings. The building in the back, complete reinforcement, passed inspection. The other building, completely passed inspection. We were in the process of going through the front buildings, and the reason we delayed that is because we needed a handicap accessibility.
So this existing D1.01, first revision was 12/4/2017.
Correct.
Shows all these areas of demolition. Is that part of the original, or that demo was added?
That's part of the original. Look at the date.
11 revisions on this little thing. Okay.
Are you done?
I'm done.
Okay, I just have a question. Forgive me, but this makes a lot of sense to me, and it also has confused me. I'm a great believer in SOFNA and their equity to everybody in South Beach, and when they say something, for the most part, I believe that it's true. They say, and I have to quote it because I can't paraphrase it. This application should be denied or continued until the developer presents a complete application for the entirety of the development, showing all the work is required for a COA. Otherwise, the developer escapes the review required by law for all owners of land in an historic district. Also, importantly, the project must be reviewed detailed by zoning staff to determine if the use of the property was abandoned and if the site and buildings have lost any legal nonconformity status and therefore requires multiple variances. It is obvious that the project is an ongoing complete gut redevelopment of 4 buildings, including all roofs, windows, doors, balconies, gates, entries, etc., which was approved with no COA. After months of neighborhood complaints, the city now required the developer to apply for an after-the-fact COA. Apparently, and I've received, never in my 6 years sitting here have I received so many emails, and just unbelievable. I mean, midnight last night, there must have been 100 of them. I don't. When there's smoke, there's fire. I think, and I don't follow what may be wrong. You may be perfectly right. I don't know, but I am terribly confused. I'm terribly confused, and I don't know what's going on here at all. And the city needs to help me understand it.
Okay. What's before the board today are physical, not use, physical changes that have occurred while a valid legal permit had been issued that exceeded that scope of permit. Once that was reviewed by the planning department, we also realized that, unfortunately, that scope of work exceeded what staff has the ability to approve administratively. So that is what is before you today. The most significant, really the only significant exterior design change is on the front elevation of 343 Jefferson, where we had a door and a window. And what happened in the field was some demolition took place of the existing door opening to create a window. And then the window also, that opening, additional demolition took place to create a door. So portions were filled in and portions were demolished on the front elevation of 343 to swap an existing door and window to change kind of the configuration of where the entrance was. Staff evaluated that change in accordance with the criteria. We also note in the report that it appears that that facade of the building, although we don't have definitive information, based on what we could find, likely had modified openings over the course of many years. There were different uses in there over time. There was work done. We just did not have the visual record of what it was originally. And obviously, the scope of demolition, due to what we've been advised are serious structural issues, exceeded the scope. So that is also being brought before you. That is something that staff at this point is extremely supportive of them creating a stronger structure, putting a roof back, enclosing the openings, putting reinforcing in for the columns and the beams. That is something in good conscience we could never be against, because if the building were to stay in its current condition, it would likely be subject to loss, relatively soon. A building that is open to the elements for a period of more than a year is in jeopardy of having major deficiencies.
Did they exceed the 50% rule?
According to the building official and the calculations that were submitted by the applicant, they have not. That is not something that the planning department evaluates, or that we even have the expertise to evaluate. That is a part of the Florida Building Code, and that was submitted as was required, and at this point, it was not determined that this project exceeds 50% of the depreciated building value.
So how do we get to the point? How do we get to the point where this can start to come back?
The certificate of appropriateness would need to be approved in part, right? So the bare minimum that they would need in order to begin working is an allowance, an approval of a certificate of appropriateness to restructure the building, continue with work. Now the other area which I just explained about the facade changes on 343, the openings, that if the board denied that particular request, the project could still move forward in terms of securing the building.
Well, can that happen? I mean, if we go away from here today and don't do anything, it's going to linger until that's all that's left, the boards. So
it's an uncomfortable position to have a contributing building in this condition for any long period of time. That's correct.
How do they get the certificate to proceed?
It's this board's approval or denial, but yes, you would vote. This is an application that is before you to consider making a motion and voting on whether or not to grant them the after-the-fact certificate of appropriateness.
Okay. So I know it's late, but is there anybody here who still has the strength to let's pursue it so something can happen? If you go down there and see it, it is such a disgrace that we should all be embarrassed that it's happening.
We do have quite a bit of public comment. I know we have folks here that have been here since early this morning, and we also have quite a bit of members of the public online that have their hands raised.
Yes, we have time.
I think if we could limit the public comment to maybe 1 or 2 minutes, that we could get through everyone's comments.
Let's try 2 at most.
I think we can try to get through everything. If there's no more questions for the applicant right now, we could open the public
hearing. No more questions? No more questions. Okay.
And before we open to the public, do any board members have any ex parte communications to disclose? Obviously, anything that you receive via email, is already in the public record. But anything in addition, any discussions, please state so now.
Here, I went to see the place yesterday. That's my disclosure.
I rode by it. I have a bazillion emails this week, and to be honest, I haven't looked at all of them, so I don't know.
I'm in a similar situation, and just I guess procedurally, they're going to my non-HPB email address, so I will forward them to the city afterwards. I just haven't had a chance to process them. So.
No problem.
Same for me with the emails, and I also did visit the property last night on my own.
Great, thank you.
One more thing. I just want to be clear that the structural work that we did was approved. The modifications we did were approved, and we're like 40 to 60% past inspection, which if we didn't have it approved, we couldn't pass inspection. And the inspector was very clear that anything that he did not see on those plans was not going to get approved. So we stopped at this point only because, yes, we needed to go back. And we took all this out, that whole demolition you see there, because it was dangerous at that point. And we needed to reinforce it. The reason this thing is up is because, and you should see the structural steel that we have in the back of the building.
No, what we're trying to do is get you moving.
Thank you.
Okay.
You've done a lot of work, but you still have a lot of garbage.
I have a little bit to go if I can get past. By the way, the door in the front, the reason for the modification was to meet the ADA compliance for entrance. Thank you.
We get that. Public comment, please. Oh, okay. Hi. Welcome.
I'm going to let Joe speak first.
Good morning, Chairman Finglass, members of the board. Joseph Pardo, Pardo Jackson Gainsbourg. We represent a number of very concerned South of Fifth residents who were deprived notice that this project that included a contributing historic structure was being demolished, and we adamantly maintain that the building permit that staff maintains was issued was improperly issued. And there is a big, bright rule you need to be aware of, which is that if the COA was not obtained prior to a valid issued permit, the permit was not validly issued and the project never received the requisite approvals to go forward. Why is that context important? Because the concerns of the residents ought to have been heard before demolition. The hundreds of emails that you received would have been heard before demolition, and the residents would have had an opportunity to provide their input before demolition. Chairman Finglass, you've been using the term ashanda. I want to offer chutzpah. The owner of this property, it is immutable, required a COA. Your staff has told you a COA was required. The problem was they went forward and got the permit and went through the process of demolishing the structure, and it wasn't until after the fact that they said, oops, and they got caught.
He's purporting that he's doing this under the direction of the building department. It's going to fall, I need to remove the roof.
The response to that is that had staff correctly interpreted the code at the time that the application was submitted, staff should have gone to you and said, this requires immediate HPB approval. We would not have had this issue after the demolition had taken place and after they had gone through the process. You would have been presented with the project before a single hammer was struck. Now, I appreciate his representation that he may not
2 minutes
have...
on.
If the board won't
let him finish. It's important for him to.
So staff administratively approved a building permit application without a COA. Now that the COA is in front of you, staff is now telling you, only look at the door and the window. We would insist that a full COA application should be brought before you. The same full COA application that should have been brought before you from day one. He talks about structural issues. Part of a complete COA application is a structural analysis, financial feasibility analysis. There is a laundry list of items that are required in a full COA application that is not properly before you. So we would urge you, have the applicant submit a proper, complete COA application, and we would remind you that there were 2 independent reports, the city's independent planner and the Office of Inspector General, that confirms the process that this particular application went through was violative of the city code.
Okay, now I have a question, just like Nancy did. We want to see buildings completed and things move forward and not collapse and disappear. If your process holds this up and the building falls down, God forbid, or is damaged, and is demolition by neglect on the part of whom, then we don't have a building and we have all this legal stuff to worry about, which we shouldn't be worrying about.
You're going to set a precedent. You're going to set a precedent moving forward that owners can just let a building deteriorate and then after the fact get approval.
No,
it's easier to ask for forgiveness.
Well, it's a double-edged sword here. I would never vote for after-the-fact approval if something is that egregious. But on the other hand, Nancy's right. You have to get the building done.
And Debbie, the way I think we need to focus on that conversation.
So
what's done is done. Now, we. That's fine.
That is the criteria that is required by law to be used in your decision today.
Not the one with the one window and one door that they were trying to pass off. Not
I apologize,
that,
I wasn't on the microphone. No, the decision you make today for the after-the-fact certificate of appropriateness is based on the criteria that's outlined in your staff evaluation.
Which is one window and one door, Nancy. They want to just get away with one window and one door to move forward.
Well, we're trying to prevent
that. Is not for the board to the board's decision today is for the approval, denial, continuance, approval with modifications, etc., the certificate of appropriateness. The board is not in the position to determine procedurally what the city's function is. Administratively, the city believes the building permit that was obtained by the property owner was lawfully issued. That is not up for the board to decide whether or not a building permit was lawfully issued. What's for the board to focus on is the certificate of appropriateness.
Right. The new one.
The criteria, and believe me, we have almost 50 criteria for you to focus on in your decision making today. There's a lot of other issues. There's a lot of other concerns, and I'm not saying that it's just on the part of the residents. That the administration has concerns over general issues with regard to use, etc. However, the board is charged with the review of the certificate of appropriateness in accordance with the criteria.
So we're safe in having a new certificate of appropriateness, which includes fixing this empty building that's going to fall down.
I don't want to speak to Nancy, but I think what she's trying to say is that... Oh, do I need to be sworn in, Nick?
David, as long as you swear you in at some point during the day, you should be good. I think you've been in the room all day.
Yes, I have. But okay, you want to just swear me in just in case? I didn't raise my hand.
Sure. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding and have given is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. I think what Nancy is trying to say, and I don't want to put words in her mouth, is that she wants the process done correctly as it should have been since day one. She wants the project to move forward, but she wants to make sure it moves forward in the correct fashion that it should have been, which is a proper, after-the-fact COA for the complete project, not just one window and one door. Are you really going to let a developer come in who just bought the property about 6-7 months ago and let the property deteriorate to the point where, hey guys, we need to act now or else the building is going to fall apart? That's the same thing that's going to happen to the other projects on the beach that we've discussed. So, look, I haven't properly introduced myself, but my name is David Suarez, and I've spearheaded an effort to bring light to an attempt by certain short-term rental developers to skirt Historic Preservation Board processes and significantly alter not only the historic character of buildings, but the neighborhood as well. The 333 Jefferson property owner very clearly and very intentionally demolished exterior, architecturally significant portions of the property in clear violation of city code and applicable historic preservation guidelines. The city red tagged the property and halted all construction. This, after the city realized that the property owner completely removed the entire roof of the property without applying for the necessary permits. The code has a policy for this circumstance which is called an after-the-fact certificate of appropriateness. An after-the-fact COA requires the entire project to go before the Board of Historic Preservation. Mm-hmm. However, what the city has done here is simply required certain limited parts of the project that the city staff has selected to appear before the board. The city only wants the board to look at these elements in a vacuum and ignore the fact that the property owner willfully violated the city code. What I'm about to read to you is Mr. Mooney's staff report, which incredibly believes that the following is satisfied. This is on page 5 of City Staff Report for 333 Jefferson. You guys should have it. The design and layout of the proposed site plan, as well as all new and existing buildings and public interior spaces, shall be reviewed so as to provide an efficient arrangement of land uses. Particularly, attention shall be given to safety, crime prevention, and fire protection, relationship to the surrounding neighborhood, impact on preserving historic character of the neighborhood and district, contiguous with adjacent buildings, which is all residential, and lands, pedestrian sight lines, and view. He believes this is satisfied. Staff either is not aware or is ignoring this particular facet of the project, because if the city staff considered that, it certainly would not find that this requirement was satisfied. Considerations such as crime prevention and relationship to the surrounding neighborhood are negatively impacted by Airbnb-style hotels within a historic residential neighborhood. Lastly, this sort of issue is happening not only at 333 Jefferson, but it's also happening at 310 Meridian, which is one block of each other. It's a shame that the city staff is allowing this to happen on their watch, without any input from the Historic Preservation Board. This is a devastating pattern that is destroying our historic district. You board members don't know about this because the city doesn't bring it to you. Why? Because they are not requiring proper COAs for these large-scale renovation projects and administratively approving under the premise that the work is minor. Let me ask you, members of this board, do these pictures look minor to you? This one building doesn't even have a roof. I will let these pictures speak to themselves. The only reason this project was temporarily paused is because we, the residents, are acting as the watchdogs. I also suggest that the HPB look into the project at 310 Meridian project where major significant alterations had occurred and is currently under construction, as you can see in these pictures. I even have before and afters. Lastly, there was a recent Inspector General report that highlighted powerful findings that showed the Planning Department did not follow proper procedures requiring a certificate of appropriateness for 310 Meridian. This same process is how 333 was able to avoid before coming to this board in the first place. Our ask is the Historic Preservation Board should insist on the property owner applying for an after-the-fact COA and reappear at a later board hearing to have the application for the entire project heard. Also, request that the Inspector General give much-needed transparency to not only you as a board, but to the residents as well. You're here to protect our historic resources, not reward developers who try to dodge the process of historic preservation, which is exactly what happened at this project.
Let me ask you a question. It's completely germane to what Nancy said. Our goal here is to make sure that the building survives, very simply. What can we do, Debbie, for what they're talking about? It's going to take months and months and months and months to do.
It has to start.
It has to start now so we don't lose the building. That's what we should be concerned about. How many COAs or XYZs we have is the building won't be there. So we have to do something. What can we do, Debbie, with the owner, with whomever, to get this thing temporarily weathered in or whatever the term is?
Well, you can evaluate the application that is before you today, which is for an after-the-fact certificate of appropriateness. Well, that's what we're asking you to do. And determine whether or not you believe the proposal that's before you satisfies the criteria. Staff has evaluated the application and believes that it does indeed satisfy the criteria. I believe, and I don't want to put words in Mr. Suarez or his counsel's mouth, but I think they're asking you to do something else that may not be in your authority to do, to require a different application for a different scope of work that the Planning Department has determined was lawfully approved under the building permit process, which includes the review of a certificate of appropriateness that is approved by the Planning Department prior to the issuance of a building permit. The applicant has brought up a lot of peripheral information, which may be helpful and may not be helpful. in my opinion, it is not what is before you today. You are welcome to review the Inspector General's report. You are welcome to review the appeal that was at the Board of Adjustment last Friday. However, those items are not before you in terms of a decision-making capacity today. What is the request of the certificate, the after-the-fact certificate of appropriateness.
Now, is the after-the-fact, it's not going to be just the window and
it's
the door.
It's the additional demolition that took place, which includes the restructuring of the building.
All of the rest.
And the modifications to the front facade openings.
I don't think you're being very clear to Nancy. Nancy's just asking a very simple question: is the after the fact COA just for one window and one door? And
no,
that's a yes.
It is not.
It's for the full.
She wants the full after the fact COA for everything: windows, doors. You want to know what paint color is on this building?
Today is what the planning department has determined is their required lawful request for the additional demolition, which includes the complete restructuring for the most part of the buildings and the modifications to the front facade of 343. There was a building permit and COA that was previously issued, and what we have determined was a lawful issuance.
That was under
That is not before you today. That was approved and permitted, including the approval of a certificate of appropriateness. We are required to issue a certificate of appropriateness for painting, for window replacement, even for small additions, repairs, and minor modifications. That is the authority of staff to the Historic Preservation Board. When items exceed that scope, we bring them to the Historic Preservation Board for their review. So that is what is before you today.
May I?
Just start speaking.
Well, the change of use is not within, does not require a certificate of appropriateness, and this board does not have the authority over that. The change of use does not require the COA process.
We're voting on what she has brought up as the issues. Okay. What they have brought up is irrelevant to us, basically. It is.
Chairman Finglas, let me make a recommendation that I believe would satisfy Ms. Nieben's concern and be well within this board's jurisdiction and authority.
If she approves. I'm not going to do anything that
you get staff's recommendation, and the board gets to decide based on its own findings and application of the code. My recommendation to you is that you deny this application, that you keep the stop work order in full force and effect, except that the property owner may do only that work which is absolutely necessary to maintain the structural integrity of the building. That satisfies Ms. Nieben's concern that only the work that's necessary to maintain the structural integrity of the building is done, and then we can hash out whether a proper COA application was met.
Does that differ from what Debbie said?
The city staff wants...
And the city attorney is with us too.
Yeah, I don't think, Debbie, I don't think that, I think what Mr. Pardo is asking for is both a denial and an approval at the same time. And I think, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, the way Debbie laid this out for you really could not be clearer. Staff approved components of this project at the administrative level when the building permit plans were submitted and when staff conducted an administrative level certificate of appropriateness review. The reason why this application is before you is because there are aspects of the work that exceed what staff can approve administratively. Only those aspects of the work are what's before you today. And I think, unless the board approves the application on the agenda, the stop work order cannot be lifted.
We don't want the stop work order. Obviously, that's what started this. So, Debbie, I understand what Debbie's talking about. I'm a little concerned about how you've twisted it.
City staff's recommendation is that the COA application materials that you've been presented are completely satisfied by the code. We maintain they're not. You've raised the concern that there is some necessary structural work, and the applicant certainly wants very limited structural work in addition to the entire project scope to be approved. If you approve the COA, you will not see this project ever again unless staff finds that another COA is required. We're asking you to take a pause, deny the COA because we believe there are real issues with the application materials that were before you, but in the interest of securing the property and making sure that it doesn't result in a demolition by neglect, keep the stop work order in place, except that, and Mr. Mooney has done this with other projects, 310 in specific, only allow the work that's necessary to keep the structural integrity of the building, which means he wouldn't be allowed to finish the floors, he wouldn't be allowed to redo the windows. Those are all elements that relate to the COA that we believe require significant public comment.
That's exactly what happened at 310 Meridian just this month.
So you can, and we believe it's well within your jurisdiction and authority, deny the COA, keep the stop work order in effect, except that only the work that's necessary to maintain the structural integrity of the building continue. That's what's carved out from the stop work order. You can do that.
But when you
Mr.
stop
Chairman,
at that,
I've let the clock run, but we do have 15 hands up on Zoom. I don't know
this is very important, Nick. I'm sorry. When you stopped, the last thing you said, my question then is, okay, you put a roof on it, you've done the minimal amount. Well, we've heard this over and over again. People do the minimum amount to make sure it doesn't fall down, and then they rarely ever come back to finish the job. What guarantee do we have that with a timely manner that will help the building, not you all, but will help the building remain standing and functional?
Because as a matter of law, no further permit will be issued if the COA has been denied. They're going to need a COA. They're going to need to come before you and present a full COA application and have that COA in hand before they get their next permit.
Who's the they?
They, the property owner.
Who?
They, the property owner, the developer, needs a COA in order for any permit to
Can
be
we put a
issued.
time limit on it so it's not 5 years from now?
That's up to the board's discretion.
Staff's recommendation is that you evaluate the certificate of appropriateness request that's before you in accordance with the certificate of appropriateness criteria, which staff has determined are satisfied and approve the request.
Thank you. I would support that. I don't know about the rest of them.
Mr. Chair, would you like to hear from other members of the public who
please.
have been waiting patiently? Okay, our first speaker on Zoom, we'll go to Zoom and then we'll go in person next, is Sean Hickey. Sean?
Sean, do you swear the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Sean, you're on mute.
Sean, can you unmute yourself to comment? Okay, Sean, we're going to skip you and then we'll come back to you. I believe there is someone in person that would like to comment.
Good afternoon, good evening. My name is Dr. Halchin Bemis. I live at 300 Meridian. I live beside the 310 mistake. I think a lot more is at stake here, though, than just these three properties. The whole south of 5th neighborhood is in arms about this. What you've done is you've approved a COA with a building code. That's not the way it's supposed to happen. You're supposed to notify us, the people who live there, what is going to happen to this property. Nobody notified us. A certificate of appropriateness is supposed to be placed on the property so everybody living there could see what's going to happen. We're going to move out. It's going to become another dog track down there because we want to say, we want to look at what you're doing. I heard Mr. Finglass say appropriateness, truthfulness, and getting away with something. You did not ask whether or not we approved this. My bedroom is 10 feet from 310. I am now going to have people, strange people, sleeping. Who knows who it's going to be and what they're going to do and bring to that property. And how is that appropriate? I was never notified.
But we have no
The only
control
reason I
over
know is
who's
because David
inhabits
Suarez
the property.
and I walk our dogs in front of the property. It was not posted. They were going to change the use of that building to a motel.
That's not our purview, miss.
Appropriateness?
That's not our purview. We have no control over.
It is, though.
No,
What do
it's
you
not.
want to
We're-
happen? Historical
Excuse
community.
me, I want to just tell you, because we found out about all this problem, thanks to the
Mr.
gentleman
Suarez.
there, we know about it, and we're trying to help you. We already had.
I don't want you to approve anything that was done without a COA.
And you'll be sitting around with that for the next 10 years.
Well, truthfulness. You didn't get the truth from us, from a due process of us, the residents, what's going to happen to our neighborhood. And I don't want to live beside people that just come there for one day. I give to the community.
2 minutes
There's
are
a
up, Mr.
school 2
Chairman.
blocks away with kids on the little scooters. Come on.
Thank you, but we have no
Deny the
control
COA.
over Airbnbs. That's not our jurisdiction.
It should be. You're a board of
it's not.
historical significance,
It's
and you
not.
should have historical preservation of our neighborhood. That's not your job?
No, I said Airbnbs are not our jurisdiction.
It should not be permitted in historical use
I
property.
can't discuss
It's
that.
all
That's not our
residential.
jurisdiction.
Well, you should deny a COA based on somebody scooting it through hotels on south of 5th.
Would you address that issue, please, so we don't have
This
10 more people
board
say the
does
same
not
thing?
have jurisdiction to approve or deny a specific use. Uses allowable or not, this board does not have the power to do that.
And look over truthfulness. That was one of your criteria. Truthfulness and scooting a COA through with a building permit. Shame on you.
Hello, my name's Gail Durham. I live at 1455 West Avenue, and I wanted to make 2 points. 2 years ago, my neighborhood saw how it was being taken over by these unregulated suite hotels, so we had a commissioner sponsor an ordinance to prohibit suite hotels and also now bed and breakfast. And so, it was a process. We had to go through, find a commissioner, get a sponsor, speak to the planning board. So I wanted to scold the planning department because at that time, they're the only ones that know the code so well. Why didn't they warn South of 5th, which is so similar to my neighborhood, the West Ave neighborhood, and, send up a flare to warn them, hey, you should change your code too to prevent these things. I don't think that lady even knew what the laws are. She didn't know that it was possible to have a hotel next to her house. You just wake up the next day and you find out this happened. So, maybe in the future, Deb and Thomas Mooney, you can be more proactive to help the residents, with these laws. And, you guys even show up a lot of times to neighborhood association meetings and warn us about this. And you're going to be, Thomas Mooney, giving my neighborhood a Zoom meeting, and we're going to find out more at that time on February 1st. The second point I wanted to make was I think what David and the residents are asking you to do is, okay, your purview isn't to opine on uses, but if you deny this certificate of occupancy and make them go back and get a new one next month, then the law that prohibits this apartment hotel will be in effect, I think, and they will not allow to build an apartment hotel. So I think going around that way, you guys can affect the use in a legal way.
2 minutes
And
are
it
up.
would only prevent 1 month delay in the fixing up of the building. Thank you.
Nick, is that is that correct?
I think, without getting into the merits of the application before you, which obviously are for you to decide, I would not advise the board to deny an application in an effort to block a use. I don't think that's your purview.
Oh, I agree with you 100%, but people seem to think it is. Okay, Daniel?
Okay, thank you. Yes, Daniel Serraldo with Miami Design Preservation League. I just want to tell you about the fact that there was, unpermitted work being done. I think that is something very concerning to the neighbors, and we have to be sympathetic to them. The doctor who has her bedroom window right next to there, we could understand that it is an impact on her quality of life, so we don't want to dismiss that. I do think what this has underscored in a lot of the hearings today, that we definitely, there's something wrong in Camelot, I guess we could say, and that the city is having issues enforcing its own laws, following, it appears sometimes, its own criteria. So I think that I thank David for what he's done, and I hope that they will keep looking at this issue, because there are things that are happening that even we're not aware of, and for the neighborhood to have to find out about this, for a city like ours that's supposed to be a leader, I think it's a real issue. So I hope that you'll come to a good decision.
Thank you. Debbie, question. That person said that they weren't notified of this, and therefore it's illegal. Can you address that, please?
I can address it with regard to this particular application, which was properly noticed, which includes a mail notice to all property.
That's not true. We never got notice. We never.
Excuse me, you're interrupting. Let her finish, and then you can.
This HPB application that's currently before you today, it is my understanding that it was properly noticed.
It's after the fact.
This after the fact, correct. That is what is before the board today.
Not the beginning of this project.
Mr. Suarez, I'm trying to get the information out there.
Make sure they're very clear.
So I will be clear, and I appreciate the clarification. The after the fact application for the certificate of appropriateness that is before you today was properly noticed. That includes a mail notice to all property owners within 375 feet of the site, a posting of the site, and an advertisement in the Miami Herald. That is what is required for an application coming to this Historic Preservation Board.
Where was the application before this project even had its first idea? We never got notice of this. We never got notice. We only got notice when we started complaining there was a missing roof.
And I understand your concern about the building permit and administrative review process. That is not in the decision-making ability of the board today to make a determination about the building permit and administrative review process.
I mean, you guys should be up in arms that the planning department is deciding that this is minor work for some reason. How is this minor work? This is not minor work.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to address that point. The code provides that certain types of work.
I think Barry Klein's speaking to me. What was that, Mr. Klein?
Well, first of all, I think you're out of order.
Sorry.
Second of all, to resolve this, what seems to me, what was initially proposed to the city way back when was minor work. What was done was obviously not. So, and we are not here, they keep telling us that we are not here to talk about use.
This has nothing to do about use. Look at the pictures. It's just a complete gut job.
Okay.
This is...
Right, and in part that's why it's before you today.
Okay.
I mean,
Let's
we
get
agree.
back to the subject at hand.
Agree.
Okay. So does anybody have any other thoughts before we move on?
There are, Mr. Chair, there are many more members on Zoom
But
that wish to comment.
can we redefine, rather than have people speak about everything under the sun, can we redefine the question at hand so we can direct their comments at that so we don't waste time?
Okay, well, it would be my recommendation that the comments focus on the request, which is the after-the-fact certificate of appropriateness. And that is with 100% within the board's purview to make a determination on. So I think it would be most helpful if we heard comments that were specific to that. But, you know.
Okay, we will hear comments specific to that, but if people stray, we'll have to cut them off. Okay.
And I know it is getting late, but it's important that we hear everyone who's been waiting all day. So we'll move on to the Zoom callers. We have Sean Hickey. Sean, this is the second time I've called on you. If you can unmute yourself and wish to comment, please do so.
Moving on.
Okay, the next caller is Lisa Napolitano.
Lisa, do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, good afternoon. So I'll just say in brief, I was surprised and horrified to learn of the scope and nature, and I think the board can deny the application without consideration of use with all respect. This project was approved under the streamlined administrative review process on the grounds that the work was minor. I find it disingenuous what the engineer said, that over the course of the project, it became apparent they needed to do more work. It's possible they knew from the outset. I just want to throw that out there, that this was a big project from the outset. And I'm just very concerned that there's a pattern here of streamlined approval processes that bypass effectively the board, the HPB, and also public notice and consideration of impact on the historic neighborhood I live in. So I urge the board to require the property owner to complete and submit an after-the-fact certificate of appropriateness for the entire project, not just the window and the door. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Marie.
Nancy.
Isn't that what you said? She's the speaker? Announce what I think we're doing. Is that correct? Did you hear her?
You are reviewing the certificate of appropriateness in an after-the-fact manner for the portions of work that exceeded the scope of the previously approved permit and COA.
And the speaker, I don't see her here, the speaker said that. I just wanted to be sure that we're all on the same page.
I don't know if we're all on the same page, but I think it's important. We still have many more people who wish to speak. So let's hear what everyone has to say, and then we can discuss amongst
Thank you.
ourselves. Marie Lipman is next. Marie?
Marie, do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
I live at 334 Jefferson Avenue, so directly across from 333. Around 7 years ago, I stood in front of your board to defend our project, which was an empty lot. I was asked pointed questions about the style of the house, the space that it would occupy. And those detailed questions gave me the confidence that this neighborhood was taken seriously, that there was a will to protect its history, and that we made no mistake by choosing an area that was being ignored by our friends who had chosen to live in areas with gates and guards. So I have to assume that the present owner of 333 Jefferson had to go through the same process than I did, that he was asked similar question. So what are the consequences if people knowingly ignore what they agreed to do? Do they just get a slap on the hand and go on doing what they really intended to do in the first place? Or can they be stopped? I'm not getting the feeling that they can be. When my interview in front of your board ended 7 years ago, one of the board members came down, shook my hand, and thanked me for the project. I had told the panel that I had discovered Miami Beach through Miami Basel Art Fair, and that I collected contemporary art, and that I would bring our art collection to this house once it was built, which is what we did. So my last question to you is, will you stick with the people who obey the law, who follow the rules, who do what they say they're going to do, or will you adopt a laissez-faire attitude and let people destroy a neighborhood that you promised you would save? Thank you.
Thank you for most insightful comment. That was a really good one.
Our next speaker is Wayne Roberts.
Hi, Wayne. You remain under oath, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I want to thank Mr. Suarez. You know, he not only spearheaded this issue for South SOFNA, but he expended money of his own volition on lawyers and legal battles, and I understand it because I did the same with marketing on the Marina Park issue, as well as Kristen Rosen Gonzalez being elected when, you know, the machine was against her. And I applaud him. The certificate of appropriateness at this juncture requires that you review all the elements within the building. And they have taken liberty by removing all the support structures within the building, independent of what they proposed in their permit. They admitted to that, or at least the city manager, before you brought that up. So whatever that has been approved is beyond just the door and a window. It impacts the interior space beyond what they spoke about in their permit. So you need to look at the entire document, the development in its entirety, not a door and a window. And more importantly, if I want to lean across the aisle, and I want to ask the developer if we allow him to go forward with purview by the city in a more effective way, that he gives up his hotel concept and brings in a residential concept, which is under the law today, because he didn't get his permit effectively until the law passed to stop his sort of shenanigans. So if the developer agrees to move forward with just a residential component,
2 minutes are up.
Yeah.
Okay, our next speaker is Michael Dawson.
Michael, do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I just wanted to, a lot has been said. Obviously, there's a lot of neighbors. I live at 326 Meridian. I was in front of you guys in July for a back house. And what Lisa said is kind of something that I think is right. I mean, there's a process that should be adhered to. Clearly, this developer tried to skirt that process. I do think that there's a question here about, is this building appropriate for the neighborhood, right? And so that's both architectural, but it's also a little bit of an element of how it fits in to the neighborhood. And to make it a Airbnb or short-term rental does affect the architecture and the feel of the neighborhood and feel of the building. And so while you're not really focused on use, particularly as a board, I do think there's this question of how it's going to be used. It does really dictate a lot of how the architects and the designers put the building together. So I just want to throw my support again behind the entire neighborhood here. Talk about how I went through the process with you guys, and it was very interesting. I was on a call with you when I think they wanted to put an elevator in the Armani house. That was in July, and it was very interesting to see how you guys asked a lot of questions and thought that through and ultimately rejected it, which made me very happy. So I just think this board has power. There's a reason it has power. It should exercise its power, and it shouldn't be run over by developers who are skirting its power. And so I just ask you to do the right thing here by the neighborhood and by your own jurisdiction. You guys matter, and there's a reason that you matter, and there's a reason that I like that you matter, and I think you need to stand up and matter in this case. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Gemma Ruiz. Gemma, are you here on this item?
Next.
Okay, next is Dakota. Dakota, are you here to comment on this particular application?
The person already spoke.
Yes. I have not spoken to this matter.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, you have 2 minutes to go.
Thank you. I already sworn for the South Shore Library, so but I just want to point out that I'm going to talk about this meeting and what's been talked about, and not anything that doesn't pertain to you guys. I'm going to try not to. But per the representation of the developer, for their own words, that's now part of the record, they were sworn in as well. They knowingly purchased the building in a very bad condition and even mentioned the poor integrity of the building that they observed prior to construction even starting, which means that they were somewhat aware that they could run into this issue and neglected to file the correct permits, which could speak to intent. You know, you can't decide intent, but it's definitely something to think about. And we keep talking about the city not filing the proper paperwork, but this only exemplifies how the developer has taken advantage of this situation, of then being able to take advantage of us and not follow the paperwork and do this after the fact. I do find it very, disingenuous of Debbie, because she did mention to Nancy's question, and she was mentioning that it was only the door and the window, and she specifically said, we're only looking to approve a door and the window, and then later on walked back her comments saying that it was a full review of the entire building. I think that this sets a precedent, and being the Historic Preservation Board, this sets, and you have to see this as a precedent that is setting to where now a developer is able to do what they wish and then ask for forgiveness later for something that never would have probably been approved in the first place.
Thank you very much.
Wait, excuse me.
2 minutes are up.
Debbie might have been interrupted as she was talking, but she has been the one who has told us straightforward about what to do. So I don't know where this information
and I
came
don't
from.
believe I ever stated that this is only for a door and a window. That is the primary architectural design change. But I don't, and if I did, I misspoke, and I would like to clarify that for the record, that it is not just for a door and window.
I think we can do just a few more, and then we have to call it, because...
Okay, we do have someone in chambers that I believe has been waiting.
Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Harley Lippman. I live directly across the street at 334 Jefferson. You heard earlier from my wife, who talked about moving here 7 years ago, where we follow the rules, and we expect everybody else to do the same. Without giving notice to the neighborhood, it's just so wrong on every level. We live here. We're the residents. I mean, I know this is Historical Preservation Board, but it's the people here that matter. And the people in this community, as you could see overwhelmingly, don't want this. The people here who live here, we don't want this. And everything is about consequences. I know this is a narrow subject, and I know you want us just to speak on that. But everything in life is about consequences. And what's going to happen? I'll tell you what will happen a few years from now. There will be kids, 5, 10 kids in one room in one of these short-term rentals. There'll be an act of violence. And the Miami Herald will be there, and the press, and somebody will be hurt or murdered. And what are we going to say? And then I will be living there. I'm going to say, we presented this to the board. We told them what happens with short-term rentals. Everybody knows what's going to happen. There's no mystery to it. They're going to this brings in young people. You get drugs, prostitution, crime. It's going to destroy the neighborhood. And it's just really wrong. And I hope you reject and do the right thing for the residents. This is about people over profits, not profits over people.
And we thank you, but you also need to take this to the commission. We have no control over this.
Well, you can make a difference now. That's the big picture. It's about doing the right thing. You have the opportunity.
I greatly believe in that. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we do have approximately 14 more.
We can't do 14. We'll be here beyond. You said we had to leave at 4 o'clock, and now it's after 5.
We apparently were given an extension.
We can do a minute a speaker if you like, and I'll make sure to interrupt.
Okay, please do. We need to move forward.
Okay. The next speaker is Michael Tradewell.
Michael, do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. For 1 minute.
My name is Dr. Michael Tradewell. I live at 361 Jefferson Avenue, just 2 doors away. And I want to just state a few things. First, I urge the board to please deny the COA application on a number of grounds. But first is that prior to construction, I can assure you under oath that we were not notified of any work that was to be done. And given that we live so close and walk by it daily, this is certainly not something that should fall under the purview of minor review or limited use. This is significant construction that warrants a full review, just as we've seen from the prior projects listed today. So thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brad Purcell.
Brad, do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. Thank you to the board for the opportunity to speak. My wife and I just realized our dream of purchasing a place south of 5th last week in a foreclosure auction, and we'll get certificate of title next Monday. We only found out about this board review this morning, but wanted to chime in and let you know our concerns. The developers filed a COA for just a window and a door, but this board needs to take their collective eyes and put them up to the keyhole of that door and look through and really understand the full scope of what the developer is doing and require an after-the-fact application for COA on the entire project. Once this occurs, we urge the board to deny the after-the-fact application for COA. Back in the spring of 2021, Mayor Gelber laid out a 12-point plan to change the character of Miami Beach's entertainment district, and point 12 called for exploring approaches to controlling transient lodger abuses. I urge this board to use their purview to control historical preservation within the beach to help achieve those goals. Mayor Gelber also said that property owners should expect to be able to buy property in the neighborhood.
1 minute is up.
That the neighborhood will remain the
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Hubert Mitnecker.
Hubert, do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
I live on 2nd Street in Meridian, very close by. I can assure that there has not been any notification about a massive change in utilization or architecture of 4 buildings in the small neighborhood that we live in. Listening to the conversation here is, I don't know, either comical or naive, because to see how the developer is obviously dancing circles around the board of the Historical Preservation Board is shocking. And for some reason, the developer has a huge confidence on his side that after all the little hiccups, the COA will be issued and everything will fall in place. All the board members of the Historic Preservation Board will play a game and continue the dance that the developer is doing right now around the board. So I think it's very important for the Historic Preservation Board to not forget about its role and its mission.
1 minute is up.
Thank
Our
you.
next speaker is Linda Daubert.
Linda, do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I am very frustrated watching the past few meetings on this subject because I'm watching the planning committee, the planning staff, bypassing their authority, not following their own regulations and rules, and deciding to grant authority, which they don't have the authority to grant, and then they misrepresent it. And then they come to the board meeting and they tell the board that they're very limited on a very narrow scope of what they could vote for, but they, the staff, have way gone past their authority. You know, it's very important for the historic board to do the after-the-fact certification, because, Ms. Lieberman, I was listening to you, and I think you're trying to do the right thing, but we don't want to force this to go through quickly. They bypassed every single regulation there is to come into a beautiful neighborhood, and the neighbors are furious in our area. I've never seen such commitment and disgust with what's going on, and you could stop it. You just have to follow the laws. The planning committee is not doing that. The staff is way outreaching their administrative
1 minute is up.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Walter O'Leary.
Walter, do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Esteemed board members, you are being asked to right a wrong. You are on the stand for your vote. I am a resident living 2 blocks away from this project, and I assure you that the whole neighborhood is adamantly opposed to the way that this developer has gamed the system. The system is easily gamed, and again, you are put on the stand to right a wrong. If you claim to represent the best interests of the city, I plead to you all in your conscience to understand that you are going against the interests of the local community. And as such, it will be on your conscience. The staff have not done their job. They are sweeping this under the carpet, and you are put on the stand to acquiesce and basically quiver at
1
the
minute
thought
is up.
of this.
Our next speaker is Philip Tallet or Tallet.
Philippe, do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
My name is Philippe Taillet, and I'm Vice President of the Homeowner Association of the Condominium called Ilona on 221 Jefferson Avenue. In listening to the proceedings, I believe that the Historic Preservation Board is being asked the wrong question. The certificate of appropriateness is not about the full scope, and approving it will allow the developers to build anything he decides in the future without presenting the full plan. I believe that the Historic Preservation Board shouldn't say yes, they should say no to the certification of appropriateness, because they have to be asked to answer the right question and they have to review the whole plan. So I urge you to say no so that you have to answer the right question, not a wrong side question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rod Bree, 271.
Hi, Rod. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I'll ask her what is appropriate.
Rod is on mute.
Okay, Rod, if you can unmute yourself.
This is Brian. Yes, this is Brian. Could you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, yes. You so swear?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You have 1 minute.
I just hope that the planning department can come to a resolution to preserve this building because it comes to the background of what Miami Beach says for a historic, vibrant, diverse tropical community. It's a beautiful facade, and I hope that we can somehow come to some resolution to save it, as a lot of the other buildings on Miami Beach. And it has a significant amount of Art Deco beautifulness in the building, and I hope a resolution can be reached. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Allison Herman. Allison, do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have 1 minute.
Hi, I'm Allison Herman. I'm the president of SOFNA. The application before you today is only for 2 windows and a door. What about the entire plan? What about the remainder of the facade, the remainder of the exterior of the property, the other windows, the roofs, the other doors? What about the residents' right to be heard, right to be noticed? What about your right as a board to have been noticed and opine on the exterior prior to construction beginning? The code requires a separate COA before the building permit is applied for. That didn't happen, and the developer skirted the process. I believe the HPB board serves an important function that should not be overlooked, and we cannot allow the board to become irrelevant. That would be a huge detriment to historic preservation. Please be focused on the fact that no complete COA process was done, no notice to residents prior to the building permit being issued and commencement. And today, there's still not a full package before you. That is unacceptable. Let the residents see the entire project and require the developer to come before you for a complete after the fact COA. Let them do the project correctly and per code. Please require.
I think we should call the question.
We've got, I think, let's see, 4 or 5 more speakers.
I think we should go through them because of possible issues later if we don't. So
Okay, our next speaker is Jack Daubert, MD.
Jack, do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
To me, this seems very simple. We heard from the city saying that this could not, as it stands now, cannot be administratively certified. So why are it needs to go through a certification, a full COA. So what's the question here? I mean, I don't quite understand this whole process, and maybe because I'm a physician and not a lawyer, and I don't know. It just seems that you have to go. You had testimony that the city told you that the process that they did originally was not enough. So now you have a COA. You have that process, or get rid of that process. Why do you have that process? My question. So if you have that process, then use that process for a COA.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Our next speaker is Jared Bistrong.
Jared, do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Yeah. You have an opportunity to do the right thing here. This is obviously the city. Everyone involved in this has been bamboozled This is so important. This neighborhood, I live in the neighborhood. I've been here for 20 years. It's a family neighborhood. It's the last of what Miami Beach used to be, of what Miami neighborhoods used to be. It still has hope. There are so many families and kids growing up and living in this neighborhood. I used to come to this neighborhood when I was in high school to do the wrong things. If my parents knew I was coming to this neighborhood, I would have been grounded forever. This neighborhood was a S-hole, okay? It was crackheads, prostitutes, gang members. It took years to clean up and to be turned into what it is now. And now it's almost it's on the headed back the other direction. So I'm just asking you, do what you can do. You have the power to do the right thing. All of that's been wrong can be righted, because I'm telling you what's going to happen. You're going to wake up.
Our next speaker is Ron Starkman.
Hi, Ron. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And I'm also on the board of the South Fifth Neighborhood Association. And what I'd like to say to the committee is, if you approve what I would call a partial COA here, you're sending a message to developers and to land use attorneys that all you need to do with the project is to present as much as you think you can get away with the planning board, and then start your job, and then come back later and just get a post COA. That, I think, sets a terrible precedence. If you deny this, they will come back, because obviously they're going to have to file a COA. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is James Levy.
Hi, James. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? James, you're on mute.
Next.
Okay, our next speaker is April Reeder.
April, do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You have 1 minute.
Hi, I'm a resident that lives 100 feet away from 333 Jefferson. I'm really concerned with the project. I've seen the beginning of the extensive changes being made to the building, and I'm aware of the seriously damaging plans for the project that will really affect our neighborhood. So I'm a teacher who also works at a school on the block, and I'm an expecting mother, and I really feel it's my duty to protest this. Since the short-term rentals and Airbnb-style units have been permitted in the neighborhood, there have been super fast cars through the neighborhood, almost running over my dog and myself several times. Smells of marijuana on the streets and loud music and various other issues. So I'm just really concerned that our special residential neighborhood that I really do love so dearly will go straight to the gutter with partiers and trash and everything else that I mentioned. So please consider my request to keep our neighborhood and my block safe.
1 minute is up.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Samuel Leeds.
Samuel, do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have 1 minute.
Thanks. I just wanted, in terms of precedents, to reiterate the notion that, as Miami moves further and further back onto the mainland, there are less and less populations that can speak up for themselves. And so the idea that something like this could happen and really just go completely under the radar is a very real concern. And there are historic properties there. There are neighborhoods there. There are people's lives over there that also need to be protected from things like this. And so, if there is a way to put one's foot down, I highly recommend you do, because it's opening the deluge. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Caroline Candib.
Caroline, do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You have 1 minute.
I am born and raised Miami Beach resident. My past husband owned a surf shop here for over 12 years. I'm raising my 6-year-old in this neighborhood, and we have lived across the street from 333 Jefferson and have seen the garbage, the deterioration of the buildings, and the kind of people it is bringing in. I no longer feel safe walking the street at night, walking my dog, walking my children, with the cars speeding down the roads. And this will only increase by allowing a hotel or an Airbnb in the neighborhood. I would advise you to please consider us residents, that we are a community, we're strong. You've heard us reach out via email, and we are not for this. We need more homes, more apartments for people that are living here, because we are actually being bought out by people moving to.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chair, we do have new speakers that keep popping up, so we're cutting. Whoever has their hand up raised now will be heard, but at some point we will need to conclude.
Two or three more, that's it, please.
Cindy Liu is our next speaker.
Cindy, do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Next.
Our next speaker is Rochelle Trafton.
Rochelle, do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You have 1 minute.
Yes, I just wanted to say, I mean, I hear everyone expressing their concern, and I agree with them. I live a block from this property, but at the end of the day, I understand what's on point, and I'm asking that you please reject this post-COA application in the interest of the residents, and not further, promoting the mistake that was made by the city, even though they're not recognizing it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jose.
Jose, do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
I believe the only way to right this wrong is letting these projects go forward, but making them exclusively residential. I live across from the Airbnb on 2nd and Meridian, and it's disgusting. I feel threatened when I pass by there. I smell marijuana when I pass by there. I own 2 properties in the area, and this is simply unjust. If we all got bamboozled, the residents and the system, make them go residential. And I believe that would be the only solution.
Thank you.
Okay, our final speaker on Zoom is John M.
John, do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I've been before the Historic Board many times presenting different projects, and one thing that often happens is delays happen, or the board asks for more information, or they ask for a detail to be adjusted and corrected. So while I understand it's not the purview of the board to deny this because of the outreach, I do believe that the board has the opportunity to kick the can, so to speak, and ask for more information. And I've been in projects and listened to the board where you ask for more information on the smallest possible details of a project. So I think it's very realistic that you could ask for more information and get the proper information about the complete project without accepting or denying this. And I think that's very common and happens almost every single time that I've seen the historical board meetings happen. So I would ask for a delay, and I think that's completely realistic.
Okay.
Thank you. That's it. Comments closed. Oh, sorry. You're up.
Hi,
You're the
I
last.
just have one comment,
Quickly.
and thank you very much, Julie Isaacson. This is just somebody sent this to me that was trying to speak. So they're just asking, is it possible to continue until February, given the building would not be at risk of demolition by neglect, forcing the developer to come back to the table? There is so much at stake, and I don't believe it's right to make such a decision in such haste. That was a text that was sent to me.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, should we call for the question of your proposal?
It's not my proposal. Staff has issued a recommendation on the application that's before you today. You can discuss it among yourselves. You have the ability. I don't want to mislead anyone. You have the ability to approve with conditions, deny, or continue this application based on your review of the Certificate of Appropriateness criteria.
Okay, Gert?
What's that?
You want to comment?
Sure. So just my
comments and my thoughts. First of all, it seems like there's an inordinate amount of public comment that's asking us to opine or make a judgment on use, which is not our purview. Just a couple of, and this is in no particular order, and I'm not going to belabor this, but it's my understanding that when this application first was submitted in 2017, that the accessory use, the what are we calling it?
The apartment hotel use.
Apartment hotel use was allowed at that time. It's also my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, I know that the current scope of work includes additional structural work that was not included in the initial permit, but the layout of the building, the occupancy load, all of those things have not changed, correct, from the 2017 request?
That is my understanding, yes.
Right. So it's also my understanding, having served on this board for a long time, that it's not really our role to punish applicants. And from my own perspective, and looking at this building, I concur with Nancy and Jack in feeling that the building is at risk in its current condition, being exposed the way that it is. I want to talk about just not as a board member, but as a resident of this community. I know that in certain instances, and specifically in historic districts, accessory uses such as hotel use, bed and breakfast, I could say from a North Beach standpoint, was relatively recently approved as a means of bringing economic investment to the Harding corridor. And so I think these sort of uses have a time and a place. And obviously, since 2017, there appears to have been an appetite on the part of the community and the legislation to change that allowable use, and it's changed. But I don't feel that it's our role as a board, or my role as a board member, to punish the property owner, to try to procedurally remove a use that was acceptable at the time of this application. And so based on that, it feels like I feel that it's my role to approve the application. It's a long-winded way of saying it, as Debbie proposed it, based on the fact that, yeah, I did go in a big circle because I think it's important. I think there's a lot of unrest, and I understand it. But at the same time, I think by attempting to punish the property owner, we also take the risk of punishing the building and leaving that building at risk. And it's my understanding that is not, it's not within our jurisdiction. And I want to see this building brought to compliance and brought to a place where it's not at risk of being lost, of being demolished, of falling apart, and to bring vibrancy. And I do feel that this building does contribute architectural character that supports what this historic district is about. So I am in support of staff's recommendation.
When this property was purchased by this current developer, it had a roof. It was not in this condition.
Okay, wait, please, you're out of order anyway, so please stop. Okay, Barry? You want to?
I think my vote's probably not going to go for it, but I think there's been some shenanigans on the.
Barry, is your microphone on?
Oh, thank you. Sorry. I think there's been some disingenuous actions on the parties, and normally a project would come here and we would be talking about design, site, stairs, rails, ramps, design details, landscape. Here we're just talking about finishing it. And it is a mess. And so I'm really torn between that because I don't want to leave that there. So that's what I've got to say.
Okay, thank you, Nancy.
Okay. You heard from I don't know how many people who live right there. It's a very small place. All these people live there. All these people have been coming out since, I think, 2017 or thereabouts, crying for help. And they have really not been noticed. I just happened to meet David, who's a friend of my son, who told me this story. And my son told me, go take care of this because he knows I do this. So I came out, I talked to him, I talked to whoever I could think about, and I know that this is a little different than what we usually do. We don't get this. Probably half of the city of Dade County, there's a lot of people who have this problem, and nobody ever talks about it. I would like to see us support doing the maximum amount of research, the maximum amount of energy and put it to us as much as we can do it. I am not afraid anymore that we have to worry about somebody or other who doesn't like it. This is important. I think if you all go down there and see how disgraceful it is, how people can't live there. People can't live there. We can help. We're able to help. We have big mouths. You know that. Every one of us have big mouths.
Not me.
Let's use them. No, you don't. I know you don't. We'll find some other big mouths to match you, Jack. But I think we have to use the ultimate plan. Do something. Now, how do we do that? Debbie, how soon can we come back with what you were discussing? That's like the beginning of our action.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
How we're going to, if we follow what we've been talking about, we're going to go with the, I put all my stuff away, so I'm...
It's to approve a certificate.
To approve the
We
certificate.
have an application before you today.
Okay.
That you can take action on.
Okay, we can do that
today. Up to you to determine, yes, whether to approve with conditions, continue, or deny. It is entirely, staff issued a recommendation, but the board, it's entirely up to your discretion to determine if the project satisfies the legal criteria.
So the first, what's the first line that you said?
Well, the application is before you today for action.
Okay.
So we are asking, I believe everyone is asking you to take action today. People want different
ways.
outcomes, but we are asking for action to be taken by the board today.
Okay. So the answer is yes, we want to take action.
Yes, we want to take action today.
So I will move that we take action today based on the certificate of use.
Well, what is that action? Approve with conditions, deny
approve
or
the
continue.
Conditions to fix it, or to approve the condition as they're laying in rot. What?
The proposal that's before you today is to allow them, the effect of it would be to allow them to continue work. It would be allow them to modify the opening configuration on the front facade to put the structure back, to put the roof back, to put the floor back. That's what they're asking for today. They exceeded the scope of demolition, and they included some design modifications that were not authorized under their permit.
They didn't seem to be the ones asking. The ones asking are us and the people who
Well, that's what the applicant is requesting. That's what staff wrote our analysis based on. We heard, very valid concerns from a lot of members of the public who have a different opinion and want to see a different outcome. I think, so it's entirely up to the board at this point, and in terms of what you believe, is the right decision based on the criteria, the COA criteria.
Okay.
You're waiting for me. I'll move it.
No, we haven't heard from everybody yet. Max?
Thanks. I think I'm usually comfortable with approaching these narrow technical questions when they're put before us, but this feels, this seems different to me. What's been, I think, referred to as peripheral information, before is what we're hearing. I think there are circumstances around the initiation of this work that, I'm striving for consistency in the way that we approach the decisions in this board, and thinking about the scrutiny that we give to after the fact approvals. That's something that we typically don't take lightly, and other instances where we've used our C of A authority to try and correct what seemed to be bad design choices in the past. I'm really uncomfortable with the requests that this board act in capacities that's not really within our mandate. And I think that because we wouldn't want other boards to be acting that way toward what our mandate is. So I think we need to approach that with caution. And I say all that to point toward, I've been racking my brain. I would be in favor of a middle way on this, where we can stabilize the condition of the building. But if we had some sort of assurance that, whether it's a planning review or some other body with the appropriate jurisdiction could be looking into the, I don't want to use the word appropriateness because that'll be mixing things up, but how this work was initiated in those circumstances and sort of where we are today, to be able to make a decision that isn't sort of ignoring the important community context of what's happening, but we do what we're obligated to do for the historic building and protecting its condition. So I don't know that I have really at the tip of my mind right now, like what that middle way looks like and what we are authorized to do. But if others on the board have that answer, I would be in favor of that versus like the strict, we need to correct this or we're only going to deny, or just sort of ignore all the contextual matters and just go ahead blindly with a narrow approval. I'm searching for something where we can address.
This is the narrow approval that we're trying to fix.
I don't think it is. I think if we approve without conditions, then we end up not seeing the application again.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
I'd like him to speak because he was the one who started this whole thing.
Mr. Chair, I think it's very important that all of you really understand the facts of the situation. There was an inspector general that spent months investigating 310 Meridian. I think if you today request that the inspector general look at the processes of 333 Jefferson, that would give a lot of transparency not only to the residents but to you as well. A lot of the work has already been done by the inspector general, and that's because the commission asked for a specific property. But this property here is at the same time the 310 Meridian was issued, and you guys don't have to walk away here being the bad guys voting against it. Just ask to continue the project and ask the inspector general to please research what happened at this project and why were certain laws not followed. And I think that's the most transparent way. The building is fine. It's going to be fine for the next 2 months until an inspector general report can come to you, give you a report, and tell you, this is what happened. These were the processes that were not followed. And I think that's owed to not only to the board, but everyone in the community. You can hear it. There's not one person who called in support of this. Not one. What does that tell you? I mean, everyone called about the Deauville Hotel. Everyone supported keeping it. You guys listen to the community, and you have another community that is eagerly reaching out, yearning for help. And you have the power right now to at least give transparency to the matter. Continue it, ask the Inspector General to weigh in, and let the truth come out. Thank you.
Okay, Laura.
Excuse me.
Continue.
We haven't had a chance to rebut anything in this whole story. Let's be clear. We took 3 years to approve a set of plans. We didn't do halfway. We did not do this magic trick. It went through the city. If you look at the records, you're going to see we went to the state.
Okay, we've heard this before, sir.
We went through everything. This is not a little plan that what happened was we got to a point where the property was just bad because of neglect.
This property was purchased in 2021.
I think
Hey,
we're
I'm
not
talking
3
now.
years.
I don't
rein
bother
it
you when
in.
you talk. Try to respect. You're misleading everybody.
We did
That
close
they
the
have a
public.
problem with the zoning, I get it. But that's not what we're here for.
Okay, please, sir. We
Thank you.
already heard you. Thank you. Laura, please, you're in charge now.
Thank you, everyone. And yes, we received hundreds of emails regarding this, and it is warranted. This is a huge issue. I am in favor of continuing it and/or denying, honestly, because I don't believe the COA for renovation and restoration is the true scope of work. You're asking us to actually do a replication of this building. It's completely gone. It's unacceptable, and those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Rick. Rick. Hello, Rick.
He left.
Rick, we can't hear you. I'm not sure why.
6 o'clock.
No, we can't hear you.
Rick.
I think, Rick, can you
Rick,
use
try
your
unmuting.
telephone?
Try unmuting.
What?
No.
Who said that?
Rick, I can email you the dial-in number.
Yeah, if you could dial in, Nick, Rick, that would be great. Thank you, Nick.
Okay, I sent Rick the phone number and code.
And Rick, if you're listening, once you dial in, please raise your hand so we can move you over.
And Rick, you can raise your hand by dialing *9.
Okay, I think, Mr. Lopez, if you dialed in, please raise your hand.
*9.
Star 9, excuse me. Okay, phone number ending in 2857. 2859, excuse me. We can move over. And Rick, if you want to speak, please unmute yourself by dialing *9.
I think unmute is *6.
*6. I apologize. *6.
Hello? Hello?
We can
Yes.
hear you.
Okay, great. Sorry, not sure what happened with my computer here. Okay, outpouring of public comment. It's been overwhelming to hear the voice of the community, and I really do sympathize with you guys. I wouldn't want this across the street from me either. It sounds like this is a zoning issue. I don't know what we can do about it in this board. I also understand from the point of view of the builder, these buildings do have problems, and when you start doing some demolition, there can be a can of worms. It sounds like they've gone through a long process to get to this point. It sounds like they're trying to do the right thing in terms of the physical structure. I mean, they're here before us with plans and elevations. They're showing us the windows. They're showing us, what's being modified in the building. What I wish we could see is the historical context. We're not seeing any existing photos, existing conditions drawings. We're just seeing the proposed condition. So I would be in favor of either continuing or approving with the condition that they provide a historical report. Judging by the kind of mixed reviews that I've heard now, perhaps it's best to continue. But I think that the public, while their interests are very real and very reasonable, I don't know why the attention has been focused on this board. This is not our domain to govern what the use of the building is. I do want to see, like I'm sure you all want to see, that these buildings are, put together properly. The drawings that I see here do indicate that, they're professionally done, and it's very reasonable what I'm seeing here. What I'm not seeing is a historical report, which will be part of any presentation here. So for that, I would ask that the board, and got disconnected, I'm not sure why, but I would ask that the board find a way to move forward so that we can see that and make sure that what they're proposing here is in line with what was there, which I don't have a point of reference for.
What about how we started? We started because this was supposed to be an after-the-fact issue.
Correct.
Now, what have we drifted into? I don't understand. If we have done all of this and give no direction for how to move forward.
Well, I think that's what we're looking for. So I don't recall if we have a specific motion yet. I've heard several different ideas from board members: approve, deny, continue. If we do have a motion adopted to continue the application, I would request specific direction to the applicant on what you would like to see brought back to you. Right. I do want to note, they did provide existing condition drawings, and when I say existing conditions, prior to the work that has been done. That's in the back of the package. I'm not sure if Mr. Lopez was not able to see that, but that information is here. If you would like additional information, then provide that direction, and if you want more information, I would recommend that you continue the application.
Was there any sort of historical report? I mean, this is one of these buildings is by George Fink, who was a very prominent architect in Coral Gables. We were just making a fuss of a Morris Lapidus building. This is a George Fink building.
That's very true. There was basic information submitted. The planning department also researched this. We were not able to find original microfilm drawings, but if the board would like to see additional historic documentation or more information about the evolution of the site, you could certainly request that the applicant bring that back to you at a future meeting.
I think the most important thing we should think about and try to put forward is to be sure that the whoever's doing this work is going to do it with how do we get around whoever the owner of the property is to make sure that they do it. Somebody's got
Well, I mean,
to own the
from
property.
my limited recent experience with the owner and their engineer is that they do want to continue working. The city has issued a stop work order due to the requirement for the after-the-fact certificate of appropriateness.
Okay.
So I mean, I've heard nothing from the applicant. Again, my contact has been relatively limited, but that they are desperate to continue working.
Okay, so can we end this by having
Well, we need
That's what happened.
action from the board. I mean, I guess you don't need to take action, but I would strongly recommend that you take some action today.
I would suggest, though, that any action we do take would require the fact that they clean up the site, they stabilize it so it does not deteriorate in case it goes down some strange avenues that we haven't thought of yet, because it may not be there in 6 months if through bureaucracy it just
In the stop work
goes.
order, I just want to clarify, did allow for the property owner to secure the building. As far as the trash issues, that's kind of a separate issue, but still an issue, that we could certainly have the building inspectors, and even, I'm happy to also go out there.
good.
If I see trash, we can contact code compliance. That's a maintenance issue, and that should not be occurring.
Right.
So
I
we
think
can
the most
we can look
heat,
into that.
The most heat that we can put forward to make something happen to get there. And
Well, I think right now we're just looking for a motion as to what the next step is. That is entirely up to the board at this point. I have given you the staff recommendation. So whatever.
I don't know what you think my idea was.
Okay, well, then
no, you made a motion.
I'm going to throw this out. Okay? Let's see where the chips fly. Continue to March. Allow the completion of the roof. And in March, that the building department and the planning department provide us a joint report of what occurred, of how we got to the end of the road here. I have my, conspiracy theories running in my head of how we got here, but, I don't know. I don't know what's in people's minds. I don't know what really happened. But that's what I'm thinking. I don't know if this needs to go to the Inspector General. Maybe that's
And that I think, if the board wants to discuss that, the board doesn't have the authority to send something to the Inspector
Right.
General. The City Commission does.
Right, I think.
And so that could be a discussion, and the board could make that recommendation that we would transmit. That shouldn't be part of the application for the certificate of
And that would be
appropriateness. That could be a separate discussion. I would be more than happy to put that on
I would
an
be
agenda.
satisfied with a joint report from the two departments explaining clearly what occurred here. Maybe the building inspectors are going to tell us, we walked in here and, it was all different than we expected. Maybe the building inspectors are going to tell us, we told him to take this down because it was so bad. I'd like to know why we're at this point, but at least let the roof be complete.
So I think, and Nick, maybe you could help me out here. I think in order for them to allow the roof to be reconstructed, that they would have to bifurcate the application to approve that portion only, and that the remaining portions of the application would go back to the board for board review.
I think that's right, Debbie. You're saying continue the remaining portions?
So we could issue an approval for the roof replacement
Right.
only, and that, the remainder of the scope that is included in the request be brought back to the board at the March 8th meeting.
I think
That's right, Debbie.
that's fair, that's good, because it starts something. But how does the owner understand that he can go back to work when
We're telling him. We're telling him
Just by telling him
he can
hello.
enclose the building.
Well, I think what Debbie's suggesting is a vote to grant the certificate of appropriateness in part as to the roof, and then continue the remaining work
just for that.
to
Good.
March.
Good.
Yes.
Very good.
Yes.
I'll move that.
You can second it.
I'll second it. I'll third it. I'll do whatever I have to.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to approve the after-the-fact certificate of appropriateness for the reconstruction of the roof only, with the remaining portions to be returned to the board for the March 8th, 2022 meeting. The public hearing is closed. We have a motion and a second.
But if he's saying that's not going to work.
If the board would like further discussion, let me know. If not, I will call the roll.
What is the difference between what you're talking about?
Can I ask a question?
Rick.
Debbie,
talking
can I ask a question?
Yes.
Go ahead,
What
Greg.
about what about seeing railing details, the eave details?
Right.
Well, would we expect them to come back with any additional documentation of what they plan to do with the building?
You can certainly request that. If you would like to see that additional information, what staff would do administratively, which is very common in the board, we discuss this often, is that, the final details for things like a roof tile or a mullion on a window or the shop drawings for those types of things typically is delegated to staff. What we would do is we do have the existing condition drawings, so we would, during the building permit review, require that roof structure to be as close as possible to that condition.
I would trust staff.
Okay.
But if you wanted to see those details, Mr. Lopez, you could also say we're going to continue the whole thing and we want those details to also be brought back. And so I think, we do have a motion in a second right now. So at some point, we do have to take a vote on that. If you would like to offer an amendment to the motion, Rick, you are welcome to request that from Mr. Klein.
If Mr. Klein would be open to that amendment, that would be good. Otherwise, I guess we would proceed voting.
The purpose of my motion and making it in that way was to protect the building from any further damage from weather. So if we can hold off, I know if I would prefer not. I would prefer staff I trust staff, I'm confident in staff to work with the owner to assure that the roofing details match the previous building that was there, the previous design. I would hold off if you like to. I would agree to say dry in the roof, but don't tile it. Take them 6-8 weeks to get tile anyway right now. Well, we're about to.
It's up to the board. Right now, we do have a motion on the table and a second. So it's up to the board if they want any further discussion or if you want me to call the roll.
I think we've had enough discussion. I think we need to move on.
Okay, so Mr. Klein, your original motion stays regarding the roof.
I'll stick with my original.
The original motion. Okay, to approve the roof and continue the remainder to the March 8th meeting. I'm going to call the roll. Mr. Litt?
Yes.
Mr. Pascal?
Yes.
Ms. Weinstein-Berman?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Klein?
Yes.
Mr. Finglass?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Nancy.
Oh, Ms. Liebman, how did I
She's
forget
tired of
you?
listening to me.
I apologize.
No, that's fine. But what happens from now until March? It's going to stay the same.
We will contact the building department and advise them that the roof replacement, the COA, was approved, and that portion they are allowed
I didn't realize that.
potentially to, it'll be up to them if they choose to start work on that or not. But we will advise the building department that this board has approved the roof and that they could proceed with that.
Thank you.
Please.
Shore it up. Yeah.
Do whatever the city tells you you have to do. No.
We're not talking about zoning, man. First
The
of all,
item is
the meeting's
concluded.
over. We're not talking about
The
zoning.
item is concluded.
Yeah.
Before,
me.
I know it's late, but I just want to, in the event that Mr. Finglass's seat is replaced this month, I want to thank him for his service. It's been a long 6 years. And also, I want to thank Mr. Litt, who is not seeking reappointment for an additional 2 years. I want to thank Max for all of your expert assistance. It's greatly appreciated.